Chapter 54. There are many things to worry about, but should we really be worrying about them? No, and, asks Heine, sitting there somewhat nervously. Sokol looks up his way, lifting her eyes from the sheet of paper for a moment before turning her gaze back down towards it. It could be worse, replies Sokol. Heine exhales. That sounds like relieving news. Sokol flips over the sheet of paper, looking at the other side of it. But it could also be better. Heine winces. She lifts it up, holding the log of daily sales up to the light. We're in the green, but honestly we're not really as far up as I thought we'd be. Heine crosses his arms, leaning against the side of the front counter. Explain. Well, Sokol tilts her head. We had a strong rush at the start, she says, but because we were running low prices to attract people, we were barely breaking even on the food. But we got a lot of repairs, asks Heine. Rhine and I can barely keep up. Sokol nods, sliding the paper down into a ledger and then pulling out a different sheet. Yeah, she says, but we have to calculate our income tax rates, our deductions for avarice, materials for the forge, wood for heating, your protection deal with the Thieves' Guild, the property dues. She shakes her head. Now that the building is being used more, there's more wear and tear, so we're paying more for maintenance than we were when it was just us. The elf leans back, her ears twitching. Plus we paid a fortune for that custom sign, she says, pointing over her shoulder towards the new quest board that the first quests have been pinned up on. She lifts her finger in front of herself. Add to that the debt for Avarice's cart that you and the owl god broke, plus the bill for the food of our first day open and, okay. Sokol. I get it, says Heine, interrupting the elf as she seems to be ready to go on and on about their, apparently very abundant, expenditures. And our wages, finishes Sokol, not letting herself be stopped but maybe shortening her rant to make a point. Heine sighs, rubbing his forehead. Give it to me straight, Sokol. What are the numbers? We have about 4,000 on the account. Heine winces. That's a very bad number. But we're getting down to our emergency fund if we touch that, explains the elf. She kicks her feet, crossing her legs. A group of people walk inside, yawning and waving as they head past up to their rooms. We're making about 400 to 600 obols a day at the moment, says Sokol. But we keep getting hit with surprise costs, she explains. We need to stabilize our expenses or we're going to be running a big risk. Heine frowns. You think, he asks, 4,000, while an unfortunate number, is still a fortune for this neighborhood? I think, nods Sokol. She lowers her voice, looking around and waiting for the group to leave and go upstairs before turning back his way. The frogs haven't messed with us much yet, she says. They've been playing with their gloves on. Heine raises an eyebrow. They broke in and tried to kill us, Sokol, replies Heine. How is that gloves on? They sent 4 small groups and only 2 of them made it inside, says Sokol. Look around, dummy, she says. Heine lifts an eyebrow at her unusual snarkiness but obliges in the interest of hearing what she has to say. What do you see? A house, guesses Heine. The elf stares at him as if he were missing something obvious. Exactly. It's still here, it's still standing. She lifts her arms, shrugging. On the day when we opened, they basically just said some mean words and looked sad. You don't think that the frogs don't have some wobbly-woo dark magic casters who could turn this place inside out in a minute flat, she asks. They were 10 steps away from the owl god. Hell, they were already inside of the house, but they went quiet and low profile. We're protected from them now, replies Heine. The owl god and Eilig put up some magical protections. Yeah, after the fact, replies Sokol. You're missing my point, she says, twitching with her foot. They didn't just forget to blast the whole house away while the owl god wasn't here, says the elf, or try to assassinate her while she was outside. They went and are still going easy on purpose. Heine thinks for a moment and then nods. That makes sense, he supposes. The frogs really could have just destroyed their structure and killed him at the very least. They could have tried to assassinate Obscura when she revealed herself to the public, but they didn't. They wanted me for some kind of ritual, explains Heine, remembering when they kidnapped him. And that's why we need money, says Sokol. He looks her way. They're not going to stop. They only tried to kidnap you twice. Third time's the charm, jokes Heine. You're laughing now, replies the elf. But you won't be when we have to rebuild after the inevitable house fire. Heine exhales. He had just wanted to know what their numbers looked like. This is a lot heavier than what he came here to hear, but he does have little choice except to agree with Sokol. The frogs aren't done yet, and whatever their aims and motivations are, surely things will only escalate from here on out. It is the afternoon of the next day. Get back here, calls Sokol, sounding very annoyed. You can't make me, shouts Eilig. Get lost, get frozen, and die. Rhine, who was sitting on the staircase with Heine, looks up towards the ferry. It's not that bad, he says. We all wear clothes. You're all idiots, snaps the fairy at Rhine. Doesn't mean I'm going to be. It turns back towards Sokol, who is running up the staircase in pursuit of her, holding a small dress in her hands. Eilig has started channeling fairy's chime. 3 seconds, Eilig, scolds Heine. No magic in the house. Sokol presses a leg against the wall on the right-hand side of the stairwell, launching herself off of it and jumping over Rhine's head as she tries to swipe for the fairy in midair. The boy yelps, ducking down. Channeling interrupted. Fairy's chime. Eilig is forced to fly away to avoid Sokol's grasp and flies up the staircase, continuing her escape. Sokol runs after her. The two of them sit there, listening to their thudding from above as the chase continues. So, what's this about, Rhine? Asks Heine, looking back down towards him. Rhine had asked to speak with him in private a minute ago. Anyways, says Rhine, leaning over and looking upwards between the flights of stairs to make sure that they're really gone. He rubs the back of his head. The boy rubs the back of his head, staring at the ground as he seems to be thinking about his ask. Boy, says Heine, out with it, we have work to do. Yeah, about that, says Rhine. Can I take a day off, he asks, sighing. I'm beat. Plus, there's something that I want to do, so. The boy places the tips of his fingers together. I was wondering if I could get my pay a little early, please. Heine blinks. A day off and money, what a world. He rubs his forehead, thinking. They have a lot of work to do, and with Sokol's lecture on their finances this morning, they need to move fast. But he turns his head, looking at the bright face beneath the long, azure hair, staring his way with a hopeful gleam. Heine sighs. Fine, he relents. He realizes that he wouldn't be able to say no, even if he wanted to. I guess it's fair to say that you've earned it. He gets up. Really? Sure, come on, says Heine. Do you want me to go with you to the city, or should I ask Sokol? He asks. Rhine shakes his head. I'll go by myself. Heine stops on the staircase, looking up towards him. Are you sure? Rhine nods. I don't want to be bobbied, says the boy. I'm a man. Heine raises an eyebrow. Okay, is all that he says. He supposes that it's for the best that Rhine is developing some real self-confidence and not just some showboating boistering. It is a little dangerous, yes, but perhaps it really is for the best for him to leave the nest on his own once in a while. He doesn't want to coddle him after all. He'll end up soft. Let's get your money, says Heine, listening to the pair of boots running after him as they go downstairs. Heine walks around the library looking around. The employee tests went well. Sokol is going to be doing some stuff in order to make sure that everyone is on the up and up, but it seems to be okay so far. He lifts his gaze, looking at the sharp, owlish face that peers down his way. Obscura is laying on top of the shelves. Heine has wandered into Obscura's mysterious maze. Yes, Heine blinks. It's the library. The owl god clicks in excitement, sitting upright, her legs dangling down the shelves. For days, the little Heine wandered through Obscura's woods, she hoots. Lost and hungered, Heine raises an eyebrow. Everyone sure is dramatic today. But he found Obscura's loving tree and she has brought him to prosperity. Yes, she asks, clasping her hands together. What? Who Tilda? She gestures around herself. Many dangers and traps fill deadly Obscura's den of riddles. She leans down towards him. Heine is forsaken, yes. Unable to escape her sharp talons and wit, yes. I can see the other door right there, he says, pointing towards the right. There's a door literally behind me, he explains, pointing behind himself at the door that he just came in through. Obscura hisses angrily at him. "Foolish Heine," she squawks. "He will play Obscura's game. We really should be working." The owl god crosses her arms. "Wise Queen Obscura will hunt no more rabbits," she says. "Not until Heine has solved the big labyrinth and won her incredible prize." Heine looks around the library. It is in somewhat of a state of disarray. Books have been removed from the shelves by the hundreds in order to build towers and walls. Boxes from the other rooms have been brought in to create tunnels and bridges. Looking down at his feet, he can't help but notice that she seems to have even chipped away at the insides of some of the shelves like a wild animal to make some tunnels and passages between them. It's a good thing the old librarian isn't here to see this. Just thinking about it puts the fear of death into his heart. "Well," asks the owl god. "Will Heine champion the terrors?" she hoots. "Will he fight for Obscura's beautiful heart?" "I guess I don't have a choice," says the man, and by the time he looks back up, the owl god is gone. He sighs. "What's up with everyone today?" Heine gets down on his knees and crawls through the first tunnel between the shelves as he begins navigating the very elaborately constructed maze. This must have taken a long time to make. She must have been in here the entire day, just getting this ready. It's kind of annoying and a pain, honestly. But at the same time, she did work hard on it. Would it be rude to not play her game? Maybe he's the problem, realizes Heine as he crawls through the dark, looking at the crude sketches in the wood of a man and an owl that somebody had spent a lot of time making with a large talon. Maybe he really has been all work lately. What good is work if you never have any fun? Heine decides to smile and he gets up, progressing through the maze for the next 10 minutes, until eventually, after some puzzling and some backtracking, he reaches what he assumes is the end. There is a small section, separated from the library. Someone has made a secret room behind some pushed-away shelves there, hidden from the rest of the world. "I think I made it," says Heine, looking around and then peeking his head inside. A taloned hand grabs his collar and yanks him inside, by someone familiar who is, confusingly, dressed as a rather stereotypical librarian. Heine does not question his strange fate and instead chooses to embrace the chaos of it all. During this experience, he finds some answers to some questions from his childhood that he never knew he had even had. Life isn't so bad, really. Chapter 55. Our luck has turned sour, like the smell of many dank frogs in a single room. A month and 3 days have come to pass since then. Muffled voices ring around the restaurant. The booths are full of people who are talking in hurried, hushed conversations. The sounds of clinking glassware and rustling metal plates accompanies their discussions. The restaurant, feels very much alive tonight. The space is awash in the orange glow of the rekindled lanterns, hung from the ceiling, except for one which seems to have died out unusually early. How annoying. Heine walks through the room coming from upstairs. "Did you hear about the South?" "Yeah," replies an excited woman leaning in. "I heard T." Her voice is cut off as Heine makes his way through towards the front desk. "The war is the talk of the town. The South's secession from the rest of the continent has been officially declared. The elves of the deep forest, striving to break free from the rest of the cities, have declared a peaceful departure. However, as was predicted, the powers that be will not let this go peacefully." Heine turns his head, looking at the large, quiet man, standing by the door with crossed arms. He seems as much a part of the structure as any of the pillars or the new flooring, already stained with drops of liquor and sauces. He is one of the 27 who had been gifted a dagger, and after his third offering of tribute to Obscura, has been offered a position here by Heine as their doorman. There has been little need of him yet, as the Thieves' Guild, skulking around in the shadows around their home and neighborhood, take care of most of that stuff. But it helps him feel better to have someone here, just in case anybody causes trouble while he isn't around. Sokol can handle herself, of course, but she's just one person, and even with the new waitress, the dark elf, another pair of hands isn't bad to have. Besides, the man is quiet and stays out of the way. Heine appreciates that. He nods, the man nods back. "Anything?" asks Heine. "Same as yesterday and the day before," replies the tired elf, not looking up from her paperwork. A familiar tinge of purple hangs beneath her eyes. Heine's eyes wander down towards the desk, covered in messily laid out maps and papers. Plans and books on geography, history, mythology all line the counter, outnumbering and outweighing any official papers of their work or business. "Right," says Heine, turning back away to look out over the room. The waitress runs around, doing her best to keep up by herself with the 9 tables full of people. A tall order, she's certainly earning her keep. "Shouldn't you be in the forge?" asks Sokol, still not looking up from the papers that she's digging through. "Right," repeats Heine, walking that way. Leaving Sokol to her work, Heine heads past the kitchen, looking inside at the 2 cooks at work. "How's it looking?" he asks her as she walks by into the kitchen. The dark elf lifts her lips and blows a strand of hair out her face. "Busy," she replies, seeming more annoyed at his asking than anything. She hustles into the kitchen, grabbing another tray that the cooks have prepared, busy at their tasks as well. Today is one of those days that Heine can't help but feel, oddly enough, that he is in the way. Despite the fact that this is his home, that this is his operation, that these are his people, he sighs and heads to the forge where he indeed should be. "Rhine." "Give me some good news," says Heine, stepping into the forge. "Everything's fucked," exclaims Rhine, tossing a lump of clay down to the ground in frustration. It breaks apart. Heine blinks. "Boy, since when did you start talking like a sailor?" He looks around the forge that they're indeed falling behind on. They've been so busy with repairs that they've barely had time to make any new weapons. The molds have been a great help, but they're running out of good clay. As for the swearing, that must be from all of the adventurers. They're a bad influence on him. "Sorry," relents Rhine. "I'm just really stressing out, you know." Heine shrugs, stepping inside and grabbing his hammer. "We're going to be fine, Rhine," he says. "We're nowhere near the south." "I know, but—" Rhine looks around. "Lately it's like we're cursed, you know," he asks, wiping a strand of hair out of his eyes. "The river is running out of clay," he says. "It's never run out of clay." He grasps his head. "I didn't even know that could happen." "Well, we've been taking it every day," says Heine. "Of course your spot was going to run dry eventually." "That's just it," exclaims Rhine. "I walked along the river for an hour and I just can't find anything." "Rivers are long," says Heine. "Worst case, we'll buy some." Rhine sighs, lowering his head. "That ruins the point. It was supposed to be my thing, you know," he asks. "It's how I was useful. Without the river, I'm just—" "Rhine," finishes Heine. "We just have a dry spell," explains the man, grabbing the first item of the day to repair. "The restaurant and the repairs will keep us going until we get our footing again." "Yeah," sighs the boy, lowering his eyes. "For about a month now, things have been very troublesome in a lot of ways, but only ever just in indescribable, little, annoying ways. There haven't been any major disasters, but all of the little things keep going wrong. The kitchen runs out of salt during the busiest hours, despite Sokol being sure that she had bought some. The river has run out of clay during their busiest peak yet. The water in the bath had stopped getting hot during the coldest day of the year, only for it to literally start working the hour after Heine had refunded all of the payments to use it for the day. Just all sorts of odds and ends that, while certainly frustrating on their own, are really coming together to drive them all to their wits' end. Heine grabs a starter, getting ready to light the forge. But the charcoal doesn't take the spark. He does his best to compose himself so that he doesn't start swearing in front of Rhine. After all, what would the boy's mother think? The man blinks. What an odd thought. Obscura apologizes, hoots the owl god, clearly upset as she tries to grab after him, clicking and hissing with her mouth in feverish excitement. Hind knee suffers 2 DMG bleeding 2 HP. 3439 Hind knee winces, hobbling over to the dresser as he works through a familiar pain. "It's okay," he says, waving her off, his hand on his wet side where she had accidentally cut him with her talon while they were being intimate. "Ah," he looks down at it. "That really stings. She will get the sock health." "It's fine," says Hind knee, grabbing an old shirt from the drawer and pressing it against the wound. "It's nostalgic," he jokes. "Like when we first met," the owl god hisses. "Accident, sharp." She lifts her hands, displaying her talon. "Sharp." "I know, sharp," says Hind knee, saying it a third time. "It's fine. It'll stop in a minute," he says, looking down at the shirt. Hind knee suffers 2 DMG bleeding 2 HP. 3239. "Ah, damn it," he says, realizing this was his favorite shirt. "I can't stand it. I hate it. I hate it here," yells Erik, her small fist slamming against the ice. Water droplets splash out, striking against his face. "My ice, my beautiful ice," protests the fairy, gesturing all around them to the basement that is unusually glossy and slick today. "It's all melting." Hind knee looks around the basement, seeing that this indeed seems to be the case. But why? It is certainly unusual for magical ice to melt. Maybe the kitchen just above is too hot, now that it's being used regularly. Or maybe when the water workers looked at the bath, some hot water mechanism got pushed the wrong way. Or maybe the fairy is just ill and her magic isn't working right. "Are you feeling well, Erik?" he asks. "You're not getting sick, are you?" "Oh, what? So now it's my fault," snaps the fairy. "My ice isn't melting because of me, dummy." Hind knee looks at the fairy, lifting a hand to stop her from exploding. He winces as he feels the sharp pain on his side from his cut. "Come on. You know that I'm trying to solve the problem," he says. "Work with me here, okay?" The fairy sighs. "Look, it's ice. It's melting," she says. "It wasn't melting before, that's all I know," explains the fairy. "Are you going to do something about it or not?" Hind knee rubs the bridge of his nose, thinking. They need the ice cellar. If it thaws out, a full month's worth of provisions for the kitchen will spoil and go to waste. That's ignoring the flooding issue in his home. "I promise that I'll look into it right now," says Hind knee, turning back to climb up the ladder. He grabs it, stepping up once and then slipping as his hand slides off of the wet rung. The man falls onto his bottom, wincing as the cut on his side presses together from the impact of the fall. Erik, meanwhile, laughs. "What rotten luck." Hind knee walks up to the attic. Honestly, he doesn't know what else to do at this point. He's checked every room, knocked on every wall, but he can't find any reason for the ice in the cellar to be melting. His last idea is to look in the heating shaft, but that wouldn't make much sense either. The shaft being blocked up here wouldn't really affect the ice in the cellar, would it? However, at this point, he's desperate. The universe's decision to give them a death by 1,000 cuts is tiresome and annoying. Surely this all can't just be a coincidence. A smell comes to drift against him as he heads up the small staircase. It stinks. Hind knee recoils. It smells like a rat died up here. He recognizes the oddly sour smell from the orphanage. Dead animals like that weren't uncommon in that old building. Hell, that place was probably more rats than wood. Do they have rats? This is the last thing they need. If their newly refurbished structure has a rat infestation, they're done for. The city is going to close them down, and that's before the customers all throw up everything they've eaten in disgust, and then worse, ask for their money back. Hind knee follows the smell, pulling open the heating shaft and looking down into it. There's nothing there. In fact, the air down inside of it is oddly fresh. He closes the hatch and stands back upright, looking around the room. There's only one door left, the one to his parents' old bedroom. He jiggles the door and then pulls it open, recoiling in disgust, as he stares at the body of a dead bird placed on top of the old mattress, its wings spread out wide. The carcass of an owl lays there, decayed and rotten from perhaps days of festering. Chapter 56. Many strange names fill our nest, and they are attached to just as many strange people. The 5 of them stand together in the restaurant downstairs. Heine had waited until night fell and everyone else left, so that they could talk about this without being overheard. "Was it one of the customers?" asks Rhine, standing with crossed arms and leaning back against the empty booth, opposite of the counter. His eyes wander towards a white bundle of fabric which lays on the reception. "Maybe," says Heine. "People have been coming in and out of here all day every day. It's hardly suspicious or difficult to pull off, especially for anyone who is renting a room." The door to the attic is literally down the hall from their rented rooms, unlocked. During the morning hours, when the 5 of them are mostly asleep, it wouldn't be a tall order for anyone to just leave their room as expected, but to take a left instead of going right and downstairs. Obscura continues to hiss and to click, sitting on Heine's shoulder as a small owl as she looks around the room. "A threat," she hisses, spinning her head slowly and clicking with her beak. Obscura has been merciful, but the frog stepped too big. Heine rubs his chin, thinking, it's exactly what Sokol had warned him about. This is a warning to them. The gloves are coming off. "A cursed thing like this," says Sokol, shaking her head and staring at the shrouded carcass. "This is powerful magic from the south," explains the elf. "A witch." "A witch?" asks Heine, lowering his head. Witches aren't very abundant and are mostly clustered in the deep forests of the south, where they practice their obscure, dark magics. "Sokol, is this going to be a problem?" "It already is," replies the elf. She points at the owl. "We need to burn this. It's bringing bad luck to us." "Will do," nods Heine. Agitated wings buzz off to the side. "This is just because you let all of these people into my house," snaps Eilig. "My house," corrects Heine. "And you're not wrong," he finishes. "I'll get another check going," says Sokol. "Should we round them up?" Heine shakes his head. "Tomorrow," explains the man. "Huh," asks Rhine. "Check, round who up?" Sokol picks up the bundle with the tips of her fingers, looking at it in disgust as she turns to go to the forge herself. "The new employees twerp." Rhine rubs his lip with the back of his thumb. "What, like the waitress and the cooks and stuff?" he asks. "Yeah," replies Sokol, nodding for Heine to follow her with her head. "There's a frog among us," says the elf, narrowing her eyes. Heine follows her as they go to burn the body of the dead owl in the forge, listening all the while to the furious hissing and clicking that comes from next to his ear. "You're doing good work, Claydit," says Heine, folding his hands together. "They've set up a small desk and some chairs upstairs in the library, turning some shelves to make a little office for these talks." The dark elf waitress smiles. "Thanks. I really appreciate this opportunity," she says, looking up towards the shelving on which the owl god sits. She gulps and straightens her shoulders, sitting back upright on the chair. Heine lifts a hand. "We're just interested in getting to know you and the others more," he explains. "Then I'll let you get back to your work." "Me?" asks the dark elf, adjusting her outfit around her shoulders. "Well, I'm from here, actually," she explains. "My little brother's going to the academy and, well, you know how it is," she says. Heine shakes his head. "No, what?" "Oh, well, our parents aren't with us anymore." Heine nods. "My condolences." "Thanks anyways, I'm working this job to pay for his tuition and, she stops, realizing something. "Not that I'm only here for the money," she quickly throws in, perhaps feeling that she has said something rude. "It's really great to be able to work for the owl god," assures the dark elf, looking up towards Obscura. Heine waves the woman off. "Don't worry, I get it," he says. "We all need to pay our bills." Heine nods to her. "Thank you, Claydit, that's it, you can get back downstairs now." "Okay," says the dark elf waitress, not exactly looking relieved. "Just Clade, by the way," she says. "It's less clunky." "Sure thing, Clade." The waitress leaves. Heine nods to Sokol and she goes and gets the next one up. "Erik," greets Heine, gesturing to the chair. The quiet man who they have hired to watch their door sits down, looking his way. The owl-talon dagger which he had been gifted months ago clacks against the wooden chair. "Tell me about yourself," says Heine. "We never really talked." My name's Erik, replies the man. When I'm not working, I'm in the dungeon, that's about it. Heine nods. Sokol spoke highly of you, he says. Says you're a real go-getter. Erik shrugs. I've got to do something. Why do you want this job? Asks Heine. An up-and-coming adventurer like you, he starts, gesturing to the man. You're probably down to floor 20 of the dungeon by yourself, he says. That's good money already. Erik shrugs. I just like doing different things. Watching a door and standing there for 8 hours every day isn't boring for you. No, replies Erik. I like to watch the people. They're interesting. Heine crosses his arms, leaning back on his chair. Good answer. This man doesn't talk much, but Heine likes him. Probably because of that, actually, he nods. Thank you, Erik, says Heine. That's it. Erik nods, getting up and looking at the owl god who stares his way intently. The man leaves and Heine gestures for Sokol to bring in the next one. Liked, says Heine. The orc, one of the cooks, squeezes in through the shelves, sitting down on the chair that is somewhat too small for him. Hey, replies the man, taking off his chef's hat and setting it onto his lap as he sees the owl sitting above them on the shelves. He's somewhat older and his black hair is starting to gray on the edges of the large, round, bald spot present on his crown. We good. Just wanted to chat, says Heine. I know you're busy, but I'm trying to squeeze in a few minutes for everyone. No problem, replies the cook. Glad to be off my feet for a minute, he jokes, laughing. Heine laughs with him. We'll see about getting some chairs for the kitchen. But first tell me about you, he says. Me? Asks the orc, rubbing his head somewhat nervously. You know, just an old military cook who left the game, he explains. Not much to say. I work, I eat, I sleep, that's about it. I bet you're glad to be out of it now with the war starting in the south, says Heine. The orc shrugs. It's been a few years now, so. Heine stares at the man for a moment, sizing him up. He's a big fellow. Strong even for an orc. How did you get into cooking again? Asks Heine. Like I said, it seemed easier than having a sword shoved in my hand, explains Liked. Do you enjoy it or is it a job? Asks Heine. The orc plays around with his hat. Can it be both? Good answer, replies Heine. Okay, that's it already, he says. Thank you, Liked. The orc looks at him curiously. Heine nods to him. Cook gets up, bowing his head to the owl god before squeezing back out through the shelf and putting his hat back on. Sokol, get the other one next, he says. Going kind of fast, aren't you? She asks. At least talk to them for a minute. We saw what we needed to see, explains Heine, looking up at the owl god. The dwarf pulls himself up onto the chair. What's this about? He asks, looking at Heine and then up towards the owl. Kitchen's busy. I need to be down there. Sorry, Lutz, replies Heine. Just trying to talk to everyone, he explains. Tell me, I know about Liked, but how did you get into cooking? The dwarf Lutz crosses his arms, leaning back on the chair. Food's the best thing in a crisis, explains the man. No faster way to be everyone's friend than to know how to make food out of nothing, he says. Are you a social type? Asks Heine. I never really managed to get out more myself, honestly, he says. It's only a half lie. While it's true that he himself hasn't managed to get out more, he has somehow managed to instead bring others inside to himself. Well, I wasn't either, explains Lutz. Didn't make my first friend till I was 23 and serving. Interesting, back when you were a military cook, he asks. Yeah, well, no. The cook waves with his hand. I was a footman first, but after we shot down a drake, I drew the short straw with butchering it, explains Lutz. Best thing that ever happened to me, he says. I practiced cooking and a year later applied to switch positions. Why'd you leave? Asks Heine. If you found that part of yourself there. I like cooking, I don't like the killing part, he explains. Outside, I only have to do one of those things. Heine thinks for a moment and then nods. One last question, says the man as the other cook gets up to leave. What's drake meat taste like? Softer than you'd expect, replies the cook. It's squishy, even after cooking, and it tastes like someone turned a chicken inside out and left it in the sun. With that, the man leaves, returning to his duties, having never bothered to take off his hat. That just leaves one more person. Sokol, bring her in. Sorry, she stumbles over something, knocking some books over. Sorry. Are you okay? Asks Heine. I'm fine, thank you, replies the girl, who he can't actually see. She isn't sitting inside of the office. She's sitting on a chair outside of it on the other side of a bookshelf. You realize that this is very unorthodox, Seltsam, asks Heine, folding his hands and puzzling about the situation. I know, replies the new librarian, who he has never actually seen before. I'm not good with people. Heine lifts an eyebrow. I'm not people, I'm your employer. Yeah, I'm not good with those either, replies Seltsam. Heine presses down a laugh, catching it in his throat. He can imagine. She appears to be deathly afraid of social contact, perhaps even more than he himself was in his old life. At least back then, he had the forge to earn his keep. For someone like her, life must be very difficult indeed without a trade that she can practice on her own in the dark. Please, tell me about yourself, he says, trying to get a good view on the gestalt on the other side of the shelving. He can't really make out any features, but he can see that she's holding an unfolded book up above her head to block out the line of sight of Obscura, who is sitting atop the shelf. Well, I like books and I really need this job, says Seltsam. Please don't fire me. Your library is really great and I love it here, she says, taking a sharp turn in her pitch. Heine tilts his head. It's hardly been a month. Was that a weird thing to say? He can see a pair of legs swinging from a chair, kicking nervously on the other side of the bookshelf. Sorry. The man sighs, feeling a pang of sympathetic pain with her. It's almost nostalgic. I'm not firing you, Seltsam, says Heine. I promise, he says, wondering if he should add a right now to clarify that this statement isn't a promise for the future. Sokol told me that you've been doing good work in here. He doesn't know how the book loaning business is going, but he can tell that the shelves are far more tightly and neatly organized than ever before. Every nook and cranny of the library has been made perfect, even after all of the chaos he and Obscura had caused here. Yeah, there's not much to do, honestly, she says, stopping herself. Should I have said that? I feel like I shouldn't have said that, explains the nervous person. I do a lot. Sorry about making this place so messy all the time, interrupts Heine in order to help keep the conversation going. It's okay, she says. There's all sorts of really weird and interesting stuff here, explains the excitable librarian. One time I found this really weird outfit behind the shelves, super old-fashioned. Heine blinks, lifting his gaze towards Obscura, who stares down his way with her head turned around fully. He had hoped she had hidden that somewhere more private. Hey, can I live in here? Heine turns back towards the shelf. What? Never mind, nothing. Seltsam laughs a high-pitched laugh. The man blinks. She's odd, but she seems friendly and excitable. Plus, she seems to find work for herself even when work is dwindling. He appreciates that. Thanks for chatting with me, Seltsam, he says. We'll let you have the library for yourself again now. Really? I mean, yeah, sure, she says, trying to play it off coolly. Heine gets up and Obscura flies down towards him, landing on his shoulder. The two of them leave the library through the upstairs door. Did Heine see with his eyes? Asks Algod, transforming into her humanish form and pressing a talon against his forehead. Heine nods, having an idea about who their problem is. He grabs her hand, pulling it down to hold it better. Heine saw, he replies. Chapter 57. Today we brood, but not brooding in a bird way. Get your mind out of the gutter. Frogs, the lanterns have grown dark. The tables are empty. It is late and the others are still asleep or off doing their own things. Heine sits alone downstairs at his booth, a crystal glass set out before himself on the table as he thinks. Life has been hectic in so many different ways lately. The business, gathering worshippers for Obscura, keeping his people fed and content, each of those themselves is a full-time job. He simply hasn't had time to catch up with everything that has been catching up with him. His father's insistence on not revealing the nature of demons to him as a child. That thing he had bought in secret on his way to the Thieves' Guild weeks ago. The book which had smelled of water lilies that he had taken out of the library. Ice rattles in his glass as he stares into it, lost in its somewhat frightening allure. "I know that look," says a familiar voice jovially. "Sokol." Heine lifts his gaze, staring at the elf, who slides in on the other bench of the booth, having brought a glass of her own with herself. "You drink?" asks Heine. Sokol lifts the glass, filled with a liquid the same amber color as his, ice clanking as she moves it around. "Usually no, but I can't resist a good brooding drink," replies the elf, looking his way. "You?" Heine looks down at the untouched glass in his hands. "No, honestly," he says. There's no point lying to Sokol. She has sharper eyes than perhaps even Obscura. "I've never drank much ever, actually. But it felt right," he explains, turning the glass around. Moisture wicks down its side, dripping onto the table. Sokol leans back, resting her elbows on the bench as she crosses her legs. "That's because you need a drink to brood right." "I don't know if I like that word," says Heine. "I'm not brooding, I'm thinking." She lifts a limp finger, pointing at him. "In the dark, alone, with a drink." Heine stares for a moment and then sighs. "Okay, I'm brooding, fine." "Nice," replies the elf. She lifts her glass and Heine stares at it for a second. "It tastes like shit and it feels like you're sucking a drake's tit," she says, reading the look in his eyes. "I appreciate the honesty," says Heine, lifting his glass to meet hers. The ice of both of them rattles noisily as the strike chimes out. He lifts it to his mouth and takes a sip. Sokol's description isn't entirely inaccurate. Given his overly cautious sipping technique, Heine manages to avoid coughing and spluttering, but he does wince with an eye as he feels the unusually warm liquid trickling down his throat, moving as if by its own accord. He sets the glass down and clears his throat. "Wow, that's rough," he says, sitting upright, now more awake than before. "So tell Auntie Sokol what's got your noggin joggin'," asks the elf, not having any trouble with her drink apparently. Heine stares at her for a moment. He had another question on his list. "What's in this for you, Sokol?" asks Heine. "Me, I get, Rhine, I get, but why are you here?" She looks at him for a moment and then the elf's ears twitch. "You kidding?" she asks. "I lost my job and my friend because of the frogs," she replies. Heine shakes his head. "That job didn't matter to you, Sokol," says Heine, watching her to gauge her expression. Sokol calmly sips her drink, unfazed. "And as for Benny, well, I don't think I've ever seen you go visit him," he says, looking at her carefully. "Pretty sure you're allowed to see him if you really wanted to." Sokol sips her drink again, shaking the glass lightly to let the ice swim around inside of it. "But you don't, do you, Sokol?" asks Heine, taking another sip of his own drink, doing his best to match her stoic expression. Sokol smiles, lifting a finger from her glass to point at him. "What can I say?" she asks. "Friends come and go in life." The cool metal of his own curved dagger makes itself felt against his leg. Heine looks at her carefully, the pieces of this puzzle at least fitting together. "You never quit doing stuff, did you, Sokol?" asks Heine. "This is all still one big job, right?" Sokol empties her mostly full glass all at once and then sets it down onto the table, her face entirely undisturbed by the sensation brought on by the liquid. "Woman's work is never done," says the elf, scooting out of the booth. "Anyways, I really do like you guys," she explains, getting up. "As friends who come and go or as coworkers?" asks Heine. "Those both sound pretty terrible," replies Sokol. "Let's just leave it without clarification." Heine sighs. He supposes that he had known from the start that she's a bit shady. But she had already come through for him on so much. She had gone out of her way to save Rhine, to save him during the frog's attack. He supposes that he still trusts her, but there is one important issue at hand here. "Sokol," says Heine, "doesn't your work contract forbid moonlighting?" he asks. The elf smugly smiles, looking over her shoulder towards him. "I removed that paragraph before I gave you a copy to sign," she explains, waving him off. "Good night, always read your paperwork." Damn. Heine stares down at the table. She really is good at what she does. He takes another sip of his drink, wondering how she tolerates so much of it without breaking a sweat or even wincing a little. She must really have a hell of a gut, or she really is just that tough. It's actually a little enviable, but wait a minute. Heine looks around the room and then grabs Sokkel's empty glass, sniffing it. It's apple juice. Damn, together with this grand scheme that she's involved in, she got him 3 times. Heine gets up and pours out the rest of his drink, deciding that he doesn't have a taste for alcohol or for brooding. Heine smells the book, inhaling the nostalgic scent of his childhood. It's a journal. His mother's, but why would this have been in the library of all places? It seems like an unwise place to put a personal journal. Anyone could find it there. Although, he wonders, has this always been there? He recalls walking by that door upstairs in the library many times before, and he had never noticed it. Could it be that someone planted it there for him to find? Could it be that Sokkel isn't the only one playing games in this house? Eilig. The fairy had a close connection to his mother. Maybe she had planted it in the library. She certainly has access to the whole house. But why would she do something like this? If she wanted him to have it, she could have just given it to him. Or was it someone else? Someone who had been moving through their home in secret. A frog. The concept of a frog sneaking around his house unseen makes him almost nauseous. Damn frogs. He narrows his eyes, staring at the unopened journal in his hands. Frogs, hisses Heine beneath his breath. Weaponsmith Heine, chosen of the owl god, asks a man in official armor coming up to the front counter. A soldier by the looks of it. It is the early morning of the next day. People are running in and out of the guild. The tables are full and the kitchen is already starting their work for the day. A pleasant smell of sweet syrups and dense cakes is in the air. Without looking up from her paperwork, Sokkel points down the room towards him. Over there. The man moves over his way. Heine had just been standing there talking to Rhine about their plans for the day. Weaponsmith Heine, chosen of the owl god, asks the man in armor. That's me, replies Heine. Just Heine is fine. Who tilde? Protests Obscura from her perch, getting ready to accept tribute for the day. Heine turns back to look at the man. Never mind, keep the title. The soldier holds out a large envelope. Your services are required to support the war effort, he explains. The National Armory is in need of weapons. You'll find your instructions inside. Instructions? Asks Heine. He pulls out a list, looking it over and whistling. It's an impressive amount of swords, axes, pikes, arrows, everything really, and in just as large an amount. The weapons each in the hundreds, arrows in the thousands. We're a 2-man operation, explains Heine. This will take us months to fulfill, he says, still reading the list of weapons that just goes on and on and on. Some of these he's never even heard of before. Seeing him squinting at one word in particular for a moment, Rhine points at it. That's like a pike, but really thin. They're from the east. Oh, thanks, says Heine. The expected delivery times and payments are listed separately. Please see to it that you have everything ready at the appointed times, explains the soldier, not bothering to reply to his statement. And if not, asks Heine, then we will need to confiscate your forging operation and hand it over to someone more competent, says the messenger from the military. Thank you, have a nice day, he finishes, turning around and leaving. Heine considers swearing for a moment, but then decides against it. Rhine is here after all. Wait, says Heine. Now we're a forging operation in the eyes of the government all of a sudden, he asks, shaking his head. Sure didn't sound like that when the zoning laws were a problem. That's bureaucracy in action right there, says Sokkel, pointing his way. Isn't it beautiful? Hey, Rhine pulls on his sleeve. I don't want to be a downer, but... I know, says Heine, lifting his eyes to the repairs that Sokkel has already started accepting for the day. She's starting to sell Obscura's enchanted weapons as well. So far, almost 70 of those are in public circulation. but he and Rhine are already worked to the bone as is with just this workload. How are they supposed to fulfill an order this insanely large as well? We'll have to stop repairs, says Heine, and selling our weapons privately. Otherwise, we'll never make it in time. Won't that be really bad for our image? Asks Rhine. It'll be devastating, sighs Heine. Then it is good, yes, asks a cooing voice from behind them. Heine turns his head, looking at Obscura, who is floating there upside down before them. That Obscura is generous and mighty beyond compare, yes, Rhine lifts a finger. I don't think more dead rabbits are going to help us right now. Foolish boy, hoots Obscura. Rhine jumps and takes a step behind Heine. The Heine man has ruined him. What? Asks Heine, lifting an eyebrow. She clicks with her mouth in annoyance and then lifts a hand, touching Heine with her talon. New Weaponsmith Ingot Crafting, passive, allows the user to craft and manipulate metal ingots, including blends of various metal compositions. New Weaponsmith Graceful Completion, passive, when completing a crafting recipe, regenerate 3 stamina. New Weaponsmith Advanced Magical Metallurgy, passive, substantially reduces the price of magical crafting spells by 33%. High tilde ni tilde ni tilde and the Riverboy have worked hard for Obscura's power, says the owl. She bestows her blessings onto them. Rhine lifts a hand. Can I get something too? She clicks with her mouth. He must make something for Obscura. What? Asks Rhine. Tribute, hoots the owl god. The Riverboy has never paid her tribute, she explains. Oh, Rhine scratches his head. I mean, I already work for you. Boy, you work for me, says Heine. Obscura hoots in delight, ignoring Heine's comment. Perhaps there is hope yet for him, asks the owl god, floating around towards Rhine. He will make something pretty for Obscura, yes, she asks. Then he will get his heart wish. Really? Hutilda Rhine nods, running off excitedly towards the forge. Heine turns back to look at Obscura. Hey, if you could do that, why didn't you do it weeks ago? He asks. The owl god floats back upright. Foolish Heine, sighs the god, shaking her head. He will never learn, she says. But that is fine. She adores her Heine and his tree head, says Obscura, leaning in for the two of them to kiss. Look, she says after they finish. All around the room, people are staring, not at them, though a few of them are, but rather at the screens of the new abilities that he had been granted for free. He will work now, yes. Obscura will work too, she says, slowly letting go of his hand and flying up to her altar on the rafters. A line of people forms as adventurers dig into their pockets and bags to fish out coins and trinkets as gifts, hoping to earn her favor as well. Miracles have to be seen, huh? Chapter 58. Maturity has arrived in the nest of the owl god, but it couldn't find the door. Fire crackles noisily in the furnace, casting long, mischievously dancing shadows out all around the forge. They wave and sway across Heine's face as he holds his hands outward, his features bathed in an orange glow. Heine uses blacksmithing steel ingot. A magical light leaves his fingers, the lumps of metal on the anvil rising into the air for a moment, coming together as the magic condenses around them. An instant later, they fall down with a loud clamor, having come together as a single steel ingot. Steel ingot, quality normal composition nickel, 44% chromium, 24% iron, 21.61% molybdenum, 2.5% cobalt, 2.5% tungsten, 2.5% manganese, 2% silicon, 0.75% carbon, 0.08% sulfur, 0.03% phosphorus, 0.03% quality affects none steel. Item durability plus 20% steel. Item damage plus 5% steel grade. 333 steel is a metal with an excellent tensile and yield strength. This particular blend of steel is extremely resistant to weathering, wear, and rust. It has poor channeling attributes for magical energies, but is well suited for tools and weapons. Weight, 0 kg value, 50 obols. Whoa, mutters Rhine. That's really useful. Yeah, notes Heine. Boy. Go tell Sokol to stop all orders for ingots right now, he says. Rhine tilts his head. Huh, how come? Heine picks up the ingot and looks at it. We're making them ourselves now, he explains. This is going to save us a fortune. Raw ore is cheaper than ready-made bars. Rhine nods and jogs at a half-run towards the door. Be right back, he calls. Heine watches him leave and then turns back towards the ingot, towards the fire. It sounds odd, but he feels like he hasn't spent much time with the fire lately. Sure, he and Rhine have been working here for days, for weeks, with little respite, but that's all been business. When's the last time he made something that captivated his heart? The metal owl, that was a while ago. Something that captivates his heart, huh? Heine stares around the room. He's a weaponsmith. He's always loved making weapons. But all of the weapons that he needs to make are orders for someone else. Done. Says Rhine, coming back into the forge. Boy, yeah, Heine turns to look at him. Do you want a weapon? Yeah, asks Rhine. I already got this cool knife though, he says, showing Heine his curved dagger. Yeah, replies the man, waving him off. But you're a caster, a wizard needs a staff, right? Really? Asks Rhine, clenching his fists in excitement. Wait, how come a staff and not a wand? He asks. Heine turns to him, setting the steel bar down. The man kneels down, planting a hand on Rhine's shoulder. Rhine. Yes, asks Rhine, blinking. Heine looks into the boy's eyes. This is a serious matter. We're men. As casters, men don't use wands, explains Heine. We use staves, if anything at all. Rhine tilts his head. I've seen lots of guys using wands though, he asks. At the academy, all of the teachers had wands. Your teachers, do you want to be like them? Asks Heine. Rhine stares for a moment and then shakes his head. I mean, they're smart, but I don't think they could work the forge for even half an hour, explains Rhine. You're going to be all right, Rhine, affirms Heine. Pick your favorite material, whatever you want. We'll make it together, he says. Rhine's face glows with excitement and he nods, running off to the materials. Heine decides to leave the boy this choice. After all, it is his staff. Rhine wanders around the different collections of bars and ingots, drifting over towards the collection of wood. After staying there for a moment, Rhine walks past the piles of exotic hardwoods, sparing them little mind, and instead grabs a bar of steel and a bar of cobalt chromium. Can we use TH? Rhine stops. Are you crying? No, replies Heine, turning away. Cinder got in my eyes. Oh, should I get Sokol? I'm fine, replies Heine, looking at the bars that he's chosen, noticing that he holds both of them with little effort. Steel and cobalt chromium, he asks. Interesting. He takes them from Rhine and thinks for a moment. I've never mixed these, but I think we can make it work. He looks at Rhine for a moment. Come on, you're going to melt these yourself. Huh, me? Asks Rhine. Who else? Asks Heine. It's your staff. He nods his head towards the furnace. Get the crucible set up, feed in some charcoal. We need it hot. Rhine nods with feverish excitement and does as instructed, and Heine notices that, while he himself isn't exactly making something per se, that he seems to find the same enjoyment in the process of guiding Rhine to do so. The fire crackles and dances joyfully, its long, mysterious shadows painting the cracks of Heine's smile. Cobalt chrome steel ingot. Quality normal composition nickel, 22% chromium, 26.5% iron, 10% molybdenum, 4.25% cobalt, 31.25% tungsten, 2.5% manganese, 1.5% silicon, 1.75% carbon, 0.08% sulfur, 0.07% phosphorus, 0.07% impurities, 0.03% quality effects, non-cobalt chromium steel, plus 15% melee damage on all slicing, cutting and stabbing weapons cobalt chromium steel, bioaffinity water, nature, poison, an extremely unusual blend of cobalt chromium and grade 333 steel. Cobalt chrome steel is an excellent metal for cutting tools as well as for metal implements meant for bodily contact, given its bioinert properties. Weight, 50 kg. Value, 367 obols. Huh, says Heine, looking over the metal ingot. It has taken on an odd hue. The cobalt chromium, darkly prismatic as it was, has blended with the more matte, fine-grained steel, resulting in the metal having a shade of an unusual greenish luster. It's like the waters of a swamp on a sunny day. This is an interesting material, Rhine, says Heine, looking at the window. Global bonuses to 3 different attributes. That's rare. I read about some stuff like this once, says Rhine. Apparently, if you start embedding gems and stuff into the materials too, it can get really crazy. Gems? Asks Heine. Boy, you should be glad we can afford dinner every night, he says, thinking for a moment. What did you ever buy with that early pay you wanted anyway, he asks. Rhine fiddles with some leather from the workbench. Do I have to talk about it, he asks. Heine blinks, staring for a second. No, sorry, he says. It's rude to ask what other people do with their money, concedes Heine, waving him off. I was just curious. He nods to the workbench. Next, you need to make a sketch for your staff, says Heine, so we know what our goal is. Sure thing, exclaims Rhine, dropping the leather and grabbing some paper and a pen, hunching over as he begins to scribble. It's just a rod, asks Heine, looking at the drawing. Rhine stares at him for a moment, rubbing his lip with his thumb. It's a staff, remarks the boy dryly. Heine turns the paper sideways, continuing to look at it. You sure that you don't want any, I don't know wobbly-woo things, he asks. Like ornaments and detailing. No, just a staff is fine, says Rhine, puffing his chest out and flicking a strand of sweaty hair to his side. After all, people should be looking at me and not my staff. A problem all men with interesting staves face, replies Heine. Rhine snorts. Heine nods in approval. Rhine has grown a lot. We're rolling the metal out, explains Heine. Well, you are, he adds on, it's your staff. So what does that mean, asks Rhine, looking around. What do I do? Heine points at the long metal table next to the forge. You know how they roll dough out over a flat surface to make long loaves of bread, he asks. We're gonna do that just with the metal. Oh wow, notes Rhine. Won't it get crooked? They say that the ladies like that, notes Heine. Rhine purses his lips, holding down a laugh. Hutilda the owl god pops her head in through the door to the forge. They are working hard, yes, she asks. The two of them look towards her, staying quiet for a moment. Heine can hear Rhine struggling to hold down his laugh still next to him. You bet, replies Heine. All good outside, Obscura nods. Tonight, talented Obscura will make their meals, she explains. She has come to bring them this truth. Looking forward to it, replies Heine, and she leaves again, leaving the two of them alone with their work. The forge is quiet except for the singing of the hissing fire. Can I ask you something weird? Asks Rhine. Heine feels like his question after seeing the half-human Obscura is going to be an obvious one, given the tone of their conversations today. Boy, get to work, says the man. Cobalt chrome steel staff gift of the owl god. Quality normal composition. Cobalt chrome steel rod leather wrap black cloth wrap black cord quality effects. Chosen of the owl god. Adds additional attributes to the attached weapon title effect. Gift of the owl god. +3 obscurantism, +3 wise, +3 luck, +3 nature DMG to all spells. Attribute. Bio all water spell DMG deals an additional 33% poison. All water magic heals the followers of the owl god instead of damaging them. During weather rain. Restores soul passively at a rate of 3/minute. A long, somewhat spiraled staff made up out of cobalt chrome steel. It carries a soft, green tinge, muted by repeated scorches. Its surface is somewhat knobbled from uneven working. Made by Rhine, the river wizard chosen of the owl god. Weight, 193 kg. Durability, 3333 value. 639 obles not bad, Rhine, praises Heine, holding his hand on the boy's shoulder. This is really great, actually, he says, looking over the menu. A little heavy, but that just means it hurts more when you hit something with it. Rhine picks up the staff, still hot, with a pair of heavy tongs and looks at it with pride in his eyes. Wow, he whispers beneath his breath, staring for a moment. That's wild. Heine stares back up at the staff, thinking about it for a moment. Actually, it is wild. Rhine's river magic is chaotic as is, but what happens when the entire cascade of water that the boy can summon turns out to be poisonous? Rhine, promise me you'll never use this near anyone who doesn't deserve it, says Heine. Only in the dungeon or if there's a threat. Don't worry, I'll be careful, promises Rhine. Heine nods, thrilled that Rhine is excited, thrilled that Rhine has come so far over these few months. The boy, with his guidance, made this weapon. He looks at the menu for a while. A flood of poison water. What general wouldn't love to have someone like Rhine on the front lines? Drowning the enemy, drowning the landscape in tepid, deadly water. Maybe this kind of crafting is something they have to be more careful about in the future. The last thing they need is to get even more attention from the military right. Hey, nice staff, twerp, says Sokol, who had snuck in unannounced. Rhine beams, holding his weapon out for her to look at. It is, says Heine. Rhine worked very hard for this. He stares for a moment. What's up, Sokol? The elf shrugs. We're closed for the day, she replies. It's late, just wanted to let you know. Already? Asks Heine. Time really flew by today, he sighs. Okay, Rhine, let's put out the fire for the day. Rhine nods and they do just that, before going to have a relatively nice dinner. Heine realizes that they only made 2 crude jokes today instead of 3, and it ends up bugging him for the rest of the evening. But he doesn't ever find a setup to make it work anymore, especially given that they find themselves in the company of the others. The man lays awake in bed that night, staring at the ceiling, wondering when he will get his opportunity. Can her Heine not find sleep quiet? Asks Obscura, opening her eyes to look at him. No, I've got something stuck in my head and it's been bugging me. She softly clicks with her mouth. He has dream troubles, asks the owl. No, it's just something dumb, replies Heine. She hoots. Damn it. He should have made a joke about the knobbled staff. There was something there, he can feel it, but it's too late now. With haunted eyes, Heine stares towards the ceiling, the curse of the owl god of 3 having consumed him. Chapter 59. The subjective morality of our actions could be questioned in theory. But they won't be. Heine looks over towards Obscura, who is sitting at an empty booth and fiddling around with some stuff, hissing and clicking excitedly with her mouth as she works, hunched over the table. Feeling him watching from the front counter, she turns her head to look at him for a moment, before scooting sideways and hiding her project with her body, while continuing to excitedly tinker with it. Anyways, says Sokol, getting his attention again. Heine looks back towards the elf, who has her feet up on the counter once again. Business is booming, she says. I'm beat. You're beat? Asks Rhine indignantly, sitting on the chair next to her, slumped over the counter. He doesn't bother lifting his head. His long strands of blue hair, soaked with sweat, hang heavily over the edge of it. You've been sitting here all day, says Rhine. Why don't you try working in the forge? He asks smugly. Because then I'd have to hang around in a room that smells vaguely of burnt onions and sulfur, replies the elf, shaking her head. No thanks. She leans back, pulling her arms behind her head. Well, says Heine. With the tower windows closed, the air is what it is, he explains. The room smells like work. We don't mind, right, Rhine? Yeah, says Rhine, holding onto his staff with his other hand, wobbling it around but not bothering to lift his head, which appears to be stuck to the counter. We're calling it a day, says a man's voice, the dwarf Lutz, the cook. The orc Leicht walks behind him, lifting off his hat and rubbing his face. Tomorrow's another one. Good work today, both of you, says Heine. See you tomorrow, he waves. Bye Leicht, bye Lutz, waves Rhine as they go. The two of them leave and wave back. The man by the door, Erik, nods once and then turns to leave too. Rhine waves to him too. The door to the library opens a crack, but nobody steps out through it. The three of them look towards it. "I'm leaving for the day," says the librarian Seltsam's voice with an unusually loud volume. She clears her throat, lowering her tone. "Goodbye." The door closes with nobody having ever stepped out of it. "I like her," says Rhine. "She helped me find some books the other day," he says. "Books on what?" asks Sokol. "I could have told you where they are." Rhine blinks, seemingly getting stuck in his thoughts for a moment. "You know, books on, rivers and stuff," he exclaims, clearly making something up on the spot. He sits upright. "You can never learn enough about rivers." "I can," says Sokol, rolling her eyes. "Anywho, I think she crawls through the windows or something," says the elf. "I've never seen her use the door." "What does she look like anyway?" asks Rhine. Sokol looks his way, leaning in with a smug smile. What, you think you have a shot?" she asks knowingly. Rhine goes red, looking away. "No, she's not the type of Rhine." He sits upright, his palms hitting the front desk. "The river wizard." "Boy, you're too young to have a type," says Heine, pushing Rhine back down. Asks Rhine. A voice laughs from behind him. "I'll be going now too." "Good night," says the waitress, the dark elf Claydet. They turn to look at her. "Good night, Claydet. Great work today," says Heine. He lifts a hand. "Just one thing before you go." She tilts her head, a streak of white hair having come loose after a hard day's work obscuring one of her eyes. "Yes." "Why'd you do it?" asks Heine. The waitress looks at him and then at the others all behind the counter for a moment. She bolts, turning towards the front door and ripping it open. Erik, the quiet doorman, stands outside, having been told in advance that this would happen. He grabs the dark elf and pushes her back inside, closing the door again and walking away to go home. "Good night, Erik," calls Rhine after him. Heine grabs the waitress. "Let me go," she protests, fighting him off. "I'll scream." "Hell," Heine covers her mouth with a rag that Sokol hands him. "This is my third kidnapping, you know," he asks, muffling her and dragging her away behind the counter and into the library so that they can talk. "Never thought that my life would turn out this way." "Now that's a good role model," nods Sokol, as Heine drags the fighting and kicking woman away, her screams muffled by the rag that he's pressing against her mouth. "Watch him closely, Rhine," instructs Sokol. "That's excellent abducting form right there, see? It's all in the legs," explains the elf, pointing at Heine as he passes them by. "Don't kidnap people, Rhine," says Heine as he kidnaps the dark elf. "It's wrong." "What if they're frogs?" asks Rhine. Heine pulls open the door with his elbow. "Low your heart." "Okay," beams the boy in response. "Break's over, I guess," sighs Sokol, getting up and following after him into the library. "Then just pull this one here," instructs Sokol. The ropes let out a hiss as they rub together. "Like this?" asks Rhine. "Yeah, just a little tighter here," she instructs, pointing at a section of the knot he had made. "Otherwise it'll get loose after a few minutes." "MFPH," protests a muffled voice. Rhine nods, pulling the section of the rope tighter. "Thanks, Sokol," he says. The waitress Claydet fidgets. The chair she is bound to wobbles on its legs. Sokol bends down, pointing at the legs of the chair. "Chairs are a classic staple, but in a serious situation you'd use something that can't wobble," she explains. "Wobbling stuff breaks or they could tip it over and escape or hurt themselves," she says. "Best case use an altar or a column, something really heavy and stable." Rhine nods, taking in all of this new information. "Sokol," says Heine. "I'm not sure if I approve of you teaching Rhine how to kidnap women," he says. "It feels a little seedy." "Women?" asks Sokol, lifting an eyebrow. "Please, this works for everybody," she says, thinking for a moment. "Actually, there's a really fun knot that only works on women," says the elf, looking back towards Claydet and gesturing Rhine over. "See, look, what you do is—" "Thank you, Sokol," says Heine. "That's enough. We run a moral, clean operation here, remember." She tilts her head. "I've seen you incinerate 4 people in the restaurant," says the elf. "Thank you, Sokol," repeats Heine, nodding his head sternly to the side. The elf sighs, rolling her eyes and steps away, pulling Rhine with her. "I'll show you later." "Really?" No, says Heine, she won't. Can we please focus here, people? He asks, gesturing towards their prisoner. MFPH, Claydit, says Heine, looking at the waitress. We know it was you who put the owl upstairs, he explains. Why? He grabs the rag, holding onto it for a second. And before you answer, think about the situation that you're in, he warns, pulling the cloth away from her mouth. I don't know what you're talking about, shouts the dark elf. This is crazy, you're crazy. Sokol, says Heine. Sokol grabs the cuff of her shirt and smells it. Get away from me, help, HMFPH, the elf. Sokol shakes her head. No, she smells kind of like kitchen grease and I think birchwood maybe, she guesses. But no frogs. Damn, says Heine, narrowing his eyes. But he supposes that he knows that already. If the waitress had smelled like frogs, they would have noticed by now. She's an outside woman then, guesses Heine. A third party, no, a fourth party, he says. She actually is a third party, but he doesn't want to use the term third in this context because the situation is actually a bad one. Sokol leans back, rubbing her chin to think for a moment. Yeah, I think so too. Rhine butts in. So she's not a frog, but she's working for the frogs, he asks, seeing if he understood right. I think so, affirms Heine. How does this work out with the morality of kidnapping her, asks Rhine. Sokol leans down, pressing a finger against his chest. What does your heart say, she asks jokingly. Rhine shrugs. Mostly thud thud, I guess. You're adorable, says Sokol, getting up and rubbing his head. He swipes her hands away. Rhine, the river wizard, is dashing, handsome, funny, and manly, not adorable, he argues. People focus, says Heine. He pulls the cloth back out of Claydit's mouth. Stop playing games, Claydit, says the man. We don't want to hurt you, but I will, he warns. Let me ask you again, why did you put the dead owl upstairs? I told you I didn't do anything, she shouts vehemently, tears in her eyes. Please, let me go, I just want to go ho-ho, she chokes up, not getting her words out anymore. Claydit, says Heine. I'm going to ask you a third time now, he says calmly, speaking over her desperate sobbing. You aren't going to like what happens if you make me get to 4, he says, sounding disgusted as he utters the number. She shakes her head. Heine sighs. Hey, Sokol, says the man. Yeah, Heine crosses his arms. Her brother goes to the academy, right? Yeah, says the elf. I was paid, yells the dark elf. They turn to look at her. I don't know who it was, she says. But they paid me a sack of money to do it, she explains, shaking her head. I thought it was just a gross prank, she says. Please, I just want to go home, she sobs. I won't tell anyone. Who paid you, asks Heine. I don't know, she cries. Some woman, but I needed the money to pay for my brother's tuition and board. Leave him alone, please. How much, asks Sokol. The dark elf purses her lips, clenching her eyes shut. Tears press out of them. Claydit, how much? Repeats Sokol calmly. 4,400 and some obols, replies Claydit. 44, I bet, says Rhine. Frogs, I swear, I thought it was just a joke. A joke, asks Sokol. Are you stupid? 4,000 obols is murder money, Claydit, she says. You work with money every day. You know that, says Sokol, pulling a strand of the dark elf's hair out of her face. You think that someone paid you that as a joke? It was just a dead bird, argues the dark elf. Sokol tilts her head. You're lucky that the owl god is busy right now, Claydit, she explains. After what we saw, well, Sokol lifts a hand, running a finger down from Claydit's neck to her stomach. Talons are sharp, you know, Claydit howls, snot and tears running from her face. Okay, I think we're done here, says Heine. Sokol. You got it, says Sokol, getting up. PP please, chokes Claydit. I'll give you the money, just let me go, just she breaks down. Heine shakes his head. Frog money isn't good here, Claydit, he says. Sokol unties her. You got played, he says. The frogs know about your brother now, says Heine. They're going to keep using him to get you to get us, he says. Please don't fire me, says Claydit. If they realize they might hurt him. Yeah, they probably will, says Heine. I suggest you take that money and leave tonight, he explains. Goodbye, Claydit. Heine opens the door to the library. Obscura stands on the other side of it, hissing and clicking as she looks at him. They stare at each other for a moment. Obscura has told her Heine not to cast away her followers, yes. Heine stares at the owl god. She's not a follower, she's not like Rhine, explains the man. The Clade will stay here and bask in Obscura's shadow, says the owl god. Obscura wills it. Heine shakes his head. No, she's going to put us all in danger. Will he say no if Obscura asks it instead? Asks Obscura, staring at him with eyes that are wider than usual, clasping her talon hands together. Heine stares at her and then looks back towards the dark elf, Rhine and Sokol. He's been beaten already. Fine, but this is the last one. Obscura hisses excitedly. Wait, are we like pets or something? Asks Sokol. Loyal Sokelf, hoots Obscura. You are Obscura's loving children and her family grows, her nest becomes full. Sokol rolls her eyes. Can you just put a baby in her already? Working on it, replies Heine. You, says Rhine, getting flicked again. Heine shakes his head, closing the library door behind himself, leaving the others there as he goes to walk around the house and think. He passes by a table, looking at the charm laying there, woven out of sticks and feathers. A dream catcher. Chapter 60. There is a quest available in Heine's house, and it is to work hard for minimal pay. Excuse me, sir. No fire allowed inside of the premises, says Claydit, talking to a man who sits at one of the booths. He seems to be some kind of shaman or a druid or something of that nature and holds his hands above a bowl on the table. A stick of incense burns within it, a vapor of smoke rising up towards the rafters. His hands, old and grayed, move through the smoke as he continues his tonal chanting. Excuse me, says Claydit, trying to get his attention. It has been a week since the kidnapping incident. Tensions were high at first and the next day was certainly awkward to say the least, but she seems to be taking the whole situation better than Heine had expected, in all honesty. She plants her hands on her hips, leaning in towards the man, grabbing the stick of incense. Excuse me, she says a third time. Heine turns back towards Sokol. How's the quest board going? He asks. Pretty good, she replies. We got a new quest today from a farmer outside of town, says Sokol. He's been having some problems with the undead. The undead? Asks Heine. Sokol nods. The restaurant is mostly empty at the moment, given that it's still early. There's only the chanting shaman and Claydit to fill the space with their voices as they argue. Yeah, says Sokol, her ears twitch. Word on the street is that the first skirmishes started in the south, she says. The ambient magics are starting to go wild. Heine crosses his arms. You mean like the kind that keeps Eilig alive? He asks. A laugh comes from the side. Heine looks down at Rhine. The world is full of strong currents of ambient magic, says Rhine, especially the deep forests of the south. Everybody knows that. Boy, were you laughing at me? Asks Heine, lifting an eyebrow. Rhine stiffens up immediately, his face going pale. And no, Heine puts a hand on his shoulder. You've gotten bolder, he says, nodding, pleased. That's a good thing, says Heine approvingly. He lifts a finger. But don't lie, he warns. Commit to what you do. Sorry, says Rhine, lowering his head. I got scared for a second. Don't worry, twerp, says Sokol. I'll take him out if he causes any problems. Heine looks at them. You two do remember that you work for me, right? He asks. Sure, replies Sokol, waving him off. Anyways, large-scale fights like that are going to screw up the ambient currents of magic, she says. Heine shakes his head. What does the war in the south have to do with a farmer all the way up here? He asks, not quite understanding the connection. They're like rivers, exclaims Rhine. The ambient currents, so if something messes with the magic down there on a large scale, the ley lines are going to change directions and flow a different way instead. Heine pieces everything together. So, a farmer up here has a problem with the undead because of a war 3 months away by foot. Sure does, says Sokol. Probably. Either that or there's a necromancer playing some pranks. She shrugs. Either way, we got the quest. Could this affect us? Asks Heine. If by affect us you mean make us a boatload of money, then yes, replies Sokol, pointing at him with her pen. She bends down and grabs a ledger, flipping it open. See this, she asks, pointing at a chart of numbers. These are our quests. The last 2 days we've had twice as many as the weeks before. 2 days isn't a lot of time, notes Heine. Rhine butts in. With the ley line current shifted, a lot of stuff is going to get weird, he explains. Monsters spawning in places they didn't exist in before, spells acting strange. There's even a story about a dungeon break happening once because of this. Heine nods, looking over towards their, objectively Oli quest board that he had paid a tidy sum for. There's no time to profit like in a crisis, huh? He asks. Now you're getting it, replies Sokol. People are coming inside in droves to get help killing monsters and stuff now. Heine looks around the empty restaurant. Figuratively speaking, she adds on. The door opens and a man walks in holding a piece of paper. Hello, I'd like to hang this up, he asks, showing it to Sokol. She points at the board. Sure, just put it up there. We're asking for 3% of the sum payment in advance. The man nods, heading over to the board and pinning up his quest. Heine stares at it while the stranger walks past him to pay. Help wanted. Wild slimes running amok at the eastern logging camp. It is time for them to rest, the workday having come to an end. However, Heine is alone in the forge, hammering away. Fumes rise around him, blowing past his face together with the sparks of the struck metal which he hammers against. The order for the military is a substantial one, not only in the quantity of weapons requested, but also in their payment for these. They're paying above market price, which is unusually generous. If Heine had to guess, it's because they're trying to stifle any dissent from any crafting gods, right off from the start. Gods. The word rings through his mind and he holds the hammer aloft for a moment, thinking. What about the gods in the south? Are there any there staying to fight the war? Are any of the gods from this or the other regions moving down to fight there? What does a battle between actual gods look like? It must be catastrophic, he realizes. If large-scale skirmishes of simple things like men and elves could already disrupt the magical flows of the world, then what would happen if hoots a voice from above? Heine lowers his hammer and lifts his tired eyes towards Obscura, who is hanging there upside down in the air. The sun is here soon, yes, she asks. The Heine husband will sleep now, yes. Heine shakes his head, looking at Obscura. I'll come to bed later. I've got to finish a few more pieces. She frowns. We're not going to make it in time if I don't pull a few all-nighters, he explains. It's just too much for me and Rhine otherwise. Obscura rubs her tired eyes and floats down towards the ground. Careful, the metal's hot. Heine's high room is always hot, says Obscura, pressing her head against his chest and holding him. Heine sets down his tongs and hammer and takes a step away from the anvil, pulling her with him, just to be safe. Sorry, says Heine, but we're going to be in huge trouble if we don't make it in time, he explains. I don't know if they'll really take the building from us, but if the war gets serious, I wouldn't doubt it. Obscura clicks with her mouth. She will eat them if they try. That'll just cause us more trouble, says Heine. Worst case, we'll just move to the forest and live in a tree together, he suggests. She looks up towards him hopefully. But it'll be pretty cramped. Not many big trees left, he says. Obscura sighs. Yes, the big now small forest is dying, she shakes her head. Now the big forest will too die. I don't know about that, says Heine. The south is a big place, she hoots. Don't worry, I'll get us through it. Obscura will help, yes, she asks, looking around. She is 3 times as strong as the river boy. Heine shakes his head. You already do enough. Go to bed, I'll catch up with you soon, he says, kissing her forehead. I promise. She sadly hoots, rubbing her head against his chest and then floats away towards the door. She sits down on the floor, which he recalls her telling him once is for frogs, and leans against the wall. Apparently she's going to stay here to show her support if nothing else. What? Asks Heine. No alluring dances anymore, he asks, remembering the first few days after they had met. She perks up. Does Heine want? She asks, holding her arms out to the side. Graceful Obscura, yes. Irresistible for Heine, yes, she asks, getting up and dusting herself off. He is not bored of Obscura's feminine mystique. Heine shakes his head and Obscura obliges, repeating her dance from back then. This time it is, in regards to its intentions, successful beyond comparison. And by the time they are done, Heine finds that the fire of the forge has gone out and that he is too tired to continue his work now anyways. It is the morning of the next day. "Why is the workbench all the way over here?" asks Rhine as they walk into the forge to start for today. Heine blinks, realizing. "Must have been a quake," lies the man. The irony isn't lost on him, given that he had told Rhine just yesterday that he should be honest. "But says Rhine, looking around at the rest of the forge. "Weird." "Yeah, sure is," says Heine. "Don't worry about that, we have a lot of work to do today," he explains. Rhine shrugs and nods. "What's on the list?" "Today we're making axes," says Heine. "They're a big order on the list. Probably more than swords, actually," he says, sparing a glance over towards the list pinned up on the wall where the workbench once stood. "Probably because the war is in a forest," suggests Rhine. Heine shrugs. "Makes sense to me. Come on, let's light her up," he says, nodding to Forge. Rhine gets to work, grabbing a shovel to start scooping charcoal. "How come it's a her?" he asks. "Because Rhine," says Heine. "It just is." It's like how sailors always call their ships a she," explains Heine. "The forge is the same thing." "Oh," Rhine blinks, holding onto the shovel. "So is the house a girl too?" Heine thinks for a moment, not sure. "What about the city? Is it a boy or a girl?" Rhine lifts his head, staring up towards the top of the tower. "Honestly, it's all really confusing. I don't think it makes any sense." "Boy, charcoal, got it," says Rhine, returning to his chores. "Productive as always," says a familiar voice standing by the door. "Sokol." Heine turns her way. "We're using the ladder if you like it or not, Sokol," says Heine. "I'll cut your throat in your sleep if I catch you," she says. "Just buy a new one." Rhine turns over from the furnace. "That's dark." "Boy," Rhine returns to his work. "Charcoal, got it." "Buying a new one is your job, Sokol," says Heine. "Besides, I think you're taking this a little too seriously." She blinks, her ears twitching. Elf taps her head. "Are you dumb?" she asks. Heine considers this pretty bold of her to do this early in the morning, especially when talking to her employer. "First of all, you told me not to buy a new one. At the start, I was just riding your ass because your wife paid me to do it," she says. "But honestly, I kind of see it myself now too." Heine lifts an eyebrow. "What are you talking about, Sokol?" "Imagine you climb up that ancient ladder and it breaks," she asks. "Life is full of risks." "It is what it is," replies Heine. "I'll be fine." She crosses her arms, shaking her head. "You frog brain." The shoveling of the charcoal stops. The forge goes quiet. "You're going too far, Sokol," warns Heine. "I accept a lot of snark, but you don't need to overstep your bounds like this. What's your problem?" "It's not about you, dummy," says Sokol. "Or what do you think the rest of us are going to do if you fall to your death?" she asks. She lifts a hand, pointing over behind him. "I guess we'll just send Rhine back to his folks and I don't know. Maybe me and your wife can live in a tree somewhere," she asks, rolling her eyes. Heine stares at her for a moment, considering what she just said. It's true, in a way. He supposes that he said himself that people are counting on him for a lot of things. People who are important to him. Maybe that means that he needs to not just offer up everything he can for their sake, but that he also needs to take care of his own health and safety, for their sake, if not his. He sighs, looking at Rhine. "Charcoal, got it," says Rhine, returning to his work. He turns back to look at Sokol and tell her that she's right, but by the time he returns his eyes to the door, she's gone. Chapter 61. Many good things come today in the heart of winter. They smell like owls. Heine wobbles the new ladder, shaking it with his hands. It stands firm. Rain pours outside of the house, coming down noisily in a torrential, out-of-season downpour. Inside of the forge, however, it is warm. The walls are thick and well insulated. The fires are burning brightly, radiating a kind heat. It travels through the heating shaft, filling the entire building with its much-needed presence. The winter looks as if it were going to be a long and hard one. The man turns his head, looking over towards Rhine, who is busy at work, drawing up the designs for steel molds. They have the capacity to use these now, to make things like arrowheads and blades. It's a good thing that they had been preparing this idea for a while now. It might just be what saves them. Rhine rolls his shoulders, cracking his neck, and then looms back down over his sketch. A winter like the one that is upon them is one that, back in the orphanage, most often ended up in several empty beds when spring came around. It's always been like that. The forgotten, the obscure, the things that are far from the warmth, the winter comes to take them. Heine pats Rhine on his shoulder, letting the boy work as he wanders out of the forge. The god of death had said as much to him during their encounter. He would have been his soon. If Heine hadn't met Obscura, he's sure that this is the winter that would have taken him from this world. He steps out into the restaurant. It is busy and exploding with life and noise and smells and sights. The tables are packed with adventurers, who are eating their fill and drinking enough to flood the place with more liquid than even Rhine's magic. They've ordered more than several kegs of beer, and it's become a big staple, and has brought a lot of life to the place. But it also has opened the door for some trouble. Heine watches as someone bothers the waitress Cladit in an inappropriate manner, grabbing her wrist and pulling her over to their table. Erik, the doorman, standing by the door as quietly as always, immediately makes his way over towards the table and handles the problem. A moment later, there's one guest less in their guild, but his place is quickly filled as someone else comes inside, seeking shelter from the heavy storm. "I'm telling you, a literal giant nest isn't in the budget," argues Sokol, turning her head. He heads to the counter. "How's it going?" asks Heine, looking at Sokol and Obscura. Obscura is sitting on the elf's shoulder in the form of a small owl. "Insubordinate Sokelfs do not heed Obscura's wisdom," hoots the owl god. Sokol turns his way. "Your wife wants to build a literal giant nest and put it up on the rafters," says Sokol, pointing at the beam where the owl god usually sits. "A throne," hoots Obscura. "A throne befitting of her title." "Yeah, sure," says Sokol, lifting her fingers. "First we need to reinforce the beams again for that weight," she says, counting off a finger. Obscura hoots indignantly. "Then we'd need to bribe the health inspectors, which we can't afford because of all the owl fluff falling onto everyone's food," she counts. "And thirdly," she stops, thinking for a second. Heine recognizes that look. She doesn't actually have a third reason, but she needs to find one. The spell of threes compels her to do so. "It's dumb," finishes Sokol. "The Sokelf will understand when she sees it," says Obscura. "No," replies Sokol. "Shouldn't you be out hunting?" Obscura lifts a wing. "The big rains would ruin Obscura's divine elegance," she explains. "Heine will not like a wet Obscura." "Who cares what he likes?" asks Sokol. "We need rabbits." Heine shrugs. "I'll leave you to it," he says. "All good, Cladit?" he asks, walking past the waitress as she rushes by with an empty platter. "All good." The kitchen is aglow with a heat shared with the forge. The two men, the orc, Liked, and the dwarf, Lutz, are engaged in a complicated dance of sorts. They run around each other, grabbing pans and pots and stirring and shuffling them with seemingly no rhyme or reason, at least for an outsider's eye. But they're so well coordinated in their steps and their motions that they don't even seem to be making an active effort to work around the other. Every time Like takes a step to hastily reach for a pot, Lutz takes an uncoordinated step to grab a seasoning of some kind or to flip some searing piece of meat. The two of them are clearly experts in their craft. "Careful coming through," says Heine, stepping through the kitchen, finding himself awkwardly bumbling through it as he interrupts their flow. He makes a note in his mind to not step into the kitchen too often during work hours. He takes a right, quietly entering into the library, inside of which something giggles. "And then I told him," says a familiar voice, Eilig. "Oh, great," she says, and Heine watches as a blob rises up above the shelves. "You're here," Heine blinks. "Eilig, this is my house." Yeah, says the fairy. "What do you want?" Heine holds his arms out to his sides. Eilig, this is my house, he repeats. I can just be here, you know, asks Heine. Any room I want, anytime I want. She says in disgust and then floats back down. What are you doing in here, he asks. It's too loud in my cellar when those monsters who you hired are working, says Eilig's voice from behind the shelf. So I came here to get some quiet. Heine stares for a second and then shrugs. That makes sense to him. You're not bothering Seltsam, are you, he asks. No, says Seltsam's voice from behind the shelf. I'm just working, she's not bothering me. Heine thinks for a moment and then shrugs. Okay, fine with me, says Heine. Any orders today, he asks. Yeah, replies Seltsam. Someone wanted 5 pages from a book on some weird animal that starts with an H, and somebody else wanted a biography of the first hero, Azimuth. 5 pages, asks Heine. Why not just give them the whole book then? Oh, I just transcribed them real quick, says Seltsam. Otherwise we'd have a book less here in the library, you know. See, can't have that. Heine tilts his head. Transcribing a book sounds like a mountain of work, let alone something that can be done real quick. Even just 5 pages feels like it would take him several hours, if not a day. Oh well, it's not his problem to worry about, as long as everything is going well. Great. Keep up the good work, says Heine, wandering off towards the door leading to the back of the reception. Glad you made a friend, Eilig. Shut up, get out of my library, snaps the fairy. It's my library, replies Heine, waving a hand idly over his shoulder. Seltsam mumbles something indistinct, but Heine has the feeling that she was making an effort to claim the title as well. We're set, says Rhine. Heine looks at the drawings and nods. These look great, good work, he praises. You can take a break if you want, he says. I'll get started now. I'm fine, says Rhine, getting up. We need these done as soon as possible, right? Yeah, says Heine. Okay, let's get started then. We have enough steel ready with the last order that came in today, explains Rhine, pointing at the stack of ingots by the wall. Heine nods and they get everything ready. Everyone is working so hard to make this project of theirs become fruitful. He supposes that Sokkel's lecture wasn't entirely unwarranted. As with those many winters of his childhood, he isn't the only one who is trying to make it through the season. Her high tilde is wise beyond compare, hoots Obscura proudly, looking at the molds. Heine shakes his head. No, this was Rhine's idea and work. It's really simple, says Rhine, heading to one of their molds. It looks like a large book made entirely out of metal. Rhine flips it open, revealing indents on either side of the inside of it. They are shaped like arrowheads. There are 27 of them in one mold. See, he asks, pointing at the indents. He closes the book mold and then points at the top. We just seal the molds with some clay and heat it up so that it stays shut. He pokes at a hole at the top of it. Then we pour our metal into this and it'll flow through little rivers into the indents, he explains. After it cools off, we just have to open it and break them out. Heine nods, feeling a deep pride welling in his chest. We'll make a few of these, he explains. For arrowheads, but also for simple blades and things like axe heads. He looks around the forge. This will save us months of work. Obscura is pleased, hisses the owl god, spinning her head and holding her talons together in excitement. Many hands will hold her gifts, she says. Many will be cut by her sharp talons. Sure, says Heine. But most importantly, we're keeping up with the other gods, he says. We got this order, but the real operations in the Tower District, I bet they have 20 times as much, he explains. The god of the Forge's tower is practically on fire. They're running non-stop. Do we have to worry about the frogs, asks Rhine. Obscura hisses. They don't have a forge, but he thinks for a moment and then shakes his head. Never mind, I didn't say anything. Heine nods, understanding. It's true that the frogs don't have a forging operation. But they're surely doing something to raise their power too. They won't just be sitting by and letting Obscura become stronger with no competition. Rhine might know what this is, but he clearly doesn't want to give up his family. The river boy protects his brood, yes, asks Obscura. Rhine looks away. but his powerful work protects the brood of Obscura, she hoots. He stands between the river and the tree, and one day the river will rise and the tree will fall and he will be stuck. Yeah, but can we just pretend I said nothing? He asks. Please. Wise Obscura forgets few things, says the owl god, but this will become lost in the forest of her head vision. Heine nods, surprised that she was so reasonable about this. Usually she is a lot more stubborn about her interests, but she seems to have a soft spot for Rhine like he himself does. And besides, the results of his work can't be argued with. It is late at night. The restaurant is closed and everyone has gone home. Eilig, calls Heine, are you down here? Where else would I be? Asks the fairy, popping her head out of her home. Why are you always bothering me? He lifts a hand, showing that he's come in good faith. I just wanted to bring you something, he says. Sorry it took so long, says Heine, setting his bag down. What are you talking about? Asks the fairy suspiciously. Heine unpacks the large bundle, unwrapping the fabric covering it. Doll houses are expensive and finicky to make if you want a good one. The fabric drops, revealing a large doll house. It is adorned with pretty features and painted in a vibrant spring shades of pastel pinks and yellows and blues. The fairy gasps. Heine points at it, spinning it around. I hope you don't hate the colors, he says. I thought it was too much, but my carpenter told me that it's right. The blob flies down past his face, straight towards the thing. He watches as she pulls open the front door and steps inside. It's perfect, says the fairy excitedly. Heine sighs in relief, listening to little doors opening and closing inside of the structure, followed each time by a small gasp. She pops her head out of a window excitedly, and he hears her wings buzzing and a tone leave her as she opens her mouth, but then never says anything. About time you paid me for my efforts. You're welcome, Eilig, replies Heine, knowing that that wasn't the first thing that she tried to say. The fairy slams the window shut, but he sits there for a while, listening to the muffled giggling and opening of doors and cabinets, finding it bringing a smile to his own face. Chapter 62. The forge glows a light for a Heine man. Fire is our old friend, and it guides us to ruin, steel-headed arrow talon of the owl god. Quality normal composition, steel arrowhead sprywood shaft anka feather x4 quality effects. Chosen of the owl god. Adds additional attributes to the attached weapon title effect. Talon of the owl god, +3 obscurantism, +3 wind DMG, +3 lightning DMG, 4 physical DMG, a steel-headed arrow, lined with trimmed anka feathers. It has an even balance. Made by Weaponsmith Heine, chosen of the owl god. Weight 0, 73 kg durability, 505 value, 83 obols 384, says Heine, patting the crate. The soldier goes through his notes, checking off some articles. He looks over to his partner, who is digging through the container, roughly counting the arrows. The man counting looks back and nods. All here. Great. A sound of ripping is heard, as the soldier tears a slip of paper out of his stack of sheets and hands it to Heine. Heine takes it, not bothering to look at it, and hands it to Sokol. Your services are appreciated, says the soldier. Your money will arrive on your account within a few business days once we get these back. Glad to help, says Heine. The soldiers close the crate back up and carry it together out of the front door, which Rhine holds open. They load it onto a cart and then drive off. Heine sighs in relief. Looks like we survived our first order, he says. Survived? Asks Sokol, looking over the order and whistling. You realize that we made over 30,000 obols on just these arrows, right? She asks. That's a bit more than just surviving. Can I have a raise? Asks Rhine. Get lost, twerp, says Sokol. As our financial planner, I've decided that company morale is a high priority, she explains. As such, I'm getting a raise. Heine raises an eyebrow. You two realize that I have to agree to this, right? He asks, not entirely sure if they're serious or not, though he doesn't have anything against the idea. The two of them worked just as hard for this as he did. It is true, hoots Obscura, who was sitting above their heads. She flies down, shifting into the form of a small owl which lands on Heine's head. Heine cannot approve of such things, she says. Heine lifts his eyes, trying to look at the creature sitting on his head. Because he will buy very many pretty things for his darling Obscura, yes. Maybe hunt something that isn't a rabbit and we can think about buying you something, suggests Sokol. Obscura turns her head. Her tongue is sharp and Obscura's heart is soft and precious. Devil Sokol, she hoots angrily. You will bow your spirit. It's been a month. I can't eat rabbit anymore, argues the elf, leaning in towards him and looking up at the owl god, who she is apparently very much not afraid of. Rabbit is great meat to build muscle though, Sokol, says Rhine. I like rabbit. That's because you're built like one, replies the elf. Argues Rhine. Who tilde? Maybe he's a bit cranky today because of his troubled sleep last night, but Heine sighs, getting a little annoyed at their behavior. You're all acting like frogs, he says, throwing it into their quickly heating debate. The room goes quiet, talons pressed down into his head. He points at Sokol. Sokol, add a fair percent to your and Rhine's pay. I don't care. You got it, boss man. He looks at Rhine, pulling the owl off of himself. Rhine, sweep. I hate sweeping, mutters Rhine beneath his breath. Heine sets Obscura down. Take some money and go to the butcher. We can just buy something too. Who tilde? Hoots the owl god curiously. Heine sighs. Sorry, he says, walking to the forge, realizing that he could have phrased that less snarkily. Didn't sleep well. He rubs his forehead and heads down the stone corridor, leaving the three of them to fulfill their chores. By all measures, the steel arrowhead molds were a triumphant success. Rhine went above and beyond with them. Heine stands there in the forge, his hands behind his back as he looks at them. Maybe the thing that is bothering him is that he was outdone by some hunks of metal. All of his years of experience and work have been outmatched by some hollow cubes and a little melted steel. Sure, it seems a little silly. But maybe there is something there to that thought. The mass production of weapons is a highly efficient process, especially for finicky, small things like arrowheads. Through this government-paid order, they made a full 30,000 obols, basically overnight. What's even worse is that these mass-produced arrows all had the blessing of the owl god too. It seems silly, but he realizes that his thing has become a thing of the past. The molds made by himself and Rhine carry the blessing of the owl god, which has also enveloped the structure here itself. The magic of her presence has gone far beyond just affecting himself. They'll be able to fulfill all of the military's orders with this concept, barring one or two odd weapons. This all leads up to one thing. For standard weapons like these, he himself is just not needed anymore. His name is on the deed to the house, sure, but anyone could run this place. Hell, sometimes he's sure that Sokol actually does more to run it than he does. Heine looks over towards the stack of metal, aglow in the meek firelight of the dwindling furnace. He'll just have to find something else then. He realizes that the man from his past is standing in the room together with himself in this very instant. But he's not going to fall for his tricks. He's come too far and learned too much to go back down that road. Heine picks up a bar of exotic, very expensive metal, examining its prismatic pink-silvery surface. Orichalcum ingot, quality normal composition, unidentified, 100% quality, affects none. Orichalcum, 100% resistant to magic. An ingot of pure orichalcum. It has been hand-smelted, as orichalcum is entirely resistant to all forms of magic. Weight 50 kg. Value 5,000 obols. If his thing, making all of the normal weapons for the sales, has finally come to an end, then he's just going to have to develop a new thing. It's like the god of death said. He has to make weapons. And weaponsmithing can be so much more than just making arrows and swords and axes. The hammer strikes out, ringing aloud in the forge tower as Heine starts his work, far earlier in the day than usual. Flames blast out of the furnace. licking the tips of his fingers and the tops of his knuckles as they stray too close to each other during the work. Orichalcum is difficult to work with because it is entirely resistant to magic of all kinds. That includes crafting magic, meaning it can only be worked by hand. Given its prohibitive pricing of 5,000 obols per ingot, it's also an exclusive material of the upper echelons of society, who strictly limit and control the supply of the 5 mines it is said to stem from. The only reason he was even able to get any at all is because of his connection to avarice. "Friends in high places," mutters Heine, turning his head to look at the metal owl, sitting on its high perch at the top of the tower. Despite its magic-resisting properties, orichalcum is however magical in and of itself. The magical scholars of the Academy would explain this phenomenon with something like different magical frequencies, or something about higher and lower dimensions or whatever. Bunch of wobbly-woo. 5 kilograms is a lot of material for one item, so he had split the ingot in 2 halves. The first item he's making is a shield. It's not exactly a weapon, but he has a specific idea for it, so it's weaponish. The second item, however, is something more exotic. Heine spends hours flattening the metal, using a varied combination of his hammer and some very large, rounded iron spheres. After it's reasonably flat, he begins curving the edges inward, hammering away for a time. It takes another hour. Rhine comes in and starts his work, but Heine just keeps on going, wanting to finish this project today. He's become a little obsessed with the project, actually. The man skips lunch and keeps working. The shield eventually has the right form and shape, and attaching a sturdy leather strap to it isn't a large order of work afterwards. What's more time-consuming is the fact that it still has to be detailed and polished. Heine isn't much of an artist, but he sits down with his engraver's pen and begins scratching intricate lines of detailing around the edges of the shield. Once the lines are set in a place he likes, he repeats his strokes, deepening the grooves into thick, broad channels. Heine has his shirt off. He doesn't know how long it's been, but he's hunched over the shield, rubbing it with an oiled rag, having finished sanding it half an hour ago. And then he stops. It's done. Orichalcum Shield Ward of the Owl God. Quality high composition orichalcum shield, black leather strap, steel bolts, X4 quality effects. Ward of the Owl God. Adds additional attributes to the attached shield title effect. Gaze of the Owl God. +3 obscurantism, +3 wind DMG, +3 luck 9 def effect. Reflects all offensive spells cast against it back towards their source. An orichalcum shield, covered in intricate detail and workings. It is sturdy and holds well. Made by Weaponsmith Heine, chosen of the Owl God. Weight, 21 kg. Durability, 125 value, 9,000 obols. Heine smiles, looking at it. It's beautiful. Sure, a shield isn't exactly a weapon, but with this spell reflection bonus, it might as well be. Any wizard or sorcerer on the front line is going to have a very bad time if someone with this shield charges their way. Given its price, probably some knight or low-tier noble officer. He sets it down, looking around the forge. It's late. He's tired. He turns his head towards the door, looking at Obscura, who is sitting there on the floor, leaning against the wall, asleep. A plate of food is on the workbench. Heine blinks. He had been so lost in his work that he didn't even notice her entering, let alone falling asleep here. He turns back to the forge, wanting to work more. Instead, however, he extinguishes the flames. Heine wolfs down his food in the dying light of the forge and then picks up Obscura, carrying her upstairs in both of his arms. It's time to go to bed. The half-asleep Owl God softly hoots, a taloned finger running along his chest. He lays in bed. Heine's eyes wander up along the wall, up towards the ceiling, and then all the way back to the wall at the head of the bed. A dream catcher hangs there, handmade by the Owl God. Obscura and Eilig have gone to great efforts to seal the house from outside influences. He can only assume that this is at Obscura's behest, so that he cannot have a fourth frog dream. And in truth, he really appreciates the effort. But given how terrible his sleep was last night, how jumbled and garbled it was, full of twisted faces and broken memories of things that exist in the half-space between reality and the dreamscape, it all doesn't seem to be working as well as hoped. He closes his eyes and he hears, softly in the distance, the sound of music being played. It sounds as if it were behind some walls, as if its tone were muffled and not really meant for his ears to hear. His foot twitches. The smell of water lilies comes to him, stemming from a distant childhood memory. Heine opens his eyes, getting up and out of bed. He looks at Obscura, covering her up, and then he returns downstairs. There's more work to do. "Seltsam," says Heine, standing in the pitch-black library, "I need a book on skulls." It's quiet, still being the time when everyone else is asleep. He waits for a moment. Hello," says a surprised voice in the darkness. "I wasn't staying here. I just, I forgot my house keys and, I came back to get them," suggests the voice of the librarian who has never seen. "Why aren't you wearing a shirt?" she asks. Heine lifts his arms. "It's my house, my library. I don't have to wear a shirt if I don't want to. I think Sokol made a rule about that. That's during work hours," says Heine. "And I decide when the work hours are, Seltsam. They aren't now." Yeah, sure. Are you kind of intense today? Haha. "I need a book on skulls," repeats Heine, narrowing his eyes. Sure, says Seltsam, sounding far more nervous than usual. "Hold on." A minute later, a book slides around the corner towards his feet. "Here you are. Oh, look at that." She laughs an awkward laugh. There is a sound of jangling metal. "I found my keys, haha. I guess I better leave then." Heine grabs the book and rolls his eyes, turning to leave. "I don't care if you stay here, Seltsam," says Heine, "but don't lie to me." He opens the door, stepping back out. "Sorry," says the librarian. "It's fine." "Good night," replies Heine. "These are going to be very unpleasant things, but weapons are tools, and sometimes tools have unpleasant purposes." He doesn't let that stop him right now, as he breaks apart the second half of the orichalcum bar into 5 separate pieces, each a weight of 0.5 kilograms. The fire shines a light, shining over the bags of his eyes, and he toils away, determined to get this next project done. He can sleep after this. He just needs to finish. Chapter 63. A token prize has been created. The year of the frog will soon arrive. Beware, 5. It's a far more intricate process than what he's used to doing. Usually, hammering away and smashing things into place is more of Heine's typical style of crafting. But the process for these specific items is far more artistic. The man sits on the floor hunched over as he works, using a bunch of ingots as a low-standing table. He cracks his neck. They really ought to get some chairs for the forge, but then again, they've never needed any until now. And maybe having chairs around will lower their productivity. Then again, Sokol has a chair that she sits on for most of the day and she's plenty productive. Honestly, he doesn't know. So he makes a mental note to ask Seltsam to look up the effect of chairs on productivity for him tomorrow. Heine lifts the metal rod, hammering it into the orichalcum again, to start deepening the indent more, so that it looks like the picture in the book, which he has opened next to himself. The hardest part of the project was cutting out the rough shape of the whole thing. A skull isn't exactly round, and it isn't exactly anything. There's kind of an oval-like structure, but then there's something more rectangular at the bottom front for the jaw, and making that out of metal is a challenge that he hadn't been expecting to face. But perhaps this is exactly what he needs to develop more as a craftsman. He needs to leave his comfort zone of swords and axes and start making real, challenging things again. Heine hammers away, awash in the mild glow of the fire. "What's your problem?" barks Eilig's voice. Heine, his eyes dry and heavy, turns to look at the fairy. "Eilig," says Heine, "what's up?" "What's up is that you're making a ruckus and I can hear it all the way downstairs," she yells at him. "I can't sleep," Heine blinks. "Sleep?" he asks. "Is it still night time?" "What? Of course it's still nighttime, dummy, she snaps. He notices that she isn't wearing her dress, given that she's more or less just her usual shape of a semi-invisible blob. Presumably she's using the same reasoning that he had used against Celstam earlier. He's surprised, though. He's been so immersed in his work that he was sure it would be a new day by now. But apparently it's still the same night. He sighs. Sorry, Eilig Isle. He lowers the hammer. Wait a minute. Heine turns his head to look at the fairy. You can't hear the forge down in the ice cellar. The fairy's wings buzz in agitation. Shut up. Go to bed, you weirdo, she says. Like all of the normal people. Heine rubs his face, smearing some metal oil and some slivers onto himself by mistake, but he's too tired to care. Why is everyone lying so much lately, he asks. Lying, asks the fairy sharply. She flies closer towards him. You're a weirdo and that's the truth. Heine shakes his head, understanding. Thanks for worrying about me, Eilig, he says. I'm fine. I just got kind of obsessed with this project, he says, pointing down at the half-finished orichalcum skull. The fairy flies up away from him, having perhaps learned her lesson about being too close to him. As if I would worry about you. My life would be 5 times better if you hadn't come back. You were dead before I came back, Eilig, states Heine. Exactly, she exclaims. Go to sleep, says the fairy, buzzing away back up towards the heating shaft. Heine watches her go. She has her difficulties with being nice. But it's nice that so many people are worried about him. Perhaps it's a little selfish to make them worry like this, honestly. He looks back down at the skull. The skull looks back up at him, its half-hewn eyes glimmering in the vague firelight. Heine lifts the chisel and returns to his work. Wow, you look like shit, says Sokol. Finally, some honesty. Heine sits there, hunched over, rubbing the orichalcum skull with a rag. He had spent all night carving it, forming it, detailing it, and now polishing it. I pulled an all-nighter, says Heine, yawning. Just taking some inspiration from your old work ethic. Old? She asks incredulously. I still work my butt off here too, you know, she asks. I just don't have to pull double shifts anymore all the time. Sorry, says Heine. I didn't mean it like that, Sokol, he says, lifting the skull up. You do great work here and I really appreciate it, thank you, she rolls her eyes. Put a shirt on, work hours are starting, she says. You know the rules. Heine sighs, slowly becoming too tired to argue. As a professional shady type, Sokol certainly knows how to accurately time her attacks. He reaches over, grabbing his shirt that he had thrown off the night before and crudely puts it back on. She turns her head, looking at the shield propped up by the door. I mean, I guess it was a success, she says. But we just made 30,000 obols last night. We're not hurting for money, are we? She asks. Sokol narrows her eyes. You're not financing a second wife in secret, right? Heine rolls his eyes. I'm a one-woman man, Sokol, says Heine, as if I have the energy for 2. I won't tell her you said that, replies the elf. Heine drops the greasy rag, lifting up the skull to show her. It's not about the money, Sokol, explains Heine. It's about the job. Orichalcum skull whisper of the owl god. Quality high composition. 100% orichalcum quality effects. High. Plus 24% durability, whisper of the owl god. Adds additional attributes to the attached weapon title effect. Whisper of the owl god. Plus 335% radius when activated. Immediately begins draining the soul points of any entity within a radius of 10.05 meters at a rate of 333 seconds until deactivated. An orichalcum skull. Entwined with the lights of a deadly fire and the spirit of death, this magic-repelling skull radiates a horrible energy. Made by Weaponsmith Heine, chosen of the owl god, weight, 0, 5 kg durability, 50/50 value, 15,000 obols, fuck, hisses Sokol, looking around the forge. She snatches the skull out of his hands, hiding it beneath a cloth and wiping away the item's status window. You made this, she asks. Are you trying to get us killed, she hisses. Holy shit, Heine blinks. That's more of a heated reaction than he would have expected from the ever-calm and cool Sokol. This, he asks. Hine points to his side. I made 5 of them, Sokol, says Heine, getting right to the point. Why, she asks, kneeling down. The elf taps her head. This is big league stuff. We're laughing our way to the bank making some dumb swords and arrows, she says. Big-ticket items are trouble, she explains, running over to snatch the others and hide them beneath the cloth too. And these things, they're big tickets. I'm a weaponsmith, Sokol, explains Heine, getting up. I make weapons, it's what I do. There's a small difference between this and a knife, she argues, her ears twitching. 300 soul points a second for everything in 10 meters, asks the elf. Do you know what the hell this means? Yup, says Heine, nodding proudly. Always stand 11 meters away from a skull. She prods a finger into his chest, looking up at him. Very cute. Do you know how many people in this city are going to come after these? She asks. If anyone finds out they exist, we'll have generals coming to us, stepping over heaps of dead assassins. Yeah, says Heine. Sokol, we're not in this to coast through it comfortably, explains Heine. We're in this to win this, he says. I don't know what the frogs are up to, and if you and Rhine know, you both aren't telling me, he notes. Sokol's ears twitch. I'm taking measures into my own hands. We're not playing small anymore. She rolls her eyes, tusking. I'm trying to retire here, you know, she asks. Got a nice cushy desk job and everything. Heine gets up, dusting himself off. We'll talk about retirement packages later, he says, pointing at the skulls that she's covered. First, I need you to organize the construction of a vault for high-value items. Sokol sighs, rubbing the bridge of her nose. A vault, she asks. I guess it's better than leaving them laying on the table, but, she groans. Are you sure this is the road you want to go down, she asks. I might be a homebody, but I'm not made for the cushy life, replies Heine, picking up his tools and putting them away. And send a message to Avarice, he says. Ask him if he's interested in making some money. Obscura clicks and hisses, poking and prodding him as he sits there at the breakfast table. Foolish Heine, she hoots. I fear that he will never grow wiser than he is. Sure won't, replies Heine, lifting up his glass of juice to look at it with his tired eyes. Sorry I didn't stay in bed, he says. But this project got stuck in my head and it was important for me to finish. He takes a drink. The sour sweetness is more than his senses had been expecting, and he winces, smacking his mouth, and sets it back down. Should I run the forge today? Asks Rhine. You can sleep. Heine shakes his head. You're ready, Rhine, but I'm fine, he says, yawning. Obscura hoots. Rhine will do the Heine work and he will do the sleep. I'll go to bed early tonight, promises Heine, lifting a hand. Didn't you tell me once that it's dangerous to be in the forge if I didn't sleep? Asks Rhine, rubbing his lip with the back of his thumb. Boy, growls Heine. Rhine straightens up. Heine looks at him and then sighs, rubbing his own forehead. No, sorry, you're right, Rhine, he concedes. Heine shakes his head. I guess not sleeping is making my temper hot. Heine gets up. I'll take a nap, he says, looking down at his untouched breakfast. You're in charge while I'm asleep, Rhine. Really? Asks Rhine. Heine nods. Rhine looks over to Sokol with a smug expression. Guess who's sweeping today? Sokol, sitting on the outside of the booth, squeezes herself in, squishing a complaining Rhine into the corner. She starts eating his breakfast. Says Sokol. Food sure is good today. Heine leaves them to it, heading upstairs. A group of 5 adventurers walk by on their way out to the dungeon. Good hunting, says Heine. Thank you, have a nice day, replies the man, his party trailing after him. Heine yawns, heading to their bedroom. He opens the door, standing in the door frame and staring at their bed, freshly made, with the blanket on his side tucked open as if waiting for him to crawl beneath it. He's very tired. Heine takes off his clothes and gets ready for bed, but then doesn't quite manage to find his way into it, still standing halfway across the room. A pair of taloned hands wrap themselves around him from behind. He fears the bad dream, yes, asks Obscura's voice. He didn't hear her come in after him. He turns his head to look at her, feeling her rub her face into his back. "Come, I will lay until he sleeps," says the owl god. "Then I will work." Heine nods, heading to bed and laying down beneath the blankets and resting his head on the pillow. Obscura lays down beside him, and the two of them hold on to each other as Heine closes his eyes, his exhaustion overcoming him. He listens to the steady, strong beating of her heart. Its pulse moves through him as their bodies hold each other. 1. His muscles fall slack. He yawns. He's very, very tired. It was a very productive night, though. 2. The heartbeat travels through his arms wrapped around her. The shield will for sure find a buyer, and the skulls, he'll be able to make some interesting bargains with those. Bargains that are worth more than just money. 3. Heine sighs in relief as his wakefulness leaves him and as he falls into a deep, deep sleep that his body desperately wants. He smiles. She's very warm. 4. Heine opens his eyes, looking at the green emerald staring back at him. "Ribbit Tilda," says the big frog. A four-fingered hand strokes his face. "I somehow got engaged to my crippled, sickly, insecure childhood friend who is obsessed with the number 4, and now I have to make furniture for orphans and my rich family's adventuring guild." In an era in which ancient gods live in the world's cities together with their mortal followers, forming tight-knit guilds and powerful temples, the dashingly handsome carpenter Heine has lived his entire life as the center of attention, as the strong, healthy son of the richest family in their poor neighborhood. Living in the glow of his fortune, he spends his nights and days enjoying a blessed life of love and wholesome purpose, visible to the jealous eyes of everyone around him. However, during his very decent childhood, he gains the unwanted attention of a strange, crippled girl, who he has definitely never met before. To his horror, the stranger makes an immediate bold promise to his parents to marry him when they grow up. She is a mysterious, odd, seemingly normal person with nothing strange about her, save for the ailment that cost her her legs, fingers, and hair when she was young, and the insecurity she carries with herself because of that to this day. Heine, having had no greater purpose in life until now, finds himself willing to accept this turn of events and dedicates himself to continuing his family's business, under the watchful eyes of the clumsy, loving person who promises to be his wife one day, a girl who has only one clear, proclaimed goal: to be someone that is good enough, although he thinks that she already is. litRPG Frog Romance, base/guild building, packed with a friend, crafting, slice of life, Chapter 64, Carpenter, a crafting litRPG. Heine snaps his fingers. Nothing happens, the man not really noticing how loud his bedroom has suddenly become, how bright it has become, how he is now standing up despite the fact that he was laying down only a moment ago, snaps his fingers again. But no ash comes out. "Boy," growls a loud voice from behind him, and he feels his head suddenly lurching forward. His ears ring as something heavy and hard strikes him. Has struck Heine for 1 damage. Bewildered and disoriented, Heine stumbles around. The frogs are here. They've struck again. He has to. Heine's blurry vision comes together, his eyes having left the silhouette of the big frog and focusing on the heavily bearded face towering above himself. It's impossible, but there he is. "Watch your manners," barks Heine's father at him, lifting a hand into the air again. An instinct that he didn't know was still inside of himself takes over, and Heine winces for a moment, preparing to be struck a second time. "It's quite all right," says a voice from behind him. "A girl. I take no offense." "Snapping your fingers at her like she's some kind of servant," his father tusks and reaches to the side of the room, grabbing a broom. He shoves it into Heine's small hands and points him off. "Sweep," he commands. Heine looks at the broom, and then at his father, and then at the big frog, and then at the lively adventurers' guild that he finds himself inside of. He's standing in the restaurant area, and it is full of a strangely nostalgic life and color. "Go on. Get to it," barks the old man, looking over his shoulder towards a table of people who are starting a fight. Heine now only notices how small he feels. His body is small. His hands, wrapped around the broom, are small. The room is so very big, and so are all of the people inside of it, sitting at full tables of frightening scale. He is a child again. Heine looks ahead of himself, staring at the big frog who stands there now at his own height. Her womanly body has reverted to that of a child's as well. He throws the broom to the ground, lifts his fist, and strikes straight towards her face. "Hold still," fusses a familiar voice. Heine struggles, squirming as something binds him, constraining his body. He fights his way through the fabric wrapping itself around him and pushes his head out to freedom, his soft, well-groomed black hair bouncing around his head. The overpowering smell of water lilies comes to him. The woman hisses, grabbing him. "Please," she asks in exasperation, grabbing him beneath the arms and straightening him back right now that his sweater was on. Heine looks up towards the face of his mother. He's standing upstairs in one of the rooms for rent. But it isn't for rent, it's a little office and working space that she had set up here. She pulls the tufts of his hairs to the side and dabs the top of his head with a cloth. Heine winces as a sharp pain comes to him. "That'll have to do for now," she says, sighing. "You know how your father gets when things are busy." She shakes her head. "Don't cause trouble downstairs, okay?" His mother blinks, looking at him. The woman leans down and stares into his eyes. "Heine, are you all right?" She asks in worry, placing her wrist on his forehead. "You feel a bit off today." Heine doesn't really know what to feel or to say as he stares at the ghost of his past. "I'm fine," is all that he replies with. He looks around the room, trying to orient himself. How did he get here? He was just downstairs with the big frog. He had just tried to attack her, and then the big frog. Heine looks up at his mother's face. The frog god had finally made her move. Is this some kind of dream magic? She has been influencing his dreams a lot, so is this just a more advanced form of that same illusion? His mother gets up. "Stay here and behave, okay?" she asks. "I'll make you your favorite soup for dinner tonight if you're good." Heine slowly nods and watches as his mother rubs his head and hair and then exits the room, leaving him behind and closing the door. "Wait," calls Heine. But by the time he manages to croak out the word, she has already left the room and closed the door, the handle of which he can't reach. It's quiet. Sensing a presence, Heine lowers his hand and turns his head. "What is this?" he asks, looking at the girl, who wasn't there just a moment ago while this scene had unfolded. She just crawled out from beneath the bed where she was hiding while his mother was here. This isn't a memory. This isn't something that had ever happened in his childhood. Heine turns around to face her, scanning the room for a weapon since his magic doesn't work. "I warned you to leave us alone," he says, eyeing the razor-sharp letter opener on the desk. "I wish we could have met differently. Hi tilde ni tilde hi tilde ni tilde," croaks the big frog. She gets up from the chair that she was sitting on, her legs having been dangling freely. One of them is a fake, a terribly made wooden prosthetic that is little more than a stick. The frog god limps towards him, lifting a hand. She's missing a finger. "But I couldn't manage any other way," she explains. "It took a long time to prepare." She's wearing a plain outfit, like any girl of this neighborhood would wear. It's not rags, but it's also not exactly a nice dress. It's something in between those two things. "But this is our chance," she says excitedly, lowering her head and grabbing the sides of her dress to curtsy. "This is our fourth meeting," she says, "and our first one in reality. This is the moment for which our hearts have been waiting." She smiles, lifting a happy face towards him. "Hi tilde ni tilde ni tilde hi tilde." Heine cracks his neck, walking towards her. He yanks her forward, grabbing her by the collar of her dress with surprising ease. She's light and she doesn't put up a fight or yelp or use any form of magic. She just sort of hangs there in his grasp, not fighting. "One, I'm engaged," says Heine, narrowing his eyes. "Two, you're a frog and I don't want anything to do with you," he explains, tightening his fist's grip on her dress. "And three," he glares at her in disgust, "you smell like frogs. And fourth," she asks happily, lifting her hands to clasp them around his constrained fist by her neck. What's the fourth thing? She asks. Ribbit tilde. There is none, says Heine. Put me back into reality and leave us alone, he says. I don't care if you or I look like kids. I'll drag you into the forge and break your teeth in, he threatens. The big frog smiles. You don't even know, 3 whole lives and you don't even know, she says. Isn't it wonderful? Asks the big frog. Her long black hair dangles loosely over his arms and wrists. Isn't it just the best? She asks. That we can finally get you started on your 4th life. High tilde ni tilde high tilde ni tilde. There's so much for us to learn together. Heine lets go of her collar and grabs her throat. And I'll be staying here with you the entire time, says the big frog. She smiles, lowering her head in a curtsy. If you'll please have me. Heine tries to orient himself. He's somewhere else again, sometime else. We'd love to, replies Heine's father, staring at the sizable bag of money on the counter. Rented room is a rented room, he says, opening up the bag and looking inside at the more than generous payment for several years of rent. I won't ask where you got this money, or why you want to stay in this shithole of a neighborhood with it. His wife elbows him in the chest, clearing her throat. What my husband is trying to say is that we'll be happy to accommodate you, Mrs. Nikia, replies the big frog. And in the interest of being honest, I'm planning on marrying your son, she says, without remorse. The room is quiet. Heine's parents look at each other for a confused moment before turning back to her. His father starts laughing and then hits Heine on the shoulder a few times. At this point, Heine is beyond dizzy and disoriented. Enough, he says, turning to try and attack her a 3rd time. The two of them stand out in the forest and they're walking along the edge of the pond, hand in hand. Spring is upon them and the sun is out in full force. Frogs are croaking and birds are singing, and the calmness of the water is disrupted by the rippling splashes of jumping fish trying to reach the sun every now and then. It is a beautiful day and the hand held inside of his hand is warm and soft. He tightens his fingers around hers. What the hell is this? Asks Heine, turning his head to look at her. He blinks, disoriented. He's taller than he was before. It feels like a little time has passed. He has grown, and so has she. A few years, if he had to guess. His head spins as the memories begin to flood him. Memories of a time spent together with her. She was just a long-term guest, but after her bold proposition, Heine's father immediately took a liking to her, as did his mother, despite her initial worries and deep confusion. The two of them became awkward friends and had spent many days together. She would secretly help him with his chores, and in return, Heine would sneak out of the house with her during the day so that they could walk together and find flowers for her room. It's become a sort of ritual at this point. She smiles, holding his hand. We couldn't meet right the first time, says Nikia, the big frog. So I made sure that we could this time. This isn't real, says Heine, trying to orient himself. He wants to get ready for another attack, not having given up his fighting spirit yet. Once I wake up from this, I'm going to set your operation on fire, he says. Consequences be damned. But the problem is doing that this would be his 4th attempt at an attack. And he isn't sure if him trying won't just speed up time again. The big frog laughs a genuinely sweet laugh, turning towards him and playfully covering her mouth with the back of her hand as she does. Oh, Heine tilde, she croaks, with something true in her voice. You're such a firebrand. She pulls her hand out of his and gently takes off her fabric glove. Heine looks at the 4 fingers beneath it. She's missing her smaller one on both hands. It's the same thing that took her leg and her hair. Some kind of circulation issue with her blood. Inside of the glove is a piece of wood, carved to give the impression that all 5 fingers are there while she's wearing it. The poor girl is very insecure about her disfigurements. She throws it into the air and Heine lets out a surprised noise, scrambling to catch it and only managing by the tips of his fingers, stopping it from falling into the pond water. What's your problem? He barks, waving the glove at her and looking down at himself. He's covered in mud now from having dived to the ground to save it. "I spent a month trying to make that prosthetic," he exclaims. Only after saying it does he realize the absurdity of that statement. He never did that. But the memory is certainly there. He remembers the nights spent in secret in his father's workshop. He remembers getting caught once, and then explaining to his fuming old man about why he was in such a dangerous place, working in secret in the dark. He remembers that after he told him the truth, that he was making it for her, how the old man sat him down and had a long talk about boys and girls and things of that nature, and he remembers fondly how the old man had then helped him make it for her. Not directly, but only by giving him some tips and notes on the design. It's a precious memory. Heine's eyes wander up towards her face, gazing over the simple, prosthetic leg that she's wearing, hobbling on. He had made that for her too. The big frog bends down, her ungloved hand touching his face and wiping some mud off of it. "I know you did, Ribbit Tilda," she says, and he remembers the glowing feeling he had felt in his chest when he finished making the project. He remembers the racing of his heart and the sweat on his forehead when he nervously stammered out his feelings and gave her the thing, hoping that she wouldn't think it was a terribly weird or offensive gift. She's very self-conscious about her appearance after all and is very emotional about it. He remembers the feeling he felt when she cried and her face twisted into an expression he hadn't ever been able to identify as distinctly sad or happy, and finally remembers the nervousness in his heart, striking violently for fear of what might happen today now. He had brought her out here to steal her first kiss after all. The memories, the sensations, they're all so strong. A finger presses itself against his lips. "This isn't a dream, Heine," she says. "This is real." Nakia sits down in the mud, dirtying her knees and her dress as she lowers herself down towards him, her face moving towards his. Heine fights the instinct to protest as he sees her getting mud in her prosthetic. It's going to ruin the wood and gunk up the joints. "Wait, what the hell? Who cares? We're going to live your fourth life together and it's going to be perfect." "I promise," she says, her breath touching his face. "I didn't like the way this one started though, so let's try again, okay?" she asks softly, her body and words carrying a familiar scent. "From the start." Heine's eyes go wide. "Boy," snaps a loud voice from behind himself. Heine turns around, looking at his father who stands there with an annoyed expression. The guild is busy today and absolutely full of life and noise. The old man grabs a broom, shoving it into his hands. "Don't just stand there bothering her," he snaps. "Sweep." "It's quite all right," says a voice from behind him, a girl. "I take no offense." Heine's father runs off to a table full of troublemakers and Nakia places a finger to her lips and winks. She leans in towards him, dropping that hand and running that finger along his chest. "Let's do better this time. Hi tilde ni tilde hi tilde ni tilde," she whispers lovingly into his ear. Ribbit Tilde, Chapter 65. Carpenter, a crafting litUP. Chapter 2. A long time has passed since then. Heine stands down by the river, staring into its reflective surface. A rock skips along the water, drowning halfway across its breadth. The waters gently flow on downward towards the city, glistening in the daylight of a beautiful day. Spring is here once more, and he, having reached adulthood already one spring ago, finds himself contemplating the entirety of everything. He had a good childhood, considering the neighborhood that he grew up in. Most of his peers in school didn't do as well as he had, given their circumstances. Heine supposes that he's lucky. He had both of his parents growing up and he still has them. They're working people and while harsh in their mannerisms, bore only good intent for their acts. He tilts his head, looking at his well-trimmed, cleanly growing hair shown in his reflection below. It adorns the side of his face, handsome and strong. After becoming a little older, his father had taken him into the forge to start his work there. But Heine hadn't found any love for the metal of his father's work. Instead, the man found his soul's nourishment in the working of wood carpentry. He takes another rock and throws it out across the river. It skips a few times and then sinks again. He thinks that it all started back then, back when he was a kid. Back when he made her that stupid, ugly wooden finger. It had changed something inside of himself, something minuscule. She has grown too, so he has to keep making new ones every year that fit to her growing hands. But she always insists that he makes them look just like the first one, and so Heine obliges, not sure why she would want to have such ugly things instead of something nice and beautiful. But he does appreciate the feeling of being useful to someone, he supposes. Given his strong upbringing and lineage and his hard work, he has become an attractive, well-desired member of the community. Every day people come, adventurers, wanderers, and even just regular old everybody from all around and fight for his attention. Women and men for the more typical reasons, but even more exotic prospects have come his way. Gods. That's why he came out here to the river. That's why he comes out here, to clear his head every now and then. He enjoys the quiet and the peace that the river offers. He stares down at an azure fish, swimming by, disturbing his reflection. His only trouble is that even out here, even this far from the city and his busy and lively home, that his mind finds no quiet. In it dances the vision of a woman, the one he had grown up with and shared his life and his feelings and his hopes for the future with. Despite the fact that they live in the same house and have done so for years, she haunts his thoughts in a way that makes him fearful and his father laugh. The old man loves to tell him that that's exactly how his mother got him, and that it's already over for Heine. He's already lost the battle before it ever even really started. He never had a fighting chance. By all objective measures, he has a perfect life. Heine turns to look at the distant city, feeling a spring breeze push over himself and tousle his hair. It's time to go home. There are people there who are counting on him there, and he can't afford to be out here, feeling confusingly sad about his incredible blessed luck. As odd as that sounds, the man stops and picks up one last rock, throwing it across the river for the sake of good luck. There's no real reason for him to be doing this. It just felt right, is all. His eyes go wide. It makes it all the way across. Heine walks down the familiar streets of his home neighborhood. It isn't exactly affluent, but the success of his family's business has trickled out into all directions, spreading like flowing water. The baker down the street, the tailor across the way, the butcher 3 houses down, and then 2 to the left, all of them have seen an incredible surge of business. Life has become better for everyone here. He grabs the handle of the door to his warm home and pulls it open. An explosion of vivid sights and rich smells and joyous sounds blast his way as soon as he opens the very expensive, sturdy door. The cheers aren't for him. Someone is celebrating their birthday today, but they might as well be, with the looks he receives as soon as he steps inside. Admirers. "Darling Tilda," shouts an excited voice, and he is immediately assaulted by the vision of a woman in a cream-white dress, hobbling through a large crowd of drinkers as fast as she can. Nikia rushes his way, wearing an apron over her house dress and holding a soup ladle for some odd reason. She yelps, stumbling over her ill-sized prosthetic leg, and falls over. He catches her. "You okay?" asks Heine, pulling her up to her feet. "We really have to make you a new one soon. You're getting taller." She lifts her head, her long strands of silky black hair glistening in the bright light of the glowing lanterns above them. She smiles. "But then how am I going to fall for you to catch me?" She jokes, hitting his chest with the ladle. Heine laughs, closing the door behind himself and walking with her inside, doing his best to shield her from the dozen venomous looks that she gets from around the room for daring to stand next to him, let alone talk to him, let alone touch him. A lot of people, especially the more socially conventionally attractive, have taken great offense to her being his chosen person. He doesn't quite understand it. It's as if they thought she wasn't good enough, just because she has some sickly tinged skin or a fake leg or some wooden fingers or some odd tick about doing a few things 4 times. What those people don't know is that, in Heine's eyes, she's already far more than he deserves, because those qualities don't determine the value of the person who she is. He bends down, planting a kiss on her forehead for everyone here to see. She hits his chest lightly with the ladle a second time. "What's with the apron?" asks the man, letting himself be guided by her. She holds his hand and excitedly drags him towards the kitchen. "I'm learning how to cook that soup you like today," she says excitedly. "Your mom's teaching me," she exclaims as if this were the greatest development of her life. Heine raises an eyebrow. His mother. "That's big," he says, surprised. "Right?" asks Nakia excitedly, beaming. His mother had always made him a soup during his teenage years, and it had become a favorite of his. The woman had always leveraged this precious thing against him whenever she wanted a favor or there was a special occasion. She had guarded the recipe with her life, chasing a terrified Nakia who had been peeping out of the kitchen more than once with a rolling pin or a broom. For her to be passing this on, this is a big change. "I'm back," she says, leaning into the kitchen. The old woman laughs, shaking her head. "I remember when I had that kind of energy," says Heine's mother. Despite her years of hard work, she has aged gracefully and her face is covered in laugh lines and creases, evidence of many smiles and joyous moments past. "Girl," she barks, seeing him. "Get him out of here, don't bring him here," she fusses, pointing at him with a kitchen knife. "Hi, Mom," laughs Heine. "Hi, Scoot," she warns, waving him away with the large knife. She looks at Nakia. "If you let him see how it's made, he won't need you to do it," she says, tapping the side of her own head with the knife. "Always keep a few good secrets. That's how you keep them coming back." Nakia gasps and then turns around, placing her hands on his chest and pushing him back out of the kitchen, laughing to herself. She playfully hits him on the chest with the ladle a third time. "I'll just get to the workshop," says Heine, deciding to let them have their bonding moment. "Looking forward to what you make," he says. She beams and the two of them stare at each other for a time, neither walking away, neither saying anything. "Well?" asks Heine, already knowing. He lifts an eyebrow. She whacks him against the chest with the ladle a fourth time and then quickly turns away, hiding her face and walking to his mother. Heine laughs, shaking his head, and heads into the workshop, feeling a happy glow in his chest. "I'm telling you, boy," says his father, looking over from the anvil. He lifts his hammer, pointing it at Heine. "All of that wood is going to make you soft like some kind of elf," he says, almost disgusted by the word. "What's wrong with elves?" asks Heine, running the plane over the board of wood that he's working on. He has an order for a bunch of beds for the local orphanage. Well, it's less of an order and more of a charity act. He had been there to visit on Nakia's behalf and had found even himself disturbed by the squalor there. After a donation of some money for food, he had promised to make brand new beds for everyone. It's not much, but it's all he can do with what he has. "What's wrong with elves?" asks his father incredulously, hammering a sword into shape. The forge used to be a lot hotter and it was active far more often. But his father is growing old in years, and now that spring is here, there is little reason to run the furnace all day and night. Plus it has shrunk considerably, now that Heine has taken up a lot of the space with his carpentry tools and workstations. "Bunch of tree dancing, wobbly-woo nonsense believing flower folk," barks his father. "That's what's wrong with elves. They're savages. Settle down, Dad. None of that sounds bad to me," replies Heine. "Besides," he lifts an arm, rolling up his sleeve to flex his muscles. "Wood is working out pretty well for me, I'd say, old man." His father turns his head and spits on the floor. "Boy," he barks, setting the hammer down and flexing his own arm towards Heine. "That there what you got is soft. Now this here," he says, displaying his muscles. "This here is real meat." Heine laughs and the old man laughs too. They work for a while, each on their own projects. "Proud of you, boy," says a voice from behind himself. But as Heine turns around to look, the old man is facing him with his back turned and is busy hammering away on his project. Heine smiles, returning to his work. It's a good life. Heine finds himself awake in the middle of the night. There's something. He stares at the ceiling, narrowing his eyes. There's something that's bothering him. The man sits upright, looking around his bedroom. His parents still live upstairs, but he sleeps down in one of the rooms that was once for rent. It's still just plainly furnished. The same desk and bed that had always been here are still here, despite Nikia's constant fussing with him and attempts to try to get him to put up a few decorations, at the very least. Heine sighs and gets up out of his bed. He walks a whole 1.5 meters to the chair by the desk. He stares down at it, wondering why. Why, despite everything, something just feels wrong with his life. This happens a lot. It happens mostly during the night. In fact, it only ever seems to happen at night specifically. He knows he should be asleep, but his body is telling him that he is meant to be awake. He lifts the fabric mat up off of the desk, revealing a slew of harsh and cruel words carved into the wood beneath it. It's a childish habit, one that he had taken up during his schooling years, but it helps him feel better in a way. Maybe it's sort of like journaling, he doesn't know. Heine picks up an old letter opener from the desk and begins to scratch into the wood, letting out his frustrations while secretly hoping that nobody will ever find this, because it would be very awkward to explain. A strange, icy cold draft moves through the room. Chapter 66, Carpenter, A Crafting Lit. Chapter 3, Heine is outside on his usual midday stroll. It has become a typical part of his routine these days to just sort of wander out of the house without ever really saying anything, only to come back after about an hour or so. He spends all day there, being trapped inside, and he thinks that it does him a lot of good to just sort of wander every now and then. Usually, he leaves the city, as walking through it is more than troublesome. He always gets stopped on the way by someone wanting to talk about something or someone needing something or something else of that nature. Instead, he finds his peace outside of its walls, out in the minuscule forest, which has been harvested to quite an extent. There really isn't much of it left these days. He remembers when he was a child. The forest was much bigger back then, or sometimes he'll go to the pond or the river. One time, he even went to the Adventurers Guild, down the way, and had a drink there in secret. He found that he had a strong liking for the taste of the drink, and even more so for the strange way that it made him feel, burnt on the insides and a little dried out and leathery, but more complete than he is in his day-to-day. He never went back, realizing immediately the trap he had stepped into there. The man lifts his head, staring at the clouds. They are all blobs of indistinct shapes and sizes. Today he has different things on his mind. There are talks of a war effort brewing down in the southern regions of the world. The elves of the deep forest seem to want to break off from the rest of the region's governance. This is very likely to escalate. He doesn't know if it's true exactly. Adventurers will often tell tall tales, especially when they're drinking, but there have just been too many whispers and rumors to discount lately. A war, huh? He places his hands in his pockets, despite it being a warm, sunny day, and continues strolling through the forest. It sounds like a terrible thought, honestly, and he knows that he shouldn't be thinking it. But it seems, in a way that he can't really, healthily explain, like an exciting prospect. A war. This might be the first real thing that happens during his life, and even as terrible and horrific as such as thought is, he almost hopes that the rumors are real. He's just so desperate for something, anything, to happen. A man isn't made to live a perfect life. Heine turns his head, looking at an odd, rickety shrine which someone had made in the forest, consisting of what amounts to sticks and rocks. People take their worship of the gods with them to all sorts of places. But he doesn't really have anything to do with any of that. He just lives a quiet, normal life, surrounded by quiet, normal people. The worst part is that he doesn't even have a reason for being dissatisfied. This is the life path he himself chose to walk, after all. It is night time, Several weeks later, Heine sits at his desk and runs the knife into the wood over and over. He sits there, hunched forward, and stares intently at his markings. Given that he's done this so often, there really isn't any space left in the desk where he could hide his work. So he has taken to simply running the letter opener through the already carved words, deepening them and severely scarring the table. He turns his head, looking to the right for a moment, looking at a small box that is set on the desk. His gaze falls back to his desk, and he continues his scratching and carving, clenching his fingers tightly around the knife. A glimmer of a glowing ember releases from his fingers and he hisses, quickly snubbing it out with his bare hands. That damn ash magic. It's never caused him anything but trouble. He never really used it, mostly focusing on his carpentry as his lifestyle focus, and his parents had never really spoken to him much about it. It's an odd result of his birth, given that his mother has very strong water magic and his father has earth magic, but only very weakly. By all accounts, he should have something in that range. That's how this typically works. But he has ash magic and nobody can really say why. Life is a mystery. D-Huck, 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 D-Huck. Heine blinks, turning his head to look at his door as he is roused from his daze. Quickly, he rubs the wooden dust away, covers the spot on the desk with the mat, and stashes away the letter opener. The man gets up and heads to the door. It's unusual for someone to be here in the middle of the night. He opens it and looks at his mother. She stands there in the corridor looking rather confused and dazed. "Have you seen my fairy?" she asks. Heine stares at her, recognizing the half-vacant look in her eyes. This often happens at night specifically for whatever reason, especially since she's gotten much older. The horror of old age spares no body nor soul. "Mom, it's the middle of the night," says Heine, stepping out of his room. "Come on, let's get you back upstairs." He grabs her shoulders, gently turning her towards the door to the attic, and then grabs her hand. "I can't go upstairs," she says, looking around at the dark corridor. "I have to find my fairy," she says. "There's a problem and I need her help." "Mom," says Heine, slowly guiding her towards the attic. "I live here, I've grown up under your roof," he explains. "If there was a fairy here, I would have seen her by now." The woman sighs. "What's the problem?" he asks, pulling her back towards the door. "I'll take care of it, I promise." "You can't," replies his mother. "The demon's coming back, Ninny," she says. Heine turns his head to look at her worried face. "I need my fairy to put up some protection on the house." Heine gently grabs both of her hands. "Mom, look at me," he pleads. "Demons aren't real and we don't have a fairy in the house. Please go back to bed." The old woman turns to look at the door to the attic and then to his face. "It hasn't forgotten about you, Ninny," she says. "It will never forget about you," she explains. "You still smell like the forest." Heine opens the door to the upstairs and slowly pulls her towards it. "Mom, you're moonsick. You really need to go to sleep," he says, turning his head to look at his father who was on his way downstairs. "Don't open a door if anyone knocks 3 times, Ninny," warns his mother. "Don't try to count its eyes, okay? Come on, we're going back to bed," says his father. "Stop spooking the boy with your nonsense." Heine nudges his mother towards him and the old man takes her and nods to him. Heine nods back and closes the door behind them, listening as they walk back up the creaky staircase. He sighs and looks out down the darkened corridor of his home. The smell of water lilies lingers in the air. She always insisted on that perfume and has worn it all of her life. Sometimes a little too heavily, as the smell often lingers in places where she has been or on things she has touched. It used to bother him. It made him think he was sitting by a frog-filled pond all day. Demons and fairies, these have always been the topic of her rants. His mother had always been a little out there in regards to her perception of reality, but it has really gotten worse as she aged. Heine rubs his forehead and walks back down the hallway, wondering what that forest remark was about. He smells beneath his arm. He supposes he does smell a little like wood. He is a carpenter after all. A head pops out of a door. "Is everything okay?" asks a familiar, tender voice. He turns to look at Nakia. She's standing there in a soft nightgown, rubbing her tired face and yawning. Heine nods to her. Mom just had another bad night, he says. Everything's fine, she frowns. It feels like it's getting worse. It is. Go back to sleep, says Heine. We're going to the market together tomorrow, remember, so it's no good if you're tired. She thinks for a moment and then nods, turning her head and pointing at her cheek. Heine obliges, planting a kiss there and then surprising her by bending down and grabbing her, lifting her up and carrying her inside. She gasps, feigning surprise. Is a poor, defenseless creature like myself being viciously attacked in her own bedroom? She playfully asks, holding a hand in front of her mouth. Heine unceremoniously plops her down into the bed, grabbing the covers and tucks her in. No. He honestly doesn't even know why he just did that. She frowns, an odd croaky kind of sound coming from her throat. Oh, you got my hopes up for a moment there. Heine stares at her for an awkward second and then looks around the room, rubbing the back of his head. Come on, you know that you need to get some sleep too. Do you think that I'm ugly? She asks, rather abruptly. He blinks, turning back to look at her. That's the reason, isn't it? She asks. You think that those normal girls are prettier than me, right? You know that's not true. Then why don't you ever want to? She asks. You know, because I'm waiting for marriage, lies Heine, making something up on the spot to get himself out of the situation. I'm surprised you think differently about it, honestly, he says. We grew up together, Nakia, you know me. She lifts a finger, pointing to her face. Then why don't you ever kiss me on the mouth? That one hit him. Heine sighs, rubbing the bridge of his nose. She has never shied away from difficult questions like this. There really is no way out of this, is there? In truth, he finds her incredibly attractive, and he knows that she is open for him in spirit and in body, but something feels squicky about it. Maybe it's because they grew up together, but something about the prospect always feels a little off-putting to him. Even if she is the special person in his life, and even if he has a ring sitting on his desk, inside of a box, this very moment. But maybe that's just a piece of immaturity that he's hanging on to. Or maybe there's something that he's scared of breaking. He's always viewed her as a fragile, weak thing after all. Heine comes to a decision, fueled perhaps more by his desire to escape than by his rational, long-term thinking mind. He bends down and kisses her, pretending to enjoy it before tucking her in, getting back up and going back to his room by himself. He closes the door behind himself and stares at the floor. That felt wrong. Heine uses ash, smolder. Heine sits out by the pond in the forest, staring at a rock that is on the other side of the water. A spark glows around it, worming its way over the surface of the thing, but it never catches and it quickly dies out. Heine uses ash, smolder. The spark renews itself and then goes out again. Heine uses ash, smolder. This goes on and on for a time. The man snaps his fingers so fast over and over, the magic coming out until his body feels drained and the skin of his thumb feels raw from the rubbing of his calloused digits. He made a mistake. Wasn't he just out here yesterday, noticing how unhappy he was with his life? But now he's entered into a place that he can't come back from. The door is closed. He's cemented in now. He can't just leave anymore. He can't just walk away and say that he wants to see the world by himself or work a different job somewhere else. He's stuck. Heine snaps his fingers again. He has no more magic to cast with, his soul points having been drained. But funnily enough, the rock shatters nonetheless. He blinks, staring at it in confusion for a moment before shaking his head and returning to his thoughts. Maybe, if he's lucky, they'll call a draft for the war if it really happens. That's his escape. That's how a coward like him can get out of this. Heine rises to his feet, a new hope in his heart as he heads back to the suffocating atmosphere of home and his mostly perfect life. Chapter 67, Carpenter, A Crafting Lit. Chapter 4, The End. Damn snow, sighs Heine, closing the door to the house behind himself as he steps inside. It's the middle of spring, he mutters, shaking his head. The guild is fairly empty today. Two figures sit in the back at a table. Shadowy types, they're wearing hoods. In most cases, this would be suspicious, but adventurers regularly come inside wearing far more absurd and strange things than that. A head pops out from behind the front counter. The usual receptionist is sitting there with Nakia next to herself. She beams, seeing him come inside, and does her best to frog hop over the counter to excitedly greet him. However, her knees bump into the wooden edge and she less than gracefully flops over the thing. Heine blinks, staring for a second before walking over to help her up. "Are you okay?" he asks. "What was that?" She frowns, doing her best to hide her face, marred with some dried mud from the floors that some adventurer had dragged inside. "I wanted to look impressive so that you'd like me." She sighs, lowering her head. Heine bends down, adjusting the strands of her hair and wiping some of the dirt off of her face. "I already D-hunk. Heine turns around, helping her up. "Why the hell are they knocking?" he asks. "Doors open," calls the man. Nobody comes inside. Blinking, he lets go of her and heads to the front door to pull it open. Heine sits upright in bed. The man blinks, exhaustedly rubbing his forehead as he rouses from his midnight daze. It's not like him to wake up in the middle of the night. He's usually a sunup to sundown type of person. His eyes wander around the dark bedroom. It's a little cramped, but it's warm at least. His eyes wander over to a wooden leg sitting in the corner. It's broken. He has to fix it. When she tried to jump over the counter this morning, it had gotten snagged on something and the joint for the knee got damaged. It's not a terrible fix to have to do, really. Plus, it's about time anyways for him to make her a new one. Heine rubs his head, trying to remember why he woke up at all. Was it a bad dream? No, it wasn't even a bad dream. Heck, he honestly doesn't even remember what he dreamt about. It's all just kind of a blur. Hell, the whole day feels like that. He rubs his eyes, shaking his head. He supposes that there's no reason for him waking up at all. He probably just did because he did. Maybe he has too much energy. He should go for a longer walk tomorrow. He sighs, laying back down and closing his eyes. Soon, the next morning arrives and Heine gets up to get dressed and then fixes his hair, before heading to the door to leave his room, in order to wash up and to get some breakfast. D-hunk the hell?" asks Heine. He grabs the handle of the door. I'm already aware the plane slides along the wooden board that Heine is leveling out. Kids are rough creatures and the orphanage is a rough place. The least he can do is make sure that these beds are safe, solid constructions. So he's making the wood perfectly smooth. First, he starts with a plane to slice off rougher inconsistencies. And then, Heine uses carpentry, sand fine. A glow leaves his hands, surrounding the plank, and a heap of fine sawdust falls down to the ground. Running his finger along the wood, he nods, satisfied. It's perfectly smooth. "I'm telling you, boy," barks his father. "That wet crafting is for the elves. It'll make you soft." Heine rolls his eyes. "Dad, I'm literally making beds for an orphanage. I think soft is allowed here." The old man grumbles, muttering something indistinct, and Heine laughs to himself, knowing that he has him beat this time. "What were you laughing at?" asks his father. "Just life, Dad," replies Heine, rolling his eyes. He looks up. "Should we turn the forge up?" he asks. "It's ice cold in here." "Sure, just climb up that ladder and close the shutters," replies his father. Heine sighs. "Dad, Mom has been telling you for years to just buy a new ladder. That thing is a death trap." "Buy," barks his father. He points his hammer at him. "You're such a fancy big-shot carpenter," he says. "Why don't you make one?" Heine thinks for a moment. "This isn't a bad idea, actually." "You know what? I will," replies Heine. A strong breeze pushes through the building, blowing the flames of the lanterns and the fires of the furnace. Many of them extinguish, many of them flicker and falter beneath the presence of the gale. The shutters all slam shut. Heine blinks, looking at his old man. "Well, talk about convenience," says his father. "Guess the gods are on our side today." "Guess so," laughs Heine, looking towards the hallway as he hears a familiar pace wandering down their way through the stone corridor from the restaurant. Nikia walks into the forge, waving to his father. "I need to borrow this for a minute," she says, grabbing Heine. "Keep him, I don't want him," replies his father, waving them off. "Okay, I will." She drags him off back down the stone hallway and out of the forge. "Nikia, what's up?" he asks. "I was working." She turns around, looking at him and then grabbing the scruff of his collar and looks into his eyes. It feels like a long, awkward moment as she stares at him. "Heine." "What?" asks Heine, staring back at her in confusion. "Heine, listen to me. We have to go, right now," she says, grabbing his hand and pulling him away. "Nikia," asks Heine, confused. "What's wrong? Go where? Why? What are you talking about?" "Ribbit tilde." Heine tilts his head, raising an eyebrow. "Did you just ribbit?" She spins around, not letting go of his hand. There is a very serious expression painted on her face, one that he doesn't think he's ever seen her make. "Heine," he pulls her back towards himself. "Are you sick? What's wrong?" he asks, touching her head. "Wait. Did someone outside threaten you?" he asks, lifting his head towards the guild. Something is bothering him. Heine can't really explain it, but something about his own mannerisms has triggered an odd itch inside of his mind. There is something that he wants to do, but it doesn't really make any sense. He looks down at his wife-to-be. "Nikia," he says, saying her name a third time. There's no real reason, really. It seems silly and stupid, especially considering that she is in a strange mental state right now. But for some reason, it felt important for him to do. "Heine, please," she says, tugging on his hand and saying his name a fourth time. He pulls his hand free and picks her up. She's clearly in some sort of feverish delirium. He'll bring her back to bed and get her some soup ready. She lets out a frustrated, muffled scream and hits his chest. Heine stands in the restaurant, his hands on his hips as he looks around at the busy day today. Despite the sudden spring snowstorm outside, having lasted for 3 days now, their business seems to have picked up a little again, as people return to their normal routines of the winter, which was just only a few odd months prior. Adventurers fill the tables and talk excitedly about their plans for the day today. "Let's go down to floor 17 today." "I dunno," replies another person at the table. "An elf." "I feel like we should go slower." "Let's do 15 and then leave to heal up for a day first." "Did you hear about that weird horse statue they found?" "A horse?" asks someone else. "What's a horse?" A plate falls down, shattering. Heine stands in the restaurant, his hands on his hips as he looks around at the busy day today. Despite the sudden spring snowstorm, which is still going on outside, as it has for several days now, people seem to have found their way back inside of the guild. Heine supposes that it isn't that large of an adjustment for them. The winter has only just passed, after all. Their customers are seated everywhere and seem to be having the times of their lives, enjoying hot breakfasts and preparing for their daily grinds and dungeoneering. Heine turns his head, looking at his mother. She's staring up towards the ceiling. The man frowns, going over to her and gently grabbing her. "Mom, are you okay?" he asks, knowing full well that she is in one of her states. It started happening during the daytime now too. She looks over his way, touching his face. "Ninny," says his mother. "Did you let it inside?" she asks. "I told you not to open the door if anyone knocks 3 times, Ninny." "Mom," says Heine, "come on, let's get you a cup of tea, okay?" "You're going to hell, Ninny," says his mother. Heine blinks. That's something he's never heard his mother say before. The woman is a gentle saint. He turns his head in confusion, looking at Nikia. Heine stands in the restaurant. His hands are dangling somewhat loosely at his sides. He can't help but feel a little aimless today. The snowstorm is raging outside and the guild is fuller than ever. It's full of life and excited faces. It's full of people with little money, but with enough energy and dreams to sustain themselves for at least another year. In this neighborhood, you need a fighting spirit to survive, or you just aren't going to make it. It's the sad reality of the world. You need a fighting spirit, or you are simply, at the end of the day, not going to make it. Heine stands in the perfect place, in the pinnacle of happiness. His business is thriving. His parents are in reasonable health for their age. He's a respected member of his community. He has a beautiful person to share his heart with. But he doesn't really know why he has these things. The man looks down at his own body. His arms hang there, somewhat limply. They are worked, but not as worked as his father's. His business is thriving, but it's thriving mostly because of his parents' hard work. His community. If he dropped an obol on the floor, he couldn't move out of the way fast enough to avoid the ensuing knife fight between the people sitting at his tables. The person who he shares his heart with. Heine turns his head and looks at Nakia, who is pacing around. She seems rather frantic and nervous today about something. She's hobbling on her leg, which she put on wrong. Her gloves are loose, and so is her hair. This is extremely unlike her. She'll spend hours in front of the mirror on bad days, making sure every detail is perfect. She's worn a wig ever since her childhood. The ailment that has tinged her skin had also taken her hair. She's probably even more sensitive about it than about the leg or the fingers. The woman stakes everything in her physical appearance in a desperate bid to feel normal. But Heine doesn't really understand why she would want that. He turns his head, looking at himself, looking at all of the normal people around himself. Is this all that life has to offer? Normality. Perhaps it is a one-man's trash situation. He supposes that if he was in her shoes, he would understand wanting to be like everyone else too. Though he does wish that she would see that she already is normal just like him, and that normality is killing him. Heine turns his head, staring out of the large windows of the building. Snow crashes down outside. More snow than he's ever seen before. If he didn't know better, he'd feel that some ice spirit was harassing them in particular. "Boy," barks his father, "you're spooking the customers." Heine blinks, noticing that he's been standing in the middle of the room for a few odd minutes now. "Sorry," he says, shaking his head. "Weird thoughts," he says, turning his head to look at the two hooded people sitting at a table. Weren't they here yesterday? Or was that the day before yesterday, actually? What day is today, anyway? Heine realizes rather suddenly that he's very disoriented. D-hunk, D-hunk, D-hunk. Heine turns to look at the front door. Who would knock on it in the middle of the day? They're clearly open. He sighs, walking to get it. A hand grabs him, holding him. "Wait, darling," says Nakia. She pulls him along. "Let's go upstairs. I want to show you something." "Huh." Wah. Heine turns to look back at the front door, watching as the two customers with the robes get up and walk towards it to leave. "Hey," he barks. "You have to pay for that," he says, pointing at their untouched food. One of them looks over their shoulder, their hand on the front door. "I don't give business to frogs," says the very tired-looking elf. Heine stands downstairs in the restaurant. "Heine, Heine, Heine," sobs a voice, a familiar voice striking against his chest. Heine looks down at Nakia, who is pressing her face into his chest and clutching the fabric of his shirt at his shoulders. Don't go with it. You can stay here with me. We can stay here together," she says. "Please," she says, and lifts her face. "I don't want it to take you from me again after everything." "Nakia, what are you talking about?" asks Heine, looking around at the restaurant. It's full of life and sound, being as busy as ever. "Why are you making a scene?" he asks, feeling the customers awkwardly watching them. "We can stay here forever," she says. "We can be happy. We can live a normal, real life," she points behind herself. "Look, we can have your dad here and your mom," she says, and Heine watches as his parents walk out into the middle of the room. "I don't mind," she adds. "It has to be you," she says. "There's nobody else. There's nobody else," she sobs. Heine's vision is a blur. He can't really tell what's going on anymore, and his mind can't really make sense of anything. "Nobody else is able to live a fourth life," she explains. "You're the only one. You're the only one, Heine," she says, lifting a hand to touch his face. "Please, I love you," she says, looking into his eyes. The room around them seems to have frozen. The people in it no longer move. but with every word that she speaks, all of their mouths move in unison. The mouths of his parents, of the receptionist, of the librarian who has wandered out to get a drink, of the customers. All of them look his way together with her. "I love you. I love you," they all say, repeating themselves over and over again, drawing closer as they move towards him, not walking, but rather simply sliding his way as if pieces moved over a game board. "That's why I made all of this happen," she explains. "Just like back then, and we can do it all over again, Heine. Forever. I love you." Two hooded figures get up from their table, walking to the door, not affected by whatever is happening here. Heine looks away from her face and towards the faces of his parents, of the people all around himself. He doesn't really know what it is that he's doing, honestly, but that could perhaps be said of his entire life. He's just sort of blindly following his gut and the strands of fate and letting it pull him to wherever it has to pull him. And here he is, standing there with his hand in the air. "Yeah," replies Heine, not really having anything better to sum it up. Heine uses ash. Antichrysalis, the room explodes in a cloud of swarming, swirling particulate. Ash leaves his hands, flying around the space and filling it up to the brim, as if it were a soul, teeming with disembodied shadows. Thousands of radiant, orange cinders fill the darkness, dancing like fireflies, their soft glows piercing through the obscuring ash to paint the quickly disfiguring faces of the people all around himself. The glowing sparks and hot ashes land on his parents, on the librarian, on the receptionist, on the customers, on himself, on her, and they all begin to burn. Heine watches as his mother and father begin to scream and to howl, their disintegrating fingers reaching for him, but never quite getting close enough to touch. They twitch and writhe, falling apart into ash, together with everyone else around them. Cinders burn his skin, they scar his face, they burn the soft flesh of his eyelids, his pupils, his hands, his lips. He looks at everyone as he kills them for the second time in his life, and then he simply walks away, moving through the ash towards the front door, next to which the two people stand, covered in thick, obscuring cloaks. One of them lifts a bundle up, a hat and a scarf, and he takes them, while looking at the door. Nobody knocks on it this time. There were already 3 instances of knocking, and that is the perfect amount. She's waiting on the other side. He can feel her. Heine puts on his hat and scarf in a familiar ritual before turning to look at the frog god Nekia. Her hair is missing, burnt away by fire. Her leg is missing, scorched to cinders. Her small digits, which had been exposed as the rest of her fingers were clutching his shirt, are gone. Nekia lays on the floor, holding herself and crying as ash falls all around them like virgin snow from a black cloud. "I just wanted us to be normal together," she cries. "That's your problem," replies Heine. He turns back and opens the front door with the 2 figures in tow. "This is normal," he says, and steps out into the hooting void, filled with more eyes than he can be bothered to start counting. The end of Carpenter. A Crafting litRPG. Now to follow Weaponsmith. A Crafting litRPG, Chapter 68. It is good to be home where the fluff of the owl is to be found and no slimy frogs. Heine stands upstairs in the attic, looking around at the familiar space. His eyes wander down towards the floors, which are as marred and old and untrodden as ever. The deep grooves which had formed in them over many years are now no longer there where his dazed mind tells them they ought to be. The windows, which in that other place had been tightened and resecured, together with the strongly re-insulated walls, are now loose and thin. The attic is covered in dust and decay from simply being left out of the daily chores and upkeep. Everything is as it ought to be. 3 days have passed since the frog god had used some strange magic to insert herself back in time, into Heine's childhood. But the thing is that he just isn't sure anymore if that was really what happened. Yes, the frog god was in control of the flow of time there through some obscure frog magic, and yes, she had brought him back to relive his childhood so that he could grow together with her. For whatever reason, this was her desire for herself and him, However, too many details line up. Her disfigurements, Heine's vague blurs of his own childhood, the death of his parents, the marks carved into the table in the small room for rent here in the guild. They're his own handwriting, and they're there in this timeline as well as the other one. Could it be that this didn't just happen now in the alternate reality, but that the same sequence of events happened in the real primary timeline of his life, just earlier when he was younger? Why did he cast that spell as a child, the one that ended everything? He honestly doesn't know anymore. But if what Nikia, the frog god, had tried to bring to pass is just an extension of what really happened in his childhood, then this all goes back further, deeper than just the feud between the owl god and her. He's involved in this somehow too, and he has been from the very start. Heine just doesn't understand why. His eyes wander towards the ceiling. This is the real timeline, right? Boy, how long was I gone again? He asks, looking at Rhine. Did you get taller? Rhine beams. He seems to have indeed grown an inch or so. Not that long, replies Rhine. He's been sneaking food from the kitchen, says Sokol, leaning back on her chair. Her feet are up on the desk. She's filing her nails. Hey, snaps Rhine. Shoulda paid me that bribe, notes the elf in disinterest, holding out her hand to inspect her work. Rhine crosses his arms. I was working for two people unlike you, Sokol, he replies. So it's only logical that I need to eat more. Sokol shoots a cold, sideways glance towards him, but Rhine just sticks out his tongue. Do that again and I'll cut it off, warns Sokol, pointing at him with the nail file. Rhine sticks his tongue out further, making a point of it. The chair screeches as Sokol gets up, cracking her neck. Heine puts up his hands, holding them from each other's throats. Settle down, you two, he says. I appreciate that both of you held the fort down while I was gone. Heine nods. It must have been a lot of work while trying to get that spell ready too. Sokol holds 3 fingers to her eyes, pointing them at Rhine. This isn't over, twerp. Watch your back. The elf sits back down. I'd watch yours, but I'd get nauseous, replies Rhine, both smugly and bravely. A nail file flies through the air towards Rhine. Heine, knowing the two well enough to have seen this coming, had already started lowering his hand in preparation. He catches it between his fingers in a moment of very unusual dexterity. Without saying anything, Heine looks at Rhine. Boy, stop listening to the adventurers talk to each other. He turns his head. Sokol, don't throw sharp things at Rhine. He sets the nail file down on the counter, walking away. Only after he gets around the corner, Heine stops and hisses, shaking out his hand. With some dumb luck, he had managed to look really cool in front of the two of them, but it came at the cost of some rubbed skin off of his fingers. Sokol has a heck of a throwing arm. Sokol and Rhine had been preparing a counterspell in advance for several weeks. Sokol had been digging through the library with Seltsam's help, as well as by going through her old channels of contacts. Rhine, of course being privy to some inside frog information, knew roughly what the mechanism of the spell was going to be. That's what Sokol had been reading about with all the books over the front desk. That's what Rhine had needed money for in secret. He's not really sure why he himself wasn't let in on the plan, but Sokol just tells him something about information leaks and waves him away when he asks. Heine rubs his forehead. He has good people. They have good eyes and good foresight. He's glad to be back. Eilig, says Heine, knocking on the little door of the dollhouse. A grumbling can be heard from inside of it, together with some very loud, almost theatrical stomping as someone marches to the tiny front door. What? Snaps the fairy. Oh, it's just you. I was hoping you were gone for good. Go away. Heine looks at her vague, indistinct shape. Eilig, tell me about the demon, please. The fairy stares at him in a moment of perplexion and then just slams the small door to her dollhouse shut again. Heine stands there, down in the ice cellar, waiting. Lost before I freeze you. Listen, I really need to know, Eilig, he says. What happened back when I was a kid? I already told you I'm not allowed to talk about that and I'm not going to. Go away, Heine sighs. He had expected as much, honestly, but he had still wanted to ask. When I saw her again, he says, referring to his mother, it was all she would talk about during the end. Then you should know enough. I'm not going to break a promise for some snot-nosed featherhead like you. Can you at least tell me what exactly happened that day? He asks. Please, I don't remember. The ice seller is quiet. Why don't you just read the journal? Asks Erik. Heine stares at the small door for a moment, recalling the out-of-place journal he had stumbled on in the library. It smelled of his mother's perfume and it had been placed there, right in his path, right where he would find it. Apparently Erik was the one who had done this, as he had assumed. I don't know, because it felt wrong. It's a journal, it's her journal, it's not mine to read. Oh sure, now he has morals, snaps the fairy angrily. You better leave right now or I'll make you. Heine lifts his hands, wanting to calm her down. He wasn't trying to get her riled up. Erik now, yells the fairy. The dollhouse fills with ice, covering the windows and the doors from the inside, threatening to crack and shatter them all. Heine looks at the thing and then nods, stepping away. Maybe he went at this the wrong way. Sorry, I'll go. He turns back to look at the dollhouse, floating by itself in the frozen cellar. His hand hangs on the ladder as he climbs back up, and for a moment, Heine contemplates telling her that his mother had been friends with her all the way until the end, even in that timeline, in which some 10 to 15 odd years had passed near the end of it. But then he decides not to. After all, this would just be rubbing in her face what he took from her here. The man climbs back up and out of the ice cellar, having at least one more answer than before, if not the one he wanted. A sharp beak pulls on his hair, tugging on its long, unwashed strands as he lays there on the floor. I'm fine here, says Heine. The Heine man will sleep on the bed, commands the owl god. I really don't want to, says Heine. He leans his head back, grabbing hold of the small owl and lifts her up onto the side of the bed next to him. I'm already in the room, isn't that good enough? He asks. He had been opting to sleep by himself upstairs for the last few days. The owl god hisses and clicks excitedly. Like a bad dream, it was all not real, she explains. It was real, replies Heine. Let's just go to sleep, okay? I have a mountain of work to help Rhine with, or we aren't going to make our next deadline. She hisses at him, crawling back over to her side of the bed, leaving him down there on the floor. Heine sighs, closing his eyes and resting his hands on his chest. He hasn't really wanted to get back into the room together, let alone the bed with her. After he had kissed the big frog, alternate timeline and fake memories or not, it had simply felt wrong for him to do. He knows that he shouldn't, but he still does feel guilty about it. Whether that is a correct thing to feel or not, given the circumstances, isn't entirely relevant for his process of thought. Something hisses beneath the bed and he looks, as a long-taloned creature crawls underneath it, coming out down on the floor next to him. A feathery arm reaches over his body and clutches him with a sharp talon, pressing it against the side of his chest. If he tries to move it away this time, it will cut him deeply. Obscura lays there in her humanish form next to him on the floor, and she pulls up the blanket, covering them both. I did not keep my high tilde knee tilde nigh tilde safe, says the owl god. The fault is mine. That's ridiculous, says Heine, turning his head. Yes, replies the owl god, resting her head on his shoulder. They will sleep now and he will not move, she warns. Heine stares at her face for a while in the darkness of their shuttered room and then nods, accepting his terrible fate. Good night. Heine stands in the forge looking at the list of today's work. Spears, says Rhine. Heine nods. Spears are easy, he says. We'll just make them with some magic, he says. Magic? Asks Rhine, looking his way, somewhat confused. Heine stares for a moment and then blinks. Sorry, he says, shaking his head. That was a weird thought. We'll use the molds for the tips and we'll roll the shafts ourselves. Sounds good, affirms Rhine, apparently relieved. Heine looks around the dusty, full forge, which is aglow with ember light and awash in cold ash and metal splinters. It's a far cry from the carpenter's workshop he felt he had been inside of only just yesterday. Rhine had pulled a marathon to keep things running here by himself while he was gone. Rhine, says Heine, what are the monsters in the deep forest like? Lots of nature and dark attribute stuff in the deeper parts, explains Rhine, tying his hair back in a tight tail. Some water spirits here and there. Heine nods and points at the ingots. Copper, silver, he says. We're making a blend. Huh, silver? Asks Rhine, grabbing the materials. This stuff is super expensive, though. Should we really be using this for the military orders? Silver ingot, quality normal composition silver, 99.5% impurities, 0.5% quality effects none silver, plus 30% DMG/defense against all undead silver. Holy enchantments are 25% more effective silver is a rare metal. It is highly prized for its lustrous beauty and its magical properties against the undead. Weight, 50 kg value, 1999 obols. Heine nods, taking the bars from him and setting them onto the anvil. He holds his hands above them. Heine used. Ingot manipulation, sterling silver ingot. Quality normal composition silver, 92.4% copper, 7.5% impurities, 0.1% quality effects non-sterling silver, plus 20% DMG/defense against all undead dark sterling silver. All weapons gain plus lightning DMG. All equipment gains plus spell def, a blend of predominantly silver and copper. It is less effective versus undead but retains many of the magical properties of pure copper. Weight, 50 kg value, 1699 obols. Neat, but I think you just threw away 300 obols, notes Rhine. It's not about the money, boy, says Heine. The elves aren't the only things that are being fought in that forest. We can make useful weapons with this blend. Rhine thinks for a moment. I mean, sure, but why? He asks. We could just give them 100 dinky steel spears and they'd pay us the same. He lifts his eyes towards the ceiling. Actually, we're going to lose money with this, I think. Sokol isn't going to be happy about it. Because, says Heine, right now it's not about the money. Then what else? The owl god's power, asks Rhine. Heine shakes his head, looking at the metal. When someone is standing in that forest with a weapon in their hands, hoping to survive, it's going to have my name on it, he says. And when that person dies and their body gets plundered, that spear is still going to have my name on it, explains Heine, looking at Rhine. I don't want to have my name on subpar things anymore. Oh, I guess that makes sense, says Rhine. It seems kind of dark, though. I don't even care about the war or who wins, Rhine, says Heine, looking at the metal. That's not my problem. But when it's over and everyone is forgotten and dead, there's going to be one name that everyone remembers because every gravestone is going to have a weapon with it leaned against them. Rhine tilts his head, watching him for a moment, and then simply nods. The two of them light the forge and set to work. Chapter 69. A warm dinner is earned after many days of toil. The food has no frogs in it. The five of them sit at the booth, eating dinner together. Heine and Obscura sit on their bench. Rhine and Sokol sit on the other bench. But essentially they're just fighting with each other over space. Erik is sitting on the table. Dinner is some of the food that was cooked in excess and had never left the kitchen this afternoon. It's not bad, actually. It's a sort of greasy, thick, brown stew full of meat and tubers and loaves of crispy bread from the baking family down the street. Perfect food for the stormy, miserable weather outside. Thunder crashes and rain rattles down against the tall windows of the guild. It's weather meant for the frogs. Rhine and Sokol are currently taking turns elbowing each other in a contest of who can take it the longest. Given her height and much sharper elbows, Heine can't help but feel that Sokol is at an advantage here, but Rhine is toughing it out pretty well and doing his best. So, says Erik, when are you going to man up and get some revenge? Asks the fairy. Revenge on who? asks Heine, feeling that he is the one being spoken to. On the people who kidnapped you, twice, asks the fairy. Heine breaks off a piece of his bread, dipping it into his stew. Third time's the charm. Hutilda hoots Obscura in approval. The fairy blinks. Rhine had used some of his money to buy her a small series of doll-sized utensils and a few bowls and plates so that she can eat with them. Heine imagines that it must have been pretty expensive, given how finicky it must have been to make something so small yet still usable. Rhine's a good guy. Huh, what? Asks the fairy. Are you stupid? If you don't do something, they're just going to try it again, dummy. Heine nods. We're taking measures, right, Sokol? The elf nods, lowering her guard for a moment. Sure, ow, she hisses, rubbing her side as she glares at Rhine, who is smiling a smug smile. That's what you get for lowering your guard, around Rhine the river wizard, yada yada, remarks Sokol, rolling her eyes. You know that girls won't think that's cool, right? She asks, sliding her dessert cookie over his way. A deal is a deal, after all. Rhine takes it, brushing a strand of long, blue hair out of his face without a care in the world. I'm not interested in girls. I'm a man, says Rhine, looking as stoic as ever. I'm interested in women. Yuck, replies Sokol. At least you have your confidence. Boy, you better be interested in your work, says Heine. You can think about women in a couple of years. Obscura lifts a talon, pointing at Rhine. Do not listen to the sock elf. The river boy will make a fine broodmate for a female of the species when he is of time. That's a really weird way to phrase it, says Sokol. Obscura shakes her head. Wandering the world alone in shadows has made the sock elf a bitter creature. Obscura's bountiful heart mourns for her soul darkness. Huh, asks Sokol. Anyways, says Heine, cutting them off. What's the status on Avarice? Sokol stares for a moment and then sighs. Well, I sent him a letter and he immediately sent us a bill for consulting services, so I assume he at least read it. He charged us because we sent him a letter, asks Heine. Oh, I'm sure there are going to be plenty more charges soon, says Sokol. What a miser. Heine nods, pleased enough despite this, as he continues to eat his dinner. It was fine for us to play defensive when the frogs were going soft, explains Heine, looking at Eilig. But they've ramped things up now, and so will we. So you're actually going to do something about it, asks Eilig. Yes, but we're not playing by their rules, says Heine. We're playing by ours, he nods. Let me know when Avarice gets back to us. Sokol nods, looking down at her plate. Here, says Rhine, handing her half of the cookie back. She narrows her eyes, taking it. You know that showing weakness will get you taken advantage of, right? She asks. Sure, that's how you lost your cookie to begin with, says Rhine. So what's life like in the cellar? He asks, looking at Eilig. What's life like? She snaps, turning his way. I'll tell you what my life's like. The table is quiet as everyone continues to eat. It's actually fine. I guess, finishes Eilig, looking back down at her food and mumbling. Sokol lifts an eyebrow. I was expecting something more dramatic, honestly. My new house has insulation, so it's quieter than before, replies the fairy. Otherwise, I just go to the library instead. Oh yeah, says Sokol. Should we invite Seltsam to dinner? Asks the elf. The librarian, asks Rhine. Why just her and not Cladit, Lutz, or Liked, or Erit? Duh, says Sokol. Because they don't live here. She asks, knocking on his head. Seltsam lives here, asks Rhine, blinking. Heine sits upright. I forgot to mention it, he says. She's been staying in the library. Huh, says Rhine, like she sleeps there and everything. Heine shrugs. I suppose so. Where does she keep her stuff? Asks Rhine, rubbing his head. And how does she eat and do anything without us ever seeing her? Some people are just great at not being seen, says Sokol. You'd be surprised at how good you can get at hiding and moving in plain sight. She shakes her head. She's a master at it. Little mice know to scamper only in the shadows through their heart knowledge alone, says Obscura, tapping her chest. It must not be learned through books. Thunder cracks outside, rattling the windows. The front door opens and a group wanders inside, drenched to the bone. What a day, says a man in squeaking, wet leather, walking inside with his arms outstretched. Apparently his soggy armor had been chafing him. The worst, sighs a just as soggy sorceress walking in after him. There was certainly room for improvement, adds the third member of their group, some kind of fighter. Heine looks down at his food and then at them. The kitchen's closed, but they look rough. You folks hungry? He asks, leaning over. We still have some stew left. The three of them look at each other before the man in leather awkwardly waves. Ah, thank you, he says, waving his hands. But we only rented the room without any add-ons. Sorry, we're making the floor all wet, says the sorceress. Heine shakes his head, getting up. It's on the house this time, he says. Well, in that case, says the fighter, getting nudged by the sorceress. They don't seem to let themselves be stopped, however. We would like that, thank you. He nods. I'll get you folks some ready. Go on up and dry off first if you'd like. The three of them walk by, awkwardly waddling like soaked birds as their fabric and armor clings to their skin. They leave a trail of wet and dirt all the way through as they walk to their room. I guess we gotta wipe the floors again, says Sokol. And by we, I mean you, she says, looking at Rhine. Aw, but I have to help in the forge after dinner, says Rhine. We still have to make a bunch of spears tonight. I'll help, says Eilig, her wings buzzing. You? Asks Sokol in surprise. The fairy shrugs, returning to her meal. Sokol sighs, leaning back on the bench. I guess I'll help too. So will magnanimous Obscura, says the owl god. Heine nods, happy that everyone is coming together like this. He reheats the pot of stew and refires some bread and sets the spots for the three strangers at a booth. Fire roars with a drake's hiss as the forge, not having been extinguished fully for the day, is reborn anew after Rhine had refueled it with ample amounts of charcoal and fresh air from the bellows. So, remember your staff, asks Heine. Remember it, asks Rhine. I swing it around every day, he says. I really want to go into the dungeon and try it out sometime, says Rhine. But there just hasn't been time yet. Sorry, Rhine, says Heine. We'll squeeze in a day off for you soon, I promise. That's okay, says Rhine. Anyway, what about it, the staff? Oh, right, says Heine. We'll be rolling out the poles for the spear just like you did for your staff. You remember the technique, he asks. Rhine nods. Good, you're in charge of that, he says. I'll make the rest of the blades. Sure thing, says Rhine, and the two of them set to their task of making several sterling silver spears before they call it a day. Rhine rolls the poles for the spears out of a blend of aluminum and steel. Wooden poles would be typical for these kinds of simple weapons, but Heine would prefer to use as much metal as possible for the design. He's had enough of woodworking for a while, despite remembering how it works. Aluminum steel alloy ingot. Quality normal composition aluminum. 80% steel. 19.99% impurities. 0.01% quality effects non-aluminum steel alloy. Minus 25% weight aluminum steel alloy. Percent durability, a high aluminum blend of aluminum and steel. It is far less sturdy than steel, but is very light and easy to carry, without sacrificing too much structural durability. Weight, 50 kg value. 34 obols. As for the spearheads, the blades, he sets to work. The first task is to take the sterling silver that they've already made before dinner and to break it into several pieces. Given the density of the metal and its standardized weight of 5 kilograms, he feels comfortable making 3 reasonably sized spearheads out of 1 ingot. Whether this number is because of a lucky coincidence, his own personal bias, or simply fate, he can't say. Once the bar has been cracked apart, he can either melt it down and ripper it into a rectangular shape, or he can hammer it down from the rough cube that it is right now. Heine opts to go for the former idea and begins the process of melting them in the crucible. If done right, an evenly melted rectangle of material will make for a much smoother and denser blade. Hammering is always a long and uneven process. The big forges by the river district use a water-powered series of auto hammers. But he doesn't have anything like that here, obviously. Heine's arm hangs in the air as a thought catches his mind's eye. Or does he? He turns to look at Rhine. It could be an interesting idea for their future expansion. Once the sterling silver has been melted into even-sized rectangles, Heine sets to work, pressing and hammering them into the shape of a spearhead. In principle, this could be a task for molds too. Spearheads are really just like arrowheads, except bigger and flatter. But they don't have one of those right now, so this is the only choice for now. That's okay. Heine grabs his hammer. This is his favorite part. Sterling silver spear gift of the Owl God. Quality normal composition. Aluminum steel pole. Sterling silver blade spear. High. Iron nut leather wrap black cloth wrap black cord quality effects. Chosen of the Owl God. Adds additional attributes to the attached weapon title effect. Gift of the Owl God. +3 obscurantism +3 wind DMG +3 lightning once per day. Allows the user to cast minor heal on themselves. 8 physical DMG 4 lightning DMG +30% DMG versus undead a beautiful sterling silver spear. Whether in sun or moonlight, it always glows with an enchanting luster. Made by Weaponsmith Heine chosen of the Owl God, no pommel attached weight. 123 kg durability. 43 value. 999 obols Heine and Rhine stand there, admiring the new spears. Good work, Rhine, says Heine, looking down at Rhine who stands there with pride but is wobbling on his feet from exhaustion. Come on, let's call it a night, he says. I'm exhausted. Rhine nods, yawning as he sets to his final chores. In truth, Heine is tired, yes, but he feels like he could stay in here for another few hours at least. Heck, maybe he could even make a few more spears by himself. He really wants to for some reason. But Rhine is tired and he's worked hard. He doesn't want the boy to feel like he isn't doing enough, just because he himself is developing some sort of work complex. Heine lifts his eyes towards the closed shutters, listening to the thunderstorm still going on outside as his gaze wanders past the metal owl. It almost seems to be staring his way. Chapter 70. A cute day is to be spent with darling Obscura. You will obey and do so. Heine stands outside on the market plaza, staring up towards the bright morning sun shining above his head. The ground is covered in slush, as all of the melting snow begins to run off, carrying with it the mud and the dirt of many months of treading. A warm breeze touches his face, blowing the fabric of his scarf to the side as people walk all around him. Spring has arrived, the long, cold winter having come to an end. He sighs in relief, realizing that he had been holding his breath for the entire time while gazing towards the sky. It's too warm for his scarf, so he just takes it off. It's true that he and his people had done exceptionally well during the winter, considering their circumstances. Hell, he himself had been transformed during the duration of just one single season. But the winter was really very long, having gone on for far longer than it seemed to have done in the years before, and he's glad that it is over. Not having to pay for heating will give them a bit of breathing room on their finances, which are doing well. But they could always be doing more well. Plus, fresh ingredients for the kitchen will become cheaper, and people will slowly start to lose their appetite for heavy dishes with meaty, expensive ingredients and will instead move towards lighter, more refreshing things. These types of ingredients are usually cheaper too. Plus, as strange as it sounds, he'd really like to go out more often. Hoots Obscura standing next to him. I do not care for the sun, she says. It is too warm for her, explains the Owl God. Heine nods, squeezing her hand and looking towards her. It lets me see your face better, he says, rubbing the back of his other hand over her cheek. She hisses and lightly bites his hand. The Heine man has gotten bolder, says Obscura, grabbing his other hand too. Yeah, he says, pulling her along to keep walking, ignoring the people watching them. But so have you, he says. A month ago you would have ran away if I said that. Obscura nods. It is true. Obscura has come to understand that it is her place in the world to be worshipped and adored, says the owl god. Heine does this well. He lifts an eyebrow. Obscura looks around the street. Look, it's the owl god, says an excited voice, and Obscura waves to the group of people as they walk past them. A few others start looking, and it isn't long until various shopkeepers and street vendors try to call them over, hoping to get an endorsement by having the owl god visit their establishments or buy something from them. They let themselves be talked into buying some cold tea to drink while they walk, before Obscura finds something that interests her. A stand belonging to a craftsman who specializes in wooden toys and things of that nature. Heine, look, she says excitedly to Heine, who wasn't as interested and stood a little away from the stand, behind of which a very excited merchant stands. Heine looks around at the thing that she's holding. It's a small, flat carving of a wooden owl about the size of a child's palm. Attached to the bottom of it is a string with a feather ornament attached. She pulls on it, and the little wooden owl lifts its wings as if it were flapping them. "Behold," she says, carefully pulling on the string a few times. She's pretty thrilled by it, judging by the childish smile that he sees on her face. Heine realizes that this is a rare expression that he rarely sees from her, as she always tries to act according to her position as a god. "Very nice," says Heine, nodding to her, finding himself sharing her look. "Do you want it?" he asks, walking over to the stall after all. "She wants," says Obscura, holding the owl up to his face and pulling on the string a few more times to exemplify her point. "Sure thing," he says, laughing and heading over to the man and paying for it. A small crowd has gathered around them at this point, as curious onlookers follow the owl god. Having been led here, they now too begin to browse the stand and to look at the little owls. Heine leans in towards the merchant, a shorter but wider and strongly built man. "Can I put in an order for these?" he asks. "A couple boxes worth." The excited merchant and him come to an agreement, and Heine pays him in advance, telling him to deliver them to the guild when they're ready. They depart, sipping their tea and continuing on with their date for the rest of the morning. The afternoon comes around, and Heine is busy at work inside of the forge with Rhine. They're making an order of daggers today, or at least getting started on it. But in an unusual change, the owl god is here with them as well. She wants to spend time together today, and Heine certainly doesn't mind. He wants to spend time together with her too. The day rolls towards its end, and the five of them get ready to eat together. Heine pops his head into the library. "Seltsam," he calls, quiet. "Why, yes," asks Seltsam's voice from behind a shelf. "We're eating dinner. Would you like to join us?" asks the man. "You don't always have to stay here by yourself. You're welcome in the rest of the house." There's a rustling of paper. "Dinner?" asks. "Oh, that's okay, tea thank you," says the librarian. "I'm not really hungry, and I don't." There's a sound of a book being placed into a shelf. "You know," Heine nods, if only to himself. "I understand," he says, remembering the feeling of being ashamed, if not terrified of being seen by anyone ever. He closes the door, stepping back out of the library. "Don't worry about it. I bet the city would give us trouble for this," says Sokol, carrying the back of the table. "The city?" asks Heine incredulously, turning the other half of the table. "To hell with them," he says. "I don't care what the government has to say about what I do in my own home." "Is that a wise philosophy?" asks Rhine, pushing a small cart that Cladit usually uses during the very busy hours. "Shouldn't we follow city ordinances and regulations?" he asks. "They're there for a reason, right?" "Boy," says Heine. "That's frog thinking right there," he says. "The government isn't there for your well-being. They're there for their well-being." "Oh, says Rhine. "That's not what we learned in school, though." Sokol nudges him with her elbow. "Who do you think pays for the schools to exist, twerp?" she asks. "The people with the money decide what you get to hear, and guess what?" she asks, her ears twitching. "What?" asks Rhine. "They teach you whatever lets them keep making more money," explains Sokol. "The whole system is rigged." Rhine blinks, standing there for a second in silence as they set the table down in the library. Isn't this kind of a radical stance to the question of am I allowed to put a dinner table in the library? He asks, rubbing his lip with the back of his thumb as he thinks. No, replies Heine dryly, waving him over. Bring it in. Huh, oh yeah, says Rhine, pushing in the cart. Obscura comes in carrying some chairs. Excuse me, says Seltsam. Why you really shouldn't bring food into the library, she mutters, lowering her voice. Correct, says Heine. It's bad for the books. But that's life, he says, sitting down on his chair. We all have to die our first death eventually. They place the table next to a shelf and all sit down. Heine gets a plate ready and passes it through the shelving, through a hole that remains from when Obscura had tore through it for her labyrinth weeks prior. Tea, thank you, says Seltsam. Eilig flies in, buzzing down from above. I got the ice. Thanks, Eilig, says Heine as everyone sits down. The five of them on this side of the shelf and Seltsam on the other. Let's eat, he says. They have a very nice dinner together, and Obscura takes the opportunity to show everyone her new prize, hooting excitedly. Heine sits upstairs in their bedroom, rummaging through his drawers for a nice shirt. He still doesn't have a new favorite shirt, after he ended up getting a massive blood stain on his old one during one of their Talon incidents. It is late in the evening now, with dinner and the day's tasks having been done, and to cap off what has been a very unusually refreshing day, he and Obscura had planned to take a walk through the big now small forest together as a sort of calm couples activity. Heine picks up a shirt from the drawer, looking at it. It looks exactly like the shirt that had gotten bloodied, but it isn't the same one. It's just a shirt that looks like it. Actually, he has a few of these exact same ones. He sets it down and grabs a second one, but that one was his favorite in particular. It's hard to explain in a sensical way, really. All of them are the same, but that one was more the same than the others. He sets it down and grabs a third one. Heine tilts his head, somewhat puzzled. The shirt in his hands, this third shirt he had pulled from his drawer, is that specific shirt, his favorite. But the bloodstains, which had gotten old and crusted, aren't on it anymore. I did well, yes? Asks Obscura's voice from behind him. He hadn't heard coming in. Heine looks over his shoulder towards her. She's floating there upside down, her hands clenched in excitement as she watches him. Beloved Obscura reads special house nestkeeper books. There was much wisdom on removing blood from soft things. Heine blinks, looking at her and then down at his favorite shirt, free of blood. It's his double favorite shirt now. No, he narrows his eyes. His triple favorite shirt, of course. Heine leans in, sharing a long kiss with her before putting on his shirt. Thank you, he says. I really appreciate it, says Heine, buttoning it down. Hutilda, she hoots, pleased. You ready? He asks, looking out of the window. Obscura was ready when she came from the big now small forest, and she is ready now to return to it. Heine grabs her hand. It's only for an hour or two. We're not staying there, he says as the two of them leave. He is sure that he does not want a tree, asks Obscura. Very tall, good outlook. Trees will let us see our prey from afar. Heine shakes his head. Maybe next time if we ever move, okay? She will remind him, says Obscura. He isn't really sure if she's joking or not. As the two of them leave the house, Heine jiggles the door and pats his pocket to check that everything is in place, and the two of them leave for a romantic walk in the moonlight. Chapter 71. Human resources are a complicated subject. This is why the best resources are all metal. Dear account holder, as requested, we have summarized your total existing balance at 12,020 obols. Thank you. Avarice. Heine rubs his tired eyes, looking at the slip of paper that Sokol had just handed him. It's after the restaurant's opening hours and everyone is starting to leave for the day. Heine suppresses the urge to whistle and instead sets down the slip of paper, sliding it back towards Sokol. He nods goodbye to a group of adventurers who are leaving for the day. They're doing very well, but there's no need for any outsiders to know that. It'll just paint an even bigger target on their back. Although that being said, the frogs haven't let out a peep ever since their third kidnapping of him. Looks like we got the first payments from the military, says Sokol. Heine nods. Looks that way. What do our expenses look like at the moment? He asks. Sokol leans back, crossing her arms. She stares towards the ceiling. About the usual, nothing major broke in a long time, she explains, looking over to the side. Rhine sits at a booth, his face resting against the table. It was a long day in the forge for the two of them. Obscura is sitting next to him, picking ash and metal splinters out of his hair. Why not consider getting an extra hand for the forge? Asks Sokol. Huh. Rhine sits upright, coming dangerously close to receiving a new scar and not even realizing it. Obscura lifts her talons just in time. Why don't we get an extra hand for the desk? He asks. The forge is fine, argues Rhine. Sokol points at him. Dunno, having 3 workers in the forge sounds right, doesn't it? She asks. Obscura sits upright. Heine narrows his eyes, thinking. That is in and of itself a very convincing argument. 3 workers is a good number of people to have in the forge. That's dumb, argues Rhine. Then we need a 3rd worker for the kitchen too. Heine's eyes shift around the room. Rhine has a point too. 3 workers is a good number of people to have in the kitchen. Sokol spins a finger around. No, the kitchen already has 3 people. Eilig counts. Eilig doesn't count, argues Rhine. The ice cellar isn't the kitchen, he says. Besides, with you and Clade out here, it's 2 people, so you need 1 more person here. He smiles a smug smile. Clade walks past, on her way to leave for the day, and stops, having heard her name. Huh. Sokol points past him at Obscura. She's usually out here with us, so we're already 3 people. An equally convincing argument. But Heine recalls once having a count like this and having thought to himself that Obscura doesn't count because she's the owl god and not a person. It's different. No, you both have a point, says Heine. The forge, the kitchen, and the restaurant all have 2 people each at the moment, he says. The ice cellar and the library both have 1 each. That's 8 people. Is 8 a good number? Heine shakes his head. Excuse me, says Clade, lifting a hand. They turn to look at her. You forgot Erik. Erik, oh right, says Heine, hitting his fist into an open palm. I did forget him. Sokol tilts her head. He kind of blends into the background eventually. A man clears his throat. They all turn to look at Erik, the doorman, who is still standing there. Anyways, says Sokol, looking back towards Rhine. That means the restaurant area has 3 people, so we're fine. Huh, Rhine gets up, pointing at her. You just said the owl god counts. That means you have 4 people, he says accusingly. The legs of Sokol's chair hit against the floor as she stops, leaning back. The room goes quiet. 4, this is bad, right? They can't have 4 people working the front area. It will lead to disaster, Heine thinks. No, wait, the owl god doesn't count, so it's still 3. Sokol is wrong about that. Obscura doesn't count as a normal person, says Heine, clarifying the matter. Obscura clicks with her mouth before transforming into a small owl. This is true, she hoots, flying onto the back of the bench of the boot. She holds out a wing. Beautiful Obscura cannot be compared to her worshippers. Do any of us actually worship you? Asks Sokol, raising an eyebrow. The room grows quiet again. We all just kind of work here, really. She lifts a hand, playing with one of her ears. I mean, I guess we live here too, but... Who Tilda? Hoots the owl. It seems that her Heine man's ignorance has affected even the sock elf, says Obscura. None will be spared. The owl leans down, pecking at Rhine to pull a piece of ash out of his hair. Obscura's children worship her with their work, she explains, pulling out a sliver of metal. Each strike of the loud hammer and flipping of her paper books is a prayer said in the name of divine Ob tilde sku tilde ra tilde. She hoots, pulling out another tuft of ash and then dropping it to the floor. She then flies off, landing on Heine's shoulder. Anyways, what were we talking about? Asks Rhine. Oh yeah, Sokol needs help at the desk. I don't need help at the desk, twerp, argues Sokol. A door opens in the back behind her. I could help, asks Seltsam. Thanks, Selty, says Sokol, looking over her shoulder. I'm really all good though. Selty, Heine blinks. A loud buzzing comes from the door to the library and Erik flies down, pointing an accusing finger at Sokol. "Stay away from my friend Longears," she yells and then slams the library door shut. Sokol cups her hand by her mouth. "Put on some clothes." A crackling fills the room and a wall of ice grows out of the floor, blocking off the door to the library. "Anyways," says Heine, "Clayton, do you need any help or are you managing?" Clayton shakes her head. "I'm fine." "Any news from them?" asks Heine. "No, I haven't heard a thing since," she replies. Heine nods. "Sokol, you don't need any help up here." Sokol leans back on her chair again. "Nope." "Any trouble by the door, Erik?" asks Heine. The man by the door just shakes his head. "Good." Heine dusts his hands. "Then it's all settled." Sokol lifts a finger. "What about the forge?" "We don't need any help in the forge," argues Rhine. "Right?" he asks, looking towards Heine. Heine looks at the two of them. It's true that having an extra, skilled hand in the forge would be a great help in keeping their pace up. He and Rhine are worked to the bone as is, and they can certainly afford another salary to pay. He feels a feathery body rub itself against his face as he looks at Rhine's hopeful expression. The boy values the time they spend in the forge together. Or maybe it's the process of adding value to the world by making useful things that he has found an appreciation for. It's hard to say which it is. It could likely be both. Heine doesn't want to take that from him after he just found it. "No, the forge is fine for now. Rhine and I are managing," he says. Rhine pumps his fist. "Yes," Sokol sighs, rolling her eyes. "Okay, it's your funeral," she says. "I guess we have the money to pay for it." "We'll be fine, Sokol," says Rhine smugly. "Some of us have a real work ethic." "Don't push your luck," replies Sokol. "I know where you live." "Settle down, you two," says Heine, looking around the room. "Let's call it a day, people," he says, nodding to Clayton and Erik. "Sorry for the hold-up. Good night." Clayton shakes her head. "Good night," she says, walking out of the door. Erik follows after her. Heine looks around the house. "Who's on sweeping duty today?" he asks. Rhine groans. "Can't we just hire somebody to sweep?" "We could," says Sokol. "But they can only sweep every room except for the restaurant, so we don't have 4 people working here." Heine sighs. "It's all so very complicated." Heine adjusts his shirt, walking down the long marble hallway towards a ramshackle hut, nested inside of a grand palace ballroom. He looks over his shoulder. Sokol is walking with him. He wasn't allowed to go see Etrivus by himself. She was afraid that he'd get tricked into signing some obscure contract. She nods to him, carrying a small box inside of a handmade tote bag. He nods back and then knocks on the door. It rattles very loudly, almost coming loose. A clamor can be heard from inside. As it rattles, Heine prays that it doesn't fall off of its mismatched hinges because he's sure he'll have to pay for it if it does. "Hello, come in," calls Etrivus from inside. Heine opens the door. "Hold on, I'm just finishing up," he says. "Have a seat, I'll only be a minute." Heine and Sokol step inside, closing the door behind themselves. "Etrivus," says Heine, nodding to the small, red dragon who is fumbling around by a wooden stove. He opens the metal oven and then breathes a breath of fire inside to ignite it, closing the hatch a second later. "There," says Etrivus. "Sorry, just getting dinner ready, you know," he asks. Heine looks at the pot on the stove. It looks like some kind of stew made out of tubers and beans. Heine sits down on the chair he had sat on last time. "We brought you a gift," he says. Sokol takes a moment longer than one would need to pull out the box of assorted teas from the tote bag, which they had gotten here last time, and sets it down onto Etrivus's table. "Just something small." "Ah, thank you very much," says Etrivus, delighted. Heine notes that he doesn't even look at the gift, but rather his eyes are on the bag that Sokol carefully folds and sets onto her lap. Gods really are easy to please. The dragon sits down on his chair, wrapping his tail around it to stop it from wobbling. "So you're here to talk business, yes?" Heine nods. "If I came here to do anything else, you'd charge me for it." "Time is our most precious commodity after all," says Etrivus. "Thank you for the timely payments for my prior consultation fees." Consultation is a heck of a word for reading a letter, but Heine doesn't mention it. They're here to stay on good terms after all. Hence the entire show with the tote bag. "How are the bank accounts going?" asks Heine. Avarice nods, sitting upright and sniffing around at the tea box. "Good. We've received several hundred new accounts since your opening day," says the dragon. "Not many high rollers yet, but some of them are really saving up a good nest egg. Busy, busy." Heine nods. "That's what I was hoping to hear," he says. "The wealth is starting to spread around the neighborhood, right?" he asks. "It's subtle, but you can see it when you walk down the street," he explains. "The streets?" asks Avarice. "There haven't been any reconstructions that I'm aware of," he says skeptically. Heine shakes his head. "There are more flowers in the windows," he replies. "We've seen an increase in food sales too." "Interesting," says Avarice, having managed to open the tea box. "So what is this about exactly?" "The better the neighborhood does, the better we all do, you included," says Heine. "That was the whole point of this, right?" "Yes," asks Avarice. "You got the skull?" asks Heine. "Ah, yes," replies Avarice. "At first we weren't sure if it was a bold threat or not, honestly," he explains. "I don't get a skull in the mail every day, you see." Heine shrugs. "I probably should have sent a letter with it," he considers. "But here's what I want your input and help on," he explains, looking at the god of wealth. "I want to make more than just swords and axes. I want to make things like that, weapons that are beyond the norm." Avarice nods. "A good goal for a weaponsmith to have. I suppose you want to sell them." Heine nods. "I want to sell them, and I want to use your leverage over the city to reconstruct the neighborhood with the profits," he explains. "Of course, you'd receive a generous cut of every sale plus some additional perks." Avarice pulls out a tea sample, smelling it. "Interesting, and what kind of reconstructions do you have in mind exactly?" he asks. Heine nods, looking at him. "Two adventurers' guilds in one neighborhood is too much, don't you think?" he asks. Heine narrows his eyes. "I think it's time we freed up some old real estate." Chapter 72. You trust the numbers, but the numbers are not here to be trusted. Fool. Watch your back. Heine wanders outside, walking through the big now small forest. It is late at night and the business is closed for the day. He's just out here by himself, which isn't entirely unusual. But it is at the very least a tiny bit unusual. So it's only marginally unusual, really. This is a good amount of unusualness for something to have. Old branches and freshly fallen foliage are crushed beneath his boots. His lantern swings out in front of himself as he wanders through the wood. It seems like an odd thing to think. But it appears that during the frog's latest grand deceit, when the big frog had kidnapped him herself, he had indeed learned a lesson that he can use even here on this side of reality. Sometimes it is nice to just take a walk by yourself. It's all a strange, blurry mess, but he recalls that in that other life he had liked to take walks. They helped him clear his head when he was feeling stressed or pressured by being at home. Right now he is stressed, sure, but he doesn't feel pressured at the moment. He just wants to take a walk is all. It's good for your body and spirit. His eyes wander towards the dark crowns of the trees where nothing sits. Obscura had a long day today too. There had been an unusually large amount of people coming in today to worship her. Honestly, he doesn't even know how many of her enchanted weapons are in circulation at the moment, let alone what that means for her power. Maybe he should ask Sokol for an exact count. He's sure that she knows. Then again, does he really want to know? Does it matter? Probably not. In an odd way, he doesn't really want to know how powerful Obscura is. It sounds strange, but he knows that he has issues with overcompensating his masculinity. So the thought of having a wife who is stronger than he himself hasn't quite settled, honestly. That's probably one good reason to take a walk. Eventually, he's going to have to make it official too. Sure, they're engaged. The system had confirmed as much back when they met. But there's still another step after that. Has he been avoiding it? Things are comfortable now as they are, right? Another reason to keep walking. Heine nods, content as he listens to the sounds of the forest at night. Walks are good. A loud, noisy chirping fills the forest around the large pond. Frogs croak loudly in a sing-song night chorus. Splashing fills the air as fish jump up to breach the surface of the pond in their pursuit of the flashes of vivid moonlight dancing atop the water. Long branches, woven full of thick green spring growth, hang out over the pool, giving the space a secluded, secretive, and very peaceful feeling. Despite the fact that he is not alone here, Heine turns his head, meeting eyes with a familiar face who he hasn't seen in a while. The frog priestess, the one who was there during the attack on his home, the same one who was there when he had gone to meet Avarice for the first time. She's sitting on a log by the water's edge. They stare at each other for an awkward moment. "It's spawning season," she says, looking back out over the water. Heine looks around himself, checking if this isn't some ambush, but then he realizes that it can't be. This walk was a completely random idea of his after all. The man stands there in silence, looking back at the water. Now, given that she's a frog and one who is apparently higher up on the food chain, there's honestly a good reason for him to take the initiative and to deal with the problem right here and now. But he doesn't like that idea. He's not a murderer after all, okay? Well, maybe he is actually. But if his parents and a room full of people don't count, as well as the frogs who invaded his home to kidnap him, then he isn't a murderer. It's complicated. "I guess most everything gets born in spring, doesn't it?" replies Heine. He's kind of stuck here now, honestly. A part of him wants to just turn and leave, but she started talking to him, and now it would be weird if he just turned and left, wouldn't it? Sure, she is a frog, but still, wouldn't it be awkward? He feels like it would be awkward. Heine blinks, realizing that that part of him still exists. "It takes 14 weeks, she says. Her hands are resting on the side of the log as she watches the pond. A frog hops out of it, landing on the log next to her. After it hatches and becomes a tadpole, she explains, picking up the frog. It takes 14 weeks for it to become this." He tilts his head, looking at the frog in her hand. "Ribbit," says the frog. She nods, stroking its head and setting it down onto the log. It hops away a moment later, landing on a water lily and rejoining the frog song. "What's your goal?" asks Heine. "You people have been after us from the start. Why can't you just leave well enough alone?" He dims the lantern a little. It's already very bright by the pond because of the moonlight. "You already killed her parents and chased her out of the south. Why does this have to keep going here?" She looks at him for a moment, shaking her head. "You're asking the wrong person. I just like frogs," she says, sadly smiling as she watches the pond. "Why?" "Because they're neat," she replies with surprising enthusiasm, planting her elbows onto her knees and leaning down closer to the water. She turns her head towards him. "Last winter, while you were out here digging through the snow, I tried to get your attention," she says. "I wanted to show you them." Heine looks at her for a moment in confusion before remembering. Back during his 33-day anniversary with Obscura, he had been out here searching for a flower. Someone was following him. So it was her, the frog priestess. "Look," says Heine, "you seem nice enough. But why the hell would you want to show me some frozen frogs?" he asks. "Weeks after breaking into my house and trying to kidnap me. After trying to get Avarice to confiscate my property." She stares at him for a while, her head stays tilted and her eyes remain open. Her throat almost seems to move a little as she breathes, pushing in and out as she stares at him like a curious frog. "So you could see too that they're neat." Heine sighs. Talking to frogs is just as strange as talking to a god. It's all weirdness from start to finish. But he's here now, so he's invested. "Okay, I'll bite. What's neat about them?" he asks, looking back towards the water. She turns her head back to the pond too. "They have 5 cycles in their life," she explains. "First they're an egg." The frog priestess lifts a finger, tapping the surface of the water. "Then they're tadpoles," she says. Heine watches as a series of small, swimming creatures move towards her disturbance. "Then they get legs," she counts, spinning her finger in a circle across the surface of the water. The tadpoles of various growth stages swim after her digit. Then they start turning into a frog, and then, finally, they complete their metamorphosis, having arrived at their 5th stage of life. Heine looks at her. So, besides, I thought you frogs liked the number 4, she nods. 4 is good, all things ought to be, she states. But there are things in this world that are 3, and there are things in this world that are 5. 4 is right in the middle. It is good. You realize that counts for just about every number, right? Asks Heine. There's always one more and one less, she nods. This is why 3 is untrue. He narrows his eyes. 14 days to grow, says the frog priestess. 14 is 1 and 4. 1 and 4 added together are 5. She leans back, pulling away from the water. It equals 5, and they have 5 stages of life, she explains. Doesn't it make you think too? She asks, looking his way. Heine looks at her for a moment, before turning to watch some frogs hop over each other. The forest is abuzz with life, spring having made itself felt and signaling that this year will be one full of life abundant. This is somewhat ironic, he supposes, given that there's a war going on and all. 5, does the number 5 mean anything to him? He isn't sure. He feels like, if he really thinks about it, that there were a lot of 5s in his past, even his recent past. Just yesterday, for example, the account balance that Sokol had shown him added up to 5. Himself, Obscura, Rhine, Sokol, Eilig, the 5 of them are the base group of their operation. Surely there are other 5s that he's missed. His paranoid eyes scan the pond. But what does it mean? Does it even mean anything? It could be that she's just playing mind games with him. This is probably just some frog deception, right? She's trying to lower his guard. 5 is a common number. It could be anywhere for any reason whatsoever. Heine feels like it's time to go home. He's been here for too long. There's no chance of this stopping, is there? He asks, looking over his shoulder towards her as he turns away. It doesn't need to escalate more, does it? She shrugs, shaking her head. I just like frogs, she says. It's not up to me, he sighs. Right. Heine begins to leave. So do you think they're neat? She asks, interrupting his escape. Damn. He was hoping to get away from the conversation smoothly just now. He looks back at the pond and shrugs. I guess I have a lot to think about, he replies. That seems vague enough to be a good, non-committing and non-combative answer. I'm Anura, she says, looking back to the water. Thanks for letting me tell you about frogs. He raises an eyebrow. Sure. Heine leaves, this time successfully. Heine sits in the hot bath at home, his clothes off to the side as he scrubs himself clean. Wouldn't want the smell of frogs to come into the house. Was talking to a frog crossing some kind of moral boundary. He isn't really sure. It seems like a normal thing to do, talking to someone else. But he realizes that he wouldn't tell anyone here about it, especially not Obscura. Heine sighs, ducking beneath the water to rub his face and hair clean. As he's submerged beneath the surface, he realizes that she didn't mention the big frog even once. Maybe she really is just a person who is very excited about frogs. How strange. Heine ducks beneath the water another 4 times, reaching a total of 5 before getting out and drying off and heading to bed. Though he doesn't really notice that. Chapter 73. There are many secrets around the Heine man, but one of them smells of 5s. Heine stands out by the river. They're outside on a walk today before opening the guild. There's no particular reason for this. It's just that the weather was nice and it feels good to get outside of the house at least once a month. The sun is shining brightly and spring birds adorn the trees, filling the world with a chorus that accompanies the babbling water. A person hums next to him as they walk. Heine looks at Rhine, who is walking along a log with his arms out at his side, humming as he works on keeping his balance. Don't fall in this time, warns Heine. It's fine, says Rhine, looking his way. Besides, the water's warmer now. Heine raises an eyebrow. Boy, that won't help you if you can't swim. Guess I just won't fall in then, replies Rhine. Another person jumps up onto the log behind him. Pretty confident, aren't we? Asks Sokol. Rhine blinks, looking over his shoulder at Sokol, who is making her approach, her hands outstretched. For someone with a price on his head. Rhine stands there for a moment, frozen. It is true that Sokol had once warned him to watch his back. However, a smug smile comes over his face and his posture loosens. "You're not going to push me, Sokol," he says, sounding bored as he looks back ahead of himself and keeps on walking along the long log. "You get in trouble, right?" he asks, looking over towards Heine and the owl god. "A man relies on his own strength first, Rhine," says Heine, "before he relies on the strength of others." "Huh?" asks Rhine as a pair of hands grab him from behind. "It's over," whispers Sokol into his ear. Rhine lets out a terrified yelp, scrambling away as best as he can. Heine doesn't bother stopping to watch them while holding Obscura's hand. The two of them keep on walking as two splashes ring out from the water behind them. It seems that Sokol has also died during her attempted assassination. "Kids," sighs Heine, shaking his head. "Who tilde," says Obscura. "Her high tilde ni tilde ni tilde will be a fine father-man," she hoots. "He will push their chicks from their nest to fly, yes?" she asks. Motherly Obscura would not have the strength in her heart to do so. "Sure," says Heine. "I think I'm strong enough to push some kids off of a tree." Water splashes behind them. "Sokol," protests Rhine, flailing around and spitting water out, his long blue hair stuck to his face. "You jerk," Sokol points at him, floating along with relative ease. "Learn to swim or die, twerp," she says, taking the matter very casually. "Take your boots off." "I can't," protests Rhine, doing his best to stay above water. Sokol sighs, watching him go under and vanish. Heine and Obscura stand there looking at the elf drift by, and presumably Rhine as well, somewhere beneath the surface. "Sokol," says Heine, "don't let Rhine drown or you're going to lose your job." She rolls her eyes. "Hard ass." A moment later, a pair of wet boots land in front of Heine and she dives down beneath the water. "Kids," sighs Heine, shaking his head again. He picks up Sokol's boots and the two of them keep on walking. "Kids," hoots Obscura, so the word will have been said 3 times, as is proper. She rubs her head against his shoulder as they continue their walk, listening to the splashing coming alongside them. "Why do I have to carry your shoes?" asks Heine, 2 pairs of wet boots slung over his shoulder. "Somebody has to," replies Sokol. "This was your idea after all." Heine looks at the elf, bobbing in the water and holding Rhine beneath his arms as he kicks. "My idea was to go on a walk," he replies. Sokol nods. "And it's a great time to teach this useless runt how to swim," she explains. "What if we get attacked on the water by the frogs?" she asks. "Sokol," says Heine, looking at her. "On a sunny day there isn't a body of water anywhere within 15 minutes of the guild." She nods, placing a hand on top of Rhine's head. "That's true. But are you forgetting that we keep this freak of nature in closed rooms for most of the day?" she asks. "What if he floods the place and the new walls and insulation don't let the water drain out so fast?" "Hey," says Rhine, lifting his gaze to look up at Sokol's fingers that are draped over his forehead. "Now you're just being mean, Sokol," he argues. She pushes him down beneath the water and holds him there. "It's fine to teach him how to swim, but do you really have to bully him?" asks Heine. "That's frog behavior." "I'm not bullying him," argues Sokol. "I'm toughening his dramatic rich boy ass up so that he can survive in our world," she explains. "Look, Rhine's soft, okay? In a real fight he just isn't going to make it." "He fought like a hero last time," replies Heine. "Bit Benny right in the leg." Sokol points at him with her free hand, still holding Rhine down beneath the water with the other. "He got knocked out," she replies. "Between his creepy mom treating him like a pretty doll and you pretending he's your spoiled little brother, there isn't a single challenging influence in his life," she argues. "He needs to learn to survive." "There won't be any need for that if you don't let him up," replies Heine, pointing at the bubbles coming up between the strands of blue hair floating atop the water. Sokol blinks, letting Rhine resurface. He desperately gasps for air. "You good?" asks Sokol. "What was that for?" He snaps, looking back her way angrily. "Just a test," replies the elf. "You passed, congratulations, keep kicking," says Sokol, grabbing him beneath the arms again. Rhine tilts his head, glaring at her in suspicion. Wanted to see if you've toughened up any. I'm taking you to the dungeon tomorrow so that you can learn how to fight. He blinks. Really? He asks excitedly. Sokol nods. Rhine turns his head towards Heine with a hopeful expression. On one hand, Sokol may have a point. Rhine is gifted with a powerful natural magical ability that can be augmented well with weapons, like with his staff. He works hard and has a fighting spirit. But he doesn't really have much control over his power, and it is true that he probably wouldn't survive a real, gritty, to the death fight with a lot of the types they need to be on the lookout for. If there's anyone around that Heine trusts to teach him about real survival in the city, it's Sokol. On the other hand, this sounds like a time-expensive process. Learning to fight, to swim, and all sorts of things like that don't just happen in an hour after work. It's going to take days and weeks and months to really build a foundation of pragmatic life skills, and Heine needs Rhine in the forge full-time, so that they can keep up with the military's orders. But the excited pair of eyes looking his way easily breaks his will, and he sighs, nodding. It's true, relents Heine and keeps on walking. Thanks, Sokol, beams Rhine. Yeah, replies Sokol. Keep kicking, it's all in the legs, she explains. Swimming is like kidnapping. Heine sighs and feels a head nuzzling itself against his shoulder. He looks down at Obscura. What can I say, he asks. The damn eyes get me every time, he explains. It is true, says Obscura. The Heine man will have a fancy dinner with his beloved tonight, yes. Dinner, asks Heine. I don't know. With Rhine out of the forge tomorrow, I need to do a lot of. He looks down at her face. She's staring up at him with wide, hopeful eyes, making an excited clicking noise with her mouth. He sighs again. She's caught on to his weakness. It was his mistake for telling her, he supposes. Okay, dinner sounds good, he says, but don't abuse your new power. Obscura will try, but she cannot promise, hoots the owl god, squeezing his hand as they continue their walk. Seltsam, asks Heine, walking into the library later that day. Yes, hello, replies a familiar voice from behind the shelves. Heine looks around the library. I need a favor, he says. This is going to sound weird, but I need a list, he says, of every animal and monster with 5 letters in its name. The sound of some books being shuffled around comes from the other side of a shelf. Sure, I can do that. I haven't been sleeping much lately, so I have time, haha. She says, forcing in an awkward laugh. Don't sacrifice sleep for your work, Seltsam, says Heine. It isn't worth it, you'll work better when you're rested. Didn't you come in here a few weeks ago without a shirt in the middle of the night for your work? And look how that turned out, replies Heine. Where do you even sleep? He asks, looking around the library. Do you want a bed? We can afford to get you a bed. Something shuffles around. No, that's okay, she says. I usually just sleep in the corner. I like to make a nest, you know. Heine raises an eyebrow. Did that sound weird? She asks. I mean like a pile out of books and blankets and stuff, says Seltsam. Wouldn't it be super weird if I meant like a nest? Crazy, the girl lets out an awkward, far too long laugh. It's very cozy, she mutters quietly. Do you think the owl god would like it if you slept in a nest instead of a bed? He stares at the shelf for a moment. Sorry. That was weird too, wasn't it? Heine walks across the library to the door behind the reception. Sokol, he says, pulling it open. The elf looks back behind herself, her still damp hair tied back in a bun. A cookie is in between her mouth and her hand. Order some unobtrusive furniture for Seltsam to set up in here. She replies with a thumbs up and turns back forward as Heine closes the door. Thank you, says Seltsam. Heine shakes his head. No, sorry for pressuring you, he says. But I don't want my people sleeping on the floor, he explains. That's where frogs sleep. It's not on the floor, he rolls his eyes. Or in a nest, says Heine. So the list animals and monsters that have 5 letters. Got it, says Seltsam. And actually, frogs sleep on trees, in the water, or underground, depending on what kind of frog they are, she finishes, slowing down and quieting near the end, perhaps because she saw his questioning expression. He sure is learning a lot about frogs lately. Actually, why not? He's learned about frogs twice now. One more tidbit sounds about right. Actually, while you're digging, I need information on the frog god, he explains. The big frog, she asks. Heine nods. Get me everything you can find, he says. The frogs have been quiet since last time, but that's not going to last forever. Sure thing, replies Seltsam, and she sets to her tasks. Heine roots around upstairs in the room for rent, which is currently empty as the last tenants left today. It needs to be cleaned up and the bed needs to be remade, so he volunteered to take care of it. But that was just an excuse to get into the room. Heine looks down at the desk and slides away the mat covering its surface. Beneath it are clawed crude words, etched into the wood by a sharp implement over and over. In the fake reality where he was with the big frog Nekia, he had carved these. But if that really was fake, then who made these? Or was it really not fake? Was it really just an alternate vision of a past that happened? He doesn't know. Heine bends down, pulling the desk from the wall, and lifts out a small journal that smells like water lilies. The man stands there, staring at it for a while, his thumb running over the cover. Looking around himself to be sure that he is alone, he opens it up to look inside. Chapter 74. A first solution of fives finds the Heine man. Heine walks towards the window of the small room, looking down at the street below. His mother was always a strange woman. She was a bit on the airy side of things. She was always a little dreamy and a little out there, but sharp as a tack in her younger years. If the fake life that he had spent with Nekia counts, then her age had gotten to her in the end, eventually. But he doesn't know if that depiction of her was real or not. He still doesn't know if that experience as a whole was real or not, or if it wasn't just some advanced dream state. And this journal, she had kept it in this reality, and here, before she DY'd, she was very much aware of her life and her surroundings when she wrote this. She wasn't deeply troubled, for a lack of a better word. He stands there, watching people start to rush around, as rain begins to fall from the sky. Gray clouds fill the air, bringing on the break of night a few hours earlier than expected. There are many words that have 5 letters, although he can't think of many animals off of the tip of his tongue. At least ones that are represented by a god of some sort in any particular manner. But there are other gods, ones who have shown interest in him already, to varying degrees. Death, the dramatic primal god, had explicitly called for him. He had explicitly tried to recruit him to help foster what is stated to be a season of death. But Heine turned him down. However, Heine realizes as he stares out of the window at the rain that begins to pour that he had simply been thinking too small. He had been thinking with 3s. He had been thinking with 4s. And he had been thinking with 5s. But the rules from the start have been, don't try to count its eyes. He recalls Benny's frantic, horrified, frothing screaming before he was pacified. Thunder cracks outside, accentuating the heavy downpour, and Heine watches as a group of people laugh and run down the street. They hold hands in a chain on their way to duck inside through his very own door to find shelter. There is another word with 5 letters. It represents something divine in a sense. Heine lowers his eyes to the journal, which smells of his mother's perfume, and he opens it up again, reading the only word that is written inside of it on the first page. Demon. It's odd. It's written very neatly, perfectly, as if the author had taken an exorbitant amount of time to write the word once, and only once with the best mastery they could possess, as if it were the display title of the book. Even the ink looks like an expensive kind, given that it hasn't begun to eat at the paper yet after all of these years. He flips the page over. However, the same word sits here 100 times, scratched into every inch of the page and then between the margins of each word, as if she had tried to fit it in as often as she could. From here on, the journal is nothing but this. Every single page is just the same word over and over, inked so heavily that the paper is crumbled and loose from oversaturation. It has holes in many pages. It almost looks like ash had smoldered them away. Heine lifts his gaze, staring towards the ceiling. "Eilig," says the man. "It is quiet, nothing happens." A moment later, however, a board on the ceiling shifts, presumably being below the heating shaft. He looks at the fairy's blurry face. She is peeking down his way. She had been watching him from up there. "Have you ever read this?" he asks. Eilig looks at him for a moment. "I'm not allowed to talk about that," she replies. "Not even that. Did you make that promise to my dad or my mom?" he asks. "Your dad," Heine looks at her. "So you did talk with him." "Well, duh," she snaps. "Otherwise it's hard to make a promise, isn't it, dummy?" Rain continues to rattle the glass. "Eilig, I need to know, what does this mean?" The fairy stares at him for a while and rubs her arm, looking away. "I can't talk with you about that." Heine's fingers clench the book. "Then why did you want me to see this so badly?" he asks, feeling himself getting annoyed. "They're dead, Eilig." "You think I don't know that?" yells the fairy. The window crackles as ice spreads all around the room in an instant. "Dick, I hate you so much. You killed them. You don't get to tell me that." Heine stands there and then stops, lowering his hand. A heavy silence hangs in the room. He shakes his head and sighs. "I'm sorry, Eilig, you're right," he concedes, lowering his gaze back down towards the book in his hand. He stops. The room is quiet for a time as they listen to the sound of the rain pouring outside. Thunder strikes again. "You already know what this means," says Eilig. "So stop asking me questions I can't answer." Heine nods. "I just need to know one thing, Eilig. I get that you promised not to talk about it, so you showed me this instead to get around that. But why?" The fairy isn't clear to see, but he imagines that given the shifting of her head, she is making a very sour expression. She leans down, yelling in rage. "Because we're family, asshole." Heine blinks, feeling something wet hit his face from above. Her voice cracks. "I don't give a fuck about that brat or that annoying elf or any of the other shits running through my house," yells Eilig. "But we're on the same team here. You and me, just us two, nobody else. We're not on fucking Team Owl, we're not on fucking Team Frog, we're on Team Us," barks the fairy. "You dumb shithead," Eilig says, Heine not quite able to decide between being deeply touched and concerned. "You're family for me too." "I gotta go," says Eilig, pulling back from the ceiling. "If I die, at least I'll be free of this crap." Heine blinks. "Die?" he asks. "Why would you die?" The blob stops where it is, looking down his way. She then slides the board back into place, vanishing into the bones of the house. Heine watches the ice vanish around the room, slowly dripping down onto the floors. Rain rattles noisily against the window. He turns his head, looking at the face of the familiar entity floating just outside of it. Obscura. She hangs there in her half-human form, hovering in front of the glass. Rain drenches her, and the two of them stare at each other for a time from opposite sides of the window, water pouring down over her from the rain and water dripping down over him from the melted ice. She lifts a talon, touching it against the glass, tapping it 3 times. No more. No less. Heine stares at her for a moment longer, feeling the book in his hand. His other hand moves up towards the window, towards where the tip of her finger still rests. If the frog god as a notable but obscure goddess is capable of such powerful magic as to alter at least a sliver of reality in order to suit her desires, then what could be said of an entity with a name of 5 letters? Heine taps against the window twice. 5. The two of them stare at another, knowing that the other knows. His mother had warned him not to open a door if anyone knocked 3 times. But she never said anything about a window. Chapter 75. There is a secret to be shown to the Heine man. It is one that everyone knows. One might be perplexed if trying to understand the rules of the universe. Strange coincidences always seem to happen at the oddest times, and it is impossible to decipher if these synchronicities are merely just that, coincidences. ones which have been attributed with meaning by the mind, or if there really is a higher purpose behind them. The threes, the fours, the fives, it's not so much that these are forced into play by the hands of the people involved, but rather that the universe already has things lined up in set ways. These strings of fate, stretching from today to the horizon of a lifetime from now, sometimes shimmer in through from the spirit world and into reality. That's what the big, fancy-pants academics at the Magic Academy might say, at least. A more pragmatic man might call it a bunch of wobbly-woo. Heine stares at the owl, sitting atop a burning tree. He has been here before. This is the strange spirit world he had found himself inside of back when he first met Obscura, when he had tried to kill both her and himself in one of the perhaps lower points in his life, not including the time he almost married a frog. He looks down at himself. He's still the same sort of stretchy, blobby entity that he was last time. But now he is more defined, he is more in the shape of a person. He is a man. A blobby man, but a man nonetheless. His body is made up of strings woven from a dark, ashy thread. His eyes return to the owl. "So," says Heine, "were you just going to wait until after the wedding to tell me?" he asks, assuming that he's lifting an eyebrow. The great owl sits on its high, elevated perch. This seems like something that was worth mentioning. "I worried that you would fear me," replies Obscura, looking down his way. Heine holds his arms out, gesturing blankly to the empty spirit world all around them and perhaps metaphorically to the situation at large. "You realize that the first time we met, I ran all the way home pissing my pants, right?" She clicks with her beak. "Perhaps Obscura was too mouse-hearted in those days," she hoots. "A very exciting time, yes." The strange, spirit-like owl lifts a wing. Poor Obscura, she has gotten old and tired, but her heart still beats for the Heine man. Heine tilts his head. "It's been a few months at most," he says. "Dramatic Obscura," says the owl, covering her face with her wing. Heine rolls his eyes and walks towards the tree. "Who Tilda, get out of the way," says Heine, climbing up onto the tree and the branch. "If you aren't coming down here, I'm coming up there," he says. "I'm not talking to you if you're gonna look down at me." "A throne," she hoots indignantly. Indignant Heine. He climbs the throne of Mig. Heine lifts a hand and grabs her beak, shutting it gently with 2 fingers. "Look," he says, "I'm mad and I'm trying to be nice. Please stop playing cute. What's the deal?" he asks. She clicks in annoyance after he lets go of her beak. "Does he not fear for his life?" she asks, puffing out her chest and spreading her wings, presenting herself. The strange landscape quivers and shakes as a magical residue begins floating around the space. He looks into her yellow eyes. "I sleep next to you every night. You squeak in your sleep." "She does not," protests the owl god not god demon thing, who is his sort of but not really yet wife. Heine lifts a finger and starts making a squeaking noise with his voice. I, who Tilda," she hoots angrily, flapping her wings and parading along the branch of the tree back and forth. The Heine man sits on the throne of the owl and he shows no reverence. None. She parades for a time and then she stops, sighing and letting her head droop. "He will really never change." "Nope," says Heine. "I'm pretty good the way I am. I'm going to ask you 2 more times at best," he says. "What's the deal?" Obscura stares his way, not saying anything. "What's the deal?" asks Heine a 3rd time. "Did you lie to me?" "Who Tilda," hoots the owl god, offended again. Obscura has never lied to her Heine. "Then why are we here?" he asks. "In this place, why didn't you just talk to me in the room?" "To show him," says the owl. The landscape around them shifts and changes, warping from the empty plain that it was to a dense, thick forest made up of trees that Heine has never seen before. They're like strong oaks but are gnarled and they twist into each other. The whole place is a thick bramble of hardwood and thorny shrubbery for as far as the eye can see. "The big forest of the South World has many gods," says Obscura. "It is rich with power," she hisses greedily, pointing at a disturbance in the air above them. A ripple moves through the crowns of the trees, almost like a gust of wind. ambient magic stemming from the world itself. This must be what Sokol and Rhine were talking about in their discussions of the ley lines in the southern region. But of them many are more revered than others, says Obscura. Below them a line of people forms. They merge out of the forest, coming to the foot of the tree that the two of them sit on. Their arms are full of offerings, offerings of food and treasures and trophies of the hunt. And with great reverence come great tidings, she hoots. Heine watches as a woman sets down a bundle next to several others, infants. A common practice amongst the South Elves of the Sokol people, says Obscura. It is a powerful offering, she explains. Their tribes will receive a strong blessing in turn. Heine looks at her. You don't think that sacrificing babies is a little messed up? He asks. Obscura would never abandon her young, hoots the owl god. But it is the way of their people, she says. We accept their offerings, she says. The vision changes, moving from the dense forest to the grasslands outside of it, where a majestic giant stag sits adorned with gold and gifts. An elf approaches holding out a bundle, but the stag god stamps its hoof and feigns a charge, chasing her back into the forest. The other gods do not, she explains. They disregard the old ways, the old traditions. The vision shifts back to the dense forest, where the elves continue to line up to drop off offerings at the tree of the owl god. A person appears down on the ground, peeking in from the side. A moment later, she sprints towards the tree, breaking out of the woodland unexpectedly. She grabs a bundle from the pile of infants and tries to escape with it. She isn't an elf. She's a human with long black hair. The shadow of a giant owl swoops down, tearing her leg off in an instant as its talon, the size of her chest, smashes her to the ground. The vision shifts from the grassland to an overgrown, lush pond in which several frogs of varying size sit. There are those who do not understand the old ways, says Obscura, but there are also those who would go so far as to seek their destruction. A body is dropped down into the water of the pond from above. The mutilated girl with black hair floats there face down, her blood leaking into the pond from her gruesomely severed leg and mutilated hands. Her small fingers have been removed on each hand as punishment for thievery. A bloody, empty fabric bundle floats in the water next to her. Nekia, the big frog. These are the ones who would besmirch my divine title, she hoots angrily, clicking with her mouth. The frogs hopping around the pond begin croaking louder and louder in agitation, swarming around the pond like an aggravated hive of wasps. They jump around, landing on top of the floating body, as if it were a pad or a water lily like any other. Turning towards the spiritual tree that they sit on top of, the frogs hop up the tree by the hundreds, climbing up towards the roost. The vision shifts back to the dense forest, where the elves had left their offerings. Two large, feathered carcasses lay on the forest floor, being devoured by a swarm of amphibians. These are the ones who would call us demons, she says, not looking away as the frogs eat the corpses of the dead owl god and his mate, Obscura's parents. Heine scratches his cheek. This is a complicated situation to be in. How do I play into this? He asks. How does my mom know about you? Obscura looks at him for a while. She then looks back to the ground and lifts a hand, spinning her finger. The world spins around and around, as everything they just saw replays in reverse, as if the flow of time had turned the other way around. She stops. The scene is as it started. A row of people lay their offerings before the tree. A woman bends down, setting down a bundle at its base. The elf bows her head and walks away. The scene stops, freezing in place. And this time, Heine notices the overpowering perfume of water lilies coming up his way from the woman below. That's impossible, he says, looking at Obscura and then down at the woman who left her baby here as an offering. My mom's not from the south, he asks, and she's definitely not an elf. I think I would have noticed. Obscura points at the woman. It is true. I thought you would never lie to me, he asks. You can't expect me to believe this. It is true, repeats Obscura, flying down. She pulls the woman back to the tree, turning her around and removing her shawl. Heine can't deny what he sees. But I think I would have noticed if my own mother had ears like Sokol, he argues. Obscura shakes her head, lifting 2 talons next to the ears and pinching them. Sharp, she says, making a snipping motion with her talons like a pair of scissors. And then ears are not sharp. She pulls a strand of the woman's hair. Pretty hair, yes, it will hide scars. The scene unfreezes and keeps playing. A moment later, a girl runs out of the forest and grabs the bundle, trying to run off with it. The scene repeats itself as before. Enough, says Heine, not wanting to watch this a second time. I've seen enough. He must understand the nature of the world, says Obscura. The Heine man must look to understand. Heine sighs, lowering his hand from his face again. The girl is pinned down and viciously attacked by the owl god, the baby flying from her hands, soaking in a pool of her blood and screaming as loud as it can. The elven woman who had offered it, allegedly Heine's mother, stands there for a while, watching the scene unfold, and for whatever reason she might have to change her heart, she grabs the child from its bloody bundle and vanishes into the forest with it. Perhaps having seen what awaits it here was enough to convince her that this was a mistake. For her safety, she left the big forest and went to the human place, say Obscura. There she met the Heine father, and there her Heine grew, says Obscura, flying back up his way. She points to the side of the branch there. A small owl sits next to them, hiding in the foliage. After the frogs came, Obscura flew away to find safety, explains the owl god. The vision shifts. An owl sits alone in a big now small forest just outside of the city they live in, sitting on the branch of a tree and staring out into the world. It hunts and grows and sleeps, and then it hunts and it grows and it sleeps, and it does all of this all by itself for many years. And then footsteps come from beneath it, and its eyes open to look at the disturbance. Just another human here to take more wood from the shrinking forest. Thuk 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 hoo tilde hoots the owl, calling out into the world. Nothing. Hoo tilde calls the owl. The lonely whistle of her voice moves through the forest, but she receives no response as always. Hoo tilde she calls again, not even sure why she bothers. It's just more instinct at this point than anything meaningful. I know the feeling, mutters a gravelly voice down below her roost. The owl, shocked that someone responded, quickly flies away in a terrified panic. Nobody has ever spoken to her directly before. Ah, the good old days, says Heine, watching the vision of their past unfold. Fate, says Obscura, holding out her taloned hands. Heine was promised to Obscura once, and fate had delivered him to her, she says. This is how I know the old ways are good, she says. If it was bad for us to be, then fate would not have given me the Heine man who was promised to my blood so many years ago, finishes the owl god. Heine stares for a while, piecing the story together in his head. He looks back up towards her and her still outstretched hands. This is a lot to process. There are too many questions left, but his mind is already racing to keep up. Plus, there are moral issues happening here left and right, and honestly, it's all a bit much. He decides to do what he feels is best and lifts his hands, holding both of hers. So, did you ever actually eat a real baby? He asks, getting the obvious question out of the way. She tilts her head. If she did, it's going to make kissing kind of awkward from now on, he replies, looking up towards the sky. Who tilde hoots the owl demon or the owl god, depending on one's personal take on life. The two of them leave the spirit world and return to what is, presumably, the real reality. Chapter 76. Foolish Heinemen will wander around the home instead of working in the fireplace. Wow, these are super cute, says an excited adventurer, looking at the little wooden owl figurine that Sokol had given her after checking in for a few days. She pulls on the string dangling from the small figurine, and it lifts its wings as if flapping them. Thanks, she beams, walking off to sit at a table in the restaurant. Sokol makes a point of rolling her eyes for Heine to see. Am I running a gift shop now too, she asks. No, replies Heine. They're free. So it's hardly a shop, he says, picking up one of the things from a crate down by Sokol's chair. These are the owl toys he had ordered from the carpenter a few weeks ago while he was on a walk with Obscura. The carpenter did good work. Glad we have our financial priorities straight, says the elf, her ears twitching. Selling an image is important, replies Heine. We're mysterious and shady, but also we don't eat babies, says the man, pulling on the string attached to the owl. It flaps its wings. I really want to emphasize that last point. It's good marketing. Hey, don't look at me, says Sokol. I never intentionally fed a human baby to an owl god. Heine raises an eyebrow. That's suspiciously specific. So what's the deal, asks Sokol. You aren't built like an elf or even a half. Thanks, says Heine, flexing an arm. She rolls her eyes, this time for real. No, I mean, what the hell, she asks. Look, don't take this the wrong way, but Heine shakes his head, lifting a hand to stop her. I know, Sokol. Do you though, she asks. I do, replies Heine, nodding. After all, if the vision that Obscura had shown him was true, then his mother, an elf, can't have been his birth mother. If she was, then he wouldn't be the striking pinnacle of humanity that he himself has become. He'd have pointy ears and a slender build, and he'd like to work with wood. He shudders. Heine's eyes wander around the room. But that also means that his father wasn't his father. Both of his parents were his step-parents. It's all very confusing. Hey, says Sokol, snapping her fingers. Heine blinks, looking back her way. No brooding at the front desk, she warns. I wasn't brooding, Sokol, I was thinking. Yeah, replies the elf, pointing with her thumb towards the forge. Shouldn't you get to work? Rhine's already down there. Heine looks at her as she leans back, looking at her fingernails in boredom to make a point out of him being in the way. Sometimes I wonder if you remember that you work for me, Sokol. Oh, please, replies the elf. I think we're past that at this point. Try it with Clayton. Where is she anyway? Asks Heine, looking around the restaurant. She isn't here yet, so Obscura has taken over her role in the meantime. Thankfully, business is slow right now, and the guests seem to be more than thrilled about the owl god seeing to them personally. Although maybe they really are diluting their mysterious and edgy imagery somewhat. The frilly waitress apron that she's wearing really isn't helping in that regard. Dunno, I saw her just last night. Guess she's late, suggests Sokol. Isn't the school year about to end? Maybe she had to go do something with her brother. Heine narrows his eyes, looking around the room. Late. They've never had a late employee before. It simply never occurred. It's a little troublesome, but survivable. Being late is something a frog would do. But being mad about someone being late because of personal life circumstances is also something that a frog would do. Heine stands there, conflicted because of this, but also because he needs a third thing to attribute being frog-like behavior to. Hey! A pair of fingers snaps down next to him. Heine sighs, rolling his eyes. I'm not brooding. You are. I saw it, replies Sokol. We need to get the order of pikes ready for the military, she says. Time's running short. Making a point of it, Heine walks to the library door instead of heading to the forge. He's not going to be told what to do, even if she is right. Seltsam, says Heine, looking around the library. You all set up. A hammer lays down at his feet, resting against a shelf. Hello, says a voice. She's above him this time. I was just, working, haha. He stares up towards the floor of the inner balcony above his head, not really sure why that was worth laughing about. Everything's fine, she reassures. Don't come upstairs, oh okay, not that you need to, she adds on. Because everything is okay. He stares blankly for a moment. Seltsam, you realize how suspicious that sounds, right? He asks. I didn't care before you said anything, but now I want to look. And no, really, reassures the voice from above. It's all good in the book Nook. The what? Asks Heine. Never mind, I just wanted to tell you that I don't need the list of 5-lettered things anymore, he explains. Turns out the magic word was demon. Oh, really? She asks. Huh, that's neat. I found a lot of other strange stuff, so it was a whole rabbit hole, she explains. Did you know that there are even animals that stopped existing at some point, she asks. I thought it could be some obscure god like that. Nope, replies Heine, just plain old demons. Oh, replies Seltsam. Yup. The library is awkwardly silent for a while. Did you know that there's a kind of demon that only lives under beds, she asks. It likes to eat people's feet. Ha ha, explains the librarian. You imagine, Heine stares at the ceiling. Totally weird, right? She asks. Heine stares at the ceiling. Anyway, gonna go, keep up the good work, says Heine, heading to the side door. Something rustles behind himself and he looks, watching just in time as the hammer that was laying there vanishes behind a shelf. Why yeah, replies Seltsam. Her voice is still coming from above. You too. Heine decides it best to just not question it, honestly. He's gotten used to being around people like this. He's one of them after all. The man leaves the library pulling on the string of the little wooden owl in his hands. Eilig, says Heine. You down here, he asks, poking his head down through the trapdoor to the ice cellar. No response. It's cold down here, but there doesn't seem to be any sign of the fairy. Maybe she's upstairs in the library with Seltsam. The two of them seem to be friends. He shrugs. You ready to get to work, Rhine? Asks Heine, perhaps somewhat sarcastically, as Rhine is already at work. He supposes that he himself has been lazing around for most of the morning. Already got the molds poured for the pike heads, says Rhine, wiping a strand of hair off of his forehead. Heine whistles. Save some work for me, he jokes. I need this job. Rhine rubs his lip with the back of his thumb. I'll consider it depending on how you do today, old man. Heine sizes Rhine up and down. He's definitely gotten bolder. Although that is difficult to ascertain given that he was always very boisterous. Let's see you try and keep up then, young blood, says Heine. We're in for a long day today. That's because you're late, says Rhine. Heine looks over his shoulder. Damn, it's all come full circle on him now. It's a good thing he didn't make a condemning decision earlier about Claydon. You're right, says Heine as he throws some new charcoal into the fire. Sterling silver. You got it, says Rhine, grabbing the materials for the blend. Sterling silver pike gift of the owl god. Quality high composition aluminum steel pole. Sterling silver head pike. High iron nut leather wrap black cloth wrap black cord quality effects high once per day. Allows the user to cast minor ward on themselves. Gift of the owl god. Adds additional attributes to the attached weapon title effect. Gift of the owl god. +3 obscurantism, +3 wind DMG, +3 lightning DMG, 8 physical DMG, 4 lightning DMG, +30% DMG versus undead a beautiful sterling silver pike. Whether in sun or moonlight, it always glows with an enchanting luster. Made by Weaponsmith Heine chosen of the owl god. Made by Rhine the river wizard. Weight 1, 211 kg durability, 43 value, 999 obols. Half of the day has passed and the forge is running at full capacity with him and Rhine in a strong, quiet state of shared flow. They're only stopping now to admire the first finished item of the day. Huh, says Rhine. It's kind of the same as the spears we made, he says, looking at the new weapon. Heine shakes his head. The pikes have a warding effect. They're defensive weapons, so it makes sense. Rhine thinks for a moment, tilting his head. But didn't the spears have a minor healing ability? That doesn't make sense, he says, looking up towards the ceiling of the tower. They're hardly healing tools. It's quiet for a moment. Did you just make that up? Rhine, says Heine. I didn't make it up, he says, hitting against his chest with his fist. I went with my gut feeling. Isn't that just making something up? Asks Rhine. No, it's not, says Heine, looking at the pike. It's intuition, it's something else. I don't know if intuition can be used in a supposititious scenario like this, replies Rhine. Heine stares at him. What? Asks Rhine. Boy, I didn't go to school, says Heine. Use normal words. Man, lucky you, sighs Rhine, perhaps not thinking about it too deeply. It means something fake or pretend. Heine sighs, handing Rhine the pike. Put it on the rack, Rhine. We have another 99 to go. It is late. The fire continues to burn in the forge, as does the spirit of work. But Rhine's body seems to have let out before his spirit, and he's sitting at the workbench, slumped over and asleep. Heine works longer by himself. It's only fair he had come in late after all. Must she always come to find him here? Asks a familiar voice from right above him. Heine lifts his head, looking at Obscura, who is hovering there upside down. Every night the Heine man does not come to sleep, she says. Very unwise. Sleep is good, yes. Every night lonely Obscura hoots a sad cry for her lost love, says the owl god, clenching her hands together dramatically. Sorry, says Heine. I wanted to get some extra work done, you know how it is. Work will do him no good if he is tired. I'm not that tired yet, he says. I can probably get a couple more done tonight. The owl god clicks with her mouth in annoyance. And tomorrow, Heine shrugs, guess I'll make more. And the day of tomorrow's tomorrow, she asks. Same as usual, Obscura frowns. Foolish Heine, she says, flying down. His heart is of soft feathers, but so is his mind. She floats down next to him. He trades a single egg today for the price of 3 eggs tomorrow, he sighs, rubbing his forehead. She has a point. If he doesn't sleep, his work is going to suffer, and then productivity will be even lower than what it already is. But that's his fault too, for procrastinating when so much is on the line. It's very frog-like of him to have done. Heine looks over his shoulder towards a pile of hardwood sitting in the corner. It's quiet. You're right, he relents, getting up. Sorry that I make you come here after me all the time, he says. She shakes her head. Obscura will fly to any room of the house to find Heine. Thanks, he says, catching her as she stops hovering. He goes to wake Rhine up, shaking him. The boy mumbles and rolls his head away. Heine notices the bruises on his neck. That's right, he forgot. Rhine has been pulling double shifts to train in the dungeon with Sokol when he isn't in the forge. No wonder he's tired. Heine, let down in his own performance, slings his hooting not-wife over his shoulder and grabs Rhine, picking him up and slinging him over the other one. Finishing his work for the day, he carries the both of them upstairs.